The Lord's Empire Chapter 3352 to Chapter 3416. Book 1, Chapter 312, Ancient Ruins. Zhao Fu came to the place where the changes had taken place. It seemed that the place had collapsed, and there was a massive crater. There was rubble everywhere, and some underground palace buildings could be seen, but they had all been destroyed. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fu guessed that there had been an underground palace here that had collapsed, and all the good things had been taken away. Zhao Fu came to the center of the crater and sent out a powerful energy ripple. Waves of blue light spread out, covering the massive crater. Under Zhao Fu's waterworld's power, there were no abnormalities in the surroundings. Zhao Fu frowned. If the water world had appeared here, there would definitely have been some activity. However, it did not mean that there was no water world here, which meant that the abnormalities had not been caused by the water world. Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed. After returning to Blackstone Town, Xiao looked at Zhao Fu and said, "There's no water world there, right?" Zhao Fu nodded. Xiao asked, "What do you plan to do now?" Zhao Fu said, "There's no water world here, so I can only leave and look elsewhere." Xiao smiled and said, "You don't care about your woman and child?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "The woman is mine, but the child is not. She has something to do here, and after I get the essence knife, I'll take her back to the clean water sect." Xiao looked at Zhao Fu and said, "What about me?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "You can go whenever you want." Xiao harumphed and said, "I'm used to this kind of place and don't want to go to those large sects, there are too many rules." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "If you just stay in a small town like this, you won't have many benefits. You'll have a better future in a large sect. With the water world's power that I gave you, you won't be any weaker than ordinary geniuses." Xiao smiled and said, "I'll go when I want to." Roar. A massive roar sounded out as a terrifying aura flooded out, causing countless people to feel fear. Xiao's expression changed and she immediately went outside, only to see a massive black bear outside Blackstone Town. This black bear was hundreds of meters tall and was covered with black fur. There was a blood-red lump of meat on its head that looked like a crown, and its eyes were blood-red. It looked like a king of bears and gave off an emperor's aura. Zhao Fu looked at the black bear and asked, "What is this?" Xiao said, "This is an emperor bear, a fierce beast from the depths of Emperor Valley." "Why would it appear here?" The emperor bear raised its paw and slammed down with all its might. Blackstone Town's defensive formation was instantly shattered, and one of the town walls was also destroyed by the steel, causing countless rocks to fly everywhere. The momentum was terrifying. Blackstone Town was just a small town in Emperor's Valley, and it did not have the ability to defend against such a powerful emperor bear. Seeing this scene, everyone did not hesitate to run in fear. If they stayed, they would definitely die. Xiongwu brought his people to Shuer and said, "Lord, let's quickly leave this place." Shuer was a little hesitant. She had to wait for two people here, and neither of them had returned. Shuer also said, "Let's escape for now and come back later." Xiaxia said, "Yes, the most important thing right now is to take care of our lives. Let's leave quickly and not waste any more time." Shuer nodded helplessly. Everyone fled outside together. The emperor bear stepped into the town, causing the ground to tremble and crack. Seeing the people fleeing in all directions, the emperor bear raised its paw and slammed down. In that instant, a huge defensive barrier appeared. Boom! The emperor bear's paw slammed down on the defensive barrier, and a huge shockwave spread out. Everyone stopped, only to see a mysterious cloaked person appear in front of the black bear that was as big as a mountain. Xiongwu looked at the figure and said in surprise, "Lord has returned." Xiaxia and the others also stopped and looked at the figure. They were shocked. Was that person really that powerful? He could fight against the emperor bear head-on? As a creature of Emperor Valley, its strength was much stronger than ordinary newbies. This emperor bear had at least the strength of an emptiness realm expert. Zhao Fu wore a faint smile as he looked at the huge black bear and said, "It's not too late if you leave now." The emperor bear was enraged. It raised its paw and slammed it towards Zhao Fu as if it was smashing a mountain. Zhao Fu clenched his fist and punched out, and a terrifying force rushed out. Bang! The two forces collided with a shocking force, creating a huge sound and creating a gale that blew in all directions. Zhao Fu stood in his original spot without moving, but the huge emperor bear actually retreated 2 steps. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. Zhao Fu looked at the emperor bear and said, "I have already given you a chance." The emperor bear pounced towards Zhao Fu ferociously. The golden pupil in Zhao Fu's left eye quickly spun as massive chains shot out from the air, giving off a shocking aura as they shot towards the emperor bear. The emperor bear exploded with a crimson aura, and a huge force spread out, sending the chains flying. The crimson crown on its head also emitted an even more powerful crimson aura, making the emperor bear even more terrifying. The emperor bear stared ferociously at Zhao Fu. With a loud boom, a shocking emperor's might landed on Zhao Fu's body. Ordinary emptiness realm experts would have exploded under this terrifying emperor's might, but Zhao Fu was not affected at all. He smiled and said, "Is this the most powerful emperor's might that you can release?" The emperor bear felt Zhao Fu's provocation and became even more furious. The crimson crown on its head emitted an even more powerful crimson aura. It opened its mouth and a huge crimson beam of light instantly shot out, as if it wanted to shoot through the air. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and many runes appeared, forming a circle of runes. When the crimson beam of light hit the circle of runes, it was immediately diverted into the sky. Bang! There was a huge explosion in the sky, and a crimson wave of light spread out, bringing with it a terrifying ripple. It made people feel as if they had fallen into icy water, and their bodies could not help but tremble. However, this attack still did not harm Zhao Fu at all. The emperor bear wanted to continue attacking, but Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'll show you what the most powerful emperor's might is." Boom! An emperor's might that surpassed the heavens and the earth, bringing with it boundless power, slowly descended on the emperor bear. The crimson crown on the emperor bear's head exploded, turning into countless drops of blood. Its body knelt on the ground, and its body was torn apart as it cried out in pain. Although Zhao Fu was only the king of a small kingdom, with Zhao Fu's constitution and bloodline, the might that he gave off was naturally the most terrifying emperor's might in the world. Although the countless people in Blackstone Town did not directly face this kind of might, when they felt this aura, they felt as if they were a grain of sand in the universe. They were incomparably shocked. This was the first time they had felt such a level of might. "Sir, can you give me some face and let him go?" A voice suddenly sounded. Book 1, Chapter 313, Battle. Zhao Fu looked to the side and saw a massive fox. This fox was covered in snow-white magic and had an intricate silver crown on its head. Its eyes were silver and it had 9 tails, and it gave off an emperor's aura. This was another emperor fox, and Zhao Fu retracted his might because this emperor fox had already reached the higher being level. Only then did the emperor bear recover from its immense pain and fear. There was no savagery in its eyes, only fear. Only those who had personally experienced a supreme might would understand how terrifying it was. The emperor fox said, "Thank you." Zhao Fu nodded. The emperor fox looked at the emperor bear, and the silver crown on its head gave off boundless silver-white light. The silver light covered the emperor bear's body and quickly healed its injuries, allowing the emperor bear to recover some of its strength. Its emotions also stabilized as it said, "Let's go back." The emperor bear said, "Yes." The emperor fox elegantly leapt into the sky and disappeared, and the massive emperor bear also turned into a blur and disappeared. On the way, the emperor bear said in fear, "That was the most terrifying emperor's might that I've ever felt. Even the most powerful person in the Emperor Valley, Sir Long, could not compare to him. I wonder who that person was?" The emperor fox said, "I'm not sure, nor have I heard of him. He's the most powerful person I've ever seen with emperor's might." The emperor bear asked, "What about the things that were stolen?" The emperor fox said, "Forget it, that person's identity is incredibly terrifying. Even though I'm a higher being, I don't dare to offend such a person." The emperor bear asked, "Do we need to tell the other lords about this?" The emperor fox said, Even if we don't tell them, they can sense the supreme emperor's might." Zhao Fu landed back on the ground. Shi Chao lightly laughed as she said, "I never thought that you would be so powerful. Even that powerful emperor bear could not withstand a single blow from you." Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "I have other things to do, so I'll be going now." Shi Chao smiled as she nodded, "I'll wait for you tonight." Zhao Fu returned to the small courtyard. Seeing Zhao Fu excitedly walk over, Xiongwu inwardly bowed, "Greetings, sir." Zhao Fu laughed. Xiaoxi and the others also looked at Zhao Fu and admired Zhao Fu. Not only did Zhao Fu have such great power, but also because Zhao Fu had protected the town. Otherwise, the people in the town might have been slaughtered by the Emperor Bear. Shuer looked at Zhao Fu and felt a trace of sweetness in her heart. Zhao Fu had appeared to protect her in times of danger. She asked softly, "Why did you come back so quickly?" Zhao Fu said, "When I went there, I didn't find any traces of the water world." Shuer asked, "Then what should we do?" Zhao Fu said, "I'm going somewhere else to continue searching for the water world. I know you want to wait for the Yuan Dao to come back, so you can stay here." Shuer had mixed feelings. She didn't know if she should leave with Zhao Fu or stay here to wait for the origin saber. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Don't feel troubled, after this is over, you can return to the clean water sect." Now that Zhao Fu was about to leave, Shuer would not stay here. It was best for her to wait here. After this was over, she wouldn't have to keep thinking about the Yuan Dao. Shuer nodded. Zhao Fu looked at Xiong Wu and the others and smiled as he said, "The power you all have is that Emperor's power, right?" Xiong Wu said, "Yes, sir, and we've been using Emperor pearls to cultivate." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Kneel, I said that I wouldn't mistreat you. Now, I'll give you the Emperor's power that I control." They knelt on the ground in delight. "Thank you, sir." Zhao Fu waved his hand and a massive wave of Emperor's power entered Xiong Wu and the others' bodies. Feeling this power, Xiong Wu and the others realized how terrifying Zhao Fu's power was, and their minds went blank. Only when Zhao Fu withdrew his power did they come back to their senses. Xiaoxi and the others sensed the auras coming from Xiong Wu and the others and couldn't help but feel envious. Xiong Wu and the others felt the power in their bodies and revealed happy smiles. They didn't even dare to think about this power. Zhao Fu said, "You all stay here and continue to protect her. Also, don't go around doing evil, or I'll kill you all." Xiong Wu smiled and said, "Sir, we won't be like before." At this moment, a cold-looking youth wearing a blue robe walked in. He was the person that the Emperor Bear had been chasing after, but no one knew about this. The cold-looking youth looked at them and said, "Are you friends of the Yuan Dao?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Yu Duo smiled and said, "We're Big Brother Yuan's friends, do you need anything from us?" The cold-looking youth stretched out his hand and handed over a letter. "This is the letter he asked me to give you." Yu Duo stepped forward and accepted the letter. The cold-looking youth didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Xiaoxi and the others came over and asked, "What does Yuan Dao want?" Shuer also walked over. Yu Duo opened the letter and looked through it before saying, "Big Brother Yuan said that he's temporarily trapped in Emperor Valley and can't leave, and he told us not to worry. He also asked us to bring a message to Frost City and tell a woman called Shuer not to worry, and that he'll immediately return after dealing with things." Now that they had found the reason why Yuan Dao had disappeared for so long, it turned out that he was trapped in the depths of Emperor Valley. Sensing that he wouldn't be in any danger for now, Xiaoxi and the others let out a sigh of relief. Everyone then looked at Shuer. Yuan Dao had said that he would bring a message to her. After hearing this news, Shuer's heart was in chaos. She knew that Yuan Dao still remembered her, but she couldn't be with Yuan Dao right now. She still wanted to see Yuan Dao one last time and discuss this matter personally. Should she wait for him to return, or should she go to the depths of Emperor Valley to find him? The depths of Emperor Valley were extremely dangerous, and the Emperor Bear and Emperor Fox were powerful beasts in the depths of Emperor Valley. With her strength, she might not be able to go there. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'll bring you in, and we'll end this quickly." Shuer looked at Zhao Fu and felt a warmth in her heart. She gave a trace of a smile and nodded. This was the first time Zhao Fu had smiled after taking possession of her. She had completely accepted Zhao Fu in her heart. Xiaoxi asked, "Can we also go in?" Xiong Wu also spoke, "We're also willing to follow Lord." Zhao Fu looked at Xiaoxi and the others, "You're his friends, so I can bring you in. As for Xiong Wu, you have nothing to do with this matter. Emperor Valley is indeed very dangerous, so it's best for you to stay here. Wait for us to return." Xiong Wu and the others were quite disappointed. They naturally knew that it was very dangerous, but they didn't believe that anyone would dare to harm Zhao Fu. They didn't dare to go against Zhao Fu's words, so they could only nod. Zhao Fu then looked at Xiaoxi and the others and said, "Go and prepare, We'll immediately head to the depths of Emperor Valley. Xiaxia and the others immediately started to pack. 10 or so minutes later, they left Blackstone Town and headed towards the depths of Emperor Valley. Book 1, Zhao Fu's group was stunned. Soon, Zhao Fu's group encountered a group of beasts. It was a group of massive rats that had green fur and only one eye. There was a wooden ring on their heads, and if they became stronger in the future, the wooden ring would most likely form a crown. This group of rats quickly leapt at Zhao Fu's group. Even though the rats were not very powerful, there were 100 of them, and they were quite difficult to deal with. Xiaxi and the others felt quite nervous and prepared to fight. Shuai looked at Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu was quite calm. The golden pupil in his left eye spun and a golden wave of light spread out, blocking the incoming rats. The rats gave off a green light and leapt over from all directions, biting at the golden energy blocking them. Clang, 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 the sound of chains rang out as chains shot out from the air, bringing with them a ferocious force as they shot towards the green rats. Some rats' bodies were pierced by the chains, causing blood to fly everywhere as they cried out in pain. Some rats dodged and continued to attack the golden energy, but the chains continuously shot out, causing more and more rats to die. In the end, seeing that so many rats had died without being able to harm Zhao Fu, some of the rats immediately ran away. Seeing the rats run away, Zhao Fu was not interested in chasing them, and he withdrew his power and the chains around him disappeared. Yu Duo looked at Zhao Fu, who was about to leave, and asked, "They all have high-grade emperor pearls within their bodies, don't you want them?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm not interested in them, if you want them, you can go and take them." Hearing this, Yu Duo looked at the others. It was quite difficult for them to obtain so many emperor pearls, and it was a great fortune. Xiaxi smiled as she said, "Thank you, we won't hold back then." The few of them cut open the bodies of the rats and took out the white glass beads. They moved quickly and didn't waste much time. Everyone continued to move forward. After a while, they became more familiar with each other. Sherwu asked curiously, "Can I ask you, who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm the young sect master of the Clean Water sect." Now, Zhao Fu didn't need to reveal his true identity. He could use the Clear Water sect as a shield. On one hand, he could protect Zhao Fu's privacy, and on the other, he could spread the Clear Water sect's fame. Hearing Zhao Fu's answer, they knew that the Clean Water sect believed Zhao Fu's words. Xiaxi said with a smile, "It turns out that you are the young lord of Pure Water sect. No wonder you are so strong." He Luo looked at Zhao Fu and said softly, "It was all thanks to you that we were able to save Big Brother Yuan. With our strength, we wouldn't have been able to reach there, so we're extremely grateful to you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "That's not necessary. I promised her." Xiaxi glanced at Shuai and couldn't help but ask, "What's the relationship between you two?" Zhao Fu smiled. Shuai said, "Let's go." Seeing this, Xiaxi did not say anything, and the group continued to walk towards the depths of Emperor Valley. A day later, a massive deer appeared in front of them. This deer was covered in pink fur and had a pair of pink antlers. There was a crown-like imprint on its forehead, and it gave off an emperor's aura. The emperor deer looked at the group and said in a young girl's voice, "You people still dare to come here? Luckily you met me, otherwise you would have died." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "We have something to do in the depths of Emperor Valley this time." The emperor deer looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "What do you want?" Zhao Fu said, "We're looking for someone called Yuan Dao." The emperor deer said, "Yuan Dao? Is it that person who uses a saber? I've heard of her before, but she has been captured and imprisoned by Lord Long." They never thought that the emperor deer would know about Yuan Dao, and that it knew where Yuan Dao was. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Can you bring us to Lord Long?" The emperor deer shook its head and said, "Why should I bring you there? If Lord Long finds out that I'm with you, he might punish me." Zhao Fu said, "Then can you tell us how to find Lord Long?" The emperor deer said, "I won't tell you. Also, it's good enough that I didn't kill you. Why are you asking me so many questions? Are you looking down on me?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "If you tell me, I'll give you something good." The emperor deer lightly snorted, "What can you give me?" Zhao Fu said, "I can raise your emperor's power and bloodline by a lot." The emperor deer was somewhat tempted and said, "How can I trust you?" Zhao Fu smiled and said enticingly, "I can help you raise it." first, and then you can bring us there. If there is no effect, you can do whatever you want with us. What do you think? The Emperor Deer thought about it and said, all right, I promise you. Zhao Fu, Shuer, and the others said, you guys wait here first. Shuer responded. She wasn't worried about Zhao Fu because the Emperor Deer was only an emptiness realm expert. It wasn't as strong as the Emperor Bear. Zhao Fu flew to the Emperor Deer and asked with a smile, can you transform into a human? The Emperor Deer thought for a moment and its body quickly shrunk. Finally, it turned into a girl with a pair of pink antlers, pink hair, and a delicate face. Zhao Fu smiled and praised, you look pretty good. The Emperor Deer said proudly, what do you mean by pretty good? You should be very beautiful. Also, how can you help me raise my power and bloodline? Zhao Fu smiled and said, let's go down. Hearing this, the Emperor Deer nodded and flew down. The innocent girl didn't think about what would happen next. 2 hours later, the Emperor Deer leaned on the tree trunk and blushed. Zhao Fu smiled and said, now, can you feel that the Emperor's power and bloodline in your body have been raised a lot? The Emperor Deer said shyly, you are a bad guy. You treat me like this. Zhao Fu smiled and said, you didn't reject me. Moreover, I have fulfilled your request. Please take me to Lord Long. The Emperor Deer thought about what just happened. It was too embarrassed to say anything and said, I can take you there. However, I can't guarantee your safety. Don't blame me if you are killed or eaten. Zhao Fu smiled and said, okay. Then, the two of them walked out. They looked at the pink-haired girl and knew that she was the Emperor Deer. The Emperor Deer felt shy facing their gazes. Zhao Fu said with a smile, let's go. The group nodded and continued forward. However, after walking for a distance, everyone stopped again because they met the Emperor Bear that had attacked Blackstone Town previously. The Emperor Bear was stunned when it saw Zhao Fu and the others. It didn't expect Zhao Fu to appear here. The Emperor Bear turned into a tall and sturdy man with a beard. The Emperor Deer asked curiously, Brother Bear, do you know him? Book 1, Chapter 315, Battle. The Emperor Bear said nervously, why did you bring him here? The Emperor Deer's face was red as it said, I just met them and heard that they were looking for someone, so I brought them here. The Emperor Bear said, this person is very terrifying. Stay away from him and go back immediately. I need to report this to Lord Fox. The Emperor Deer looked at Zhao Fu and said, I don't feel like he's in any danger. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I don't have any intention of harming her, I just want to find someone. The Emperor Bear looked at Zhao Fu and asked, who are you looking for? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'm looking for Yuan Dao. The Emperor Bear asked seriously, what's your relationship with Yuan Dao? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I have nothing to do with him. If there's anything, I'll find him. The Emperor Bear said, Yuan Dao has been imprisoned by Lord Dragon, so it might be very dangerous for you to see Lord Dragon like this. I can report this to Lord Fox, with her around, you can avoid danger and see Lord Dragon. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, all right, I'll have to trouble you then. The Emperor Bear said, come with me. The Emperor Deer went up and asked, just who is Big Brother Bear? I feel like you're quite afraid of him. The Emperor Bear said, I almost died at his hands before, and he has supreme emperor power. His identity is very mysterious, and even Lord Fox doesn't dare to offend him. It's best if you keep your distance from him. The Emperor Bear thought about what had happened before and nodded with a red face. The group came to the front of a palace. This palace was made of white bricks, and the tiles and pillars were also white. There were also some carvings that looked quite exquisite, and there were 2 massive fox statues on both sides of the door. The carvings were quite vivid, and they were also white. The group walked into the palace, and there was a woman wearing white clothes and a silver crown. She had snow-white hair, an alluring figure, and a peerlessly beautiful face. She gave off a cold and noble aura as she sat on a chair and looked at Zhao Fu in surprise. The Emperor Bear had never thought that he would meet Zhao Fu so soon. The Emperor Bear told him what had happened. Emperor Fox looked at Zhao Fu and asked seriously, who is Yuan Dao to you? Zhao Fu said helplessly, the primordial blade has nothing to do with me. I have something to discuss with him. Emperor Fox said that Yuan Dao caused a huge disaster in our Emperor Valley. If not for his special identity, he would have been killed long ago. Now that the dragon is still angry, it will be very dangerous for you to go, let alone save him. Hearing this, Xiaxia, Shuer, and the others' faces turned ugly. Zhao Fu asked, what kind of trouble did he cause? Imperial Fox said, he broke into the Imperial tomb and took the Imperial Pearl. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before asking, the changes in Emperor Valley a few months ago were also caused by him? The Emperor Fox nodded. Zhao Fu said, you said that his identity is special. Why is that? Imperial Fox said, you should know how Emperor Valley was formed. It was a battle between a great emperor and a peerless expert. The great emperor's blood spilled in the valley, forming the current Emperor Valley. Apart from the great emperor's power, the Emperor Valley also contains a portion of that peerless expert's power. That peerless expert might be related to the primordial blade. He might be that peerless expert's descendant because the bloodline power they emit is the same. Now that some of the primordial blade's mysterious identity had been revealed, he was indeed not ordinary. Zhao Fu asked, what do you plan to do with him next? Imperial Fox said, that primordial blade did not admit his identity. We asked him to look for his clan, but he refused. We can only temporarily lock him up. He is already fused with the Imperial Pearl, so we cannot kill him. We hope that his clan can give us an explanation. Zhao Fu nodded, can you bring me to see that Lord Dragon now? I am willing to give you an explanation. Imperial Fox looked at Zhao Fu, you have no relationship with him, so why are you doing this for him? Shuer looked at Zhao Fu in gratitude because she knew that everything Zhao Fu had done was for her. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I just want to quickly conclude this matter, I have other things to do. Imperial Fox gave a trace of a smile and said, answer my question, just who are you? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'm the pure water sex young sect master. Imperial Fox lightly laughed as she said, I'm talking about your true identity. Even though the pure water sex young sect master's identity is quite prestigious, it cannot compare to your true identity. I hope you're not lying to me, or else I won't help you. Zhao Fu laughed, all right. Let me tell you that I'm the Heaven Awakened Sun, the person with 8 Supreme Emperor stars. Would you believe me? Hearing this, everyone looked incredibly shocked, and their hearts started to beat rapidly. Who did not know who the Heaven Awakened Sun was? That was someone who had shaken a few large worlds and had a supreme status in the Heaven Awakened world. It was not just Xiaxia and the others who were shocked, but Imperial Fox was also completely dumbfounded. She knew what this identity meant. Even higher beings would not be able to touch such an existence. The Emperor Deer stared at Zhao Fu and said, are you really the Heaven Awakened Sun? Are Heaven Awakened Suns as bad as you? Zhao Fu laughed as he said, I'm asking if you believe me or not. If you don't believe me, just pretend I didn't say anything. The Emperor Deer lightly harumphed, I don't believe that the Heaven Awakened Sun is a fellow like you. Everyone else felt quite doubtful and could not be sure. Imperial Fox smiled as she said, I believe you. The Emperor Deer asked curiously, Lord Fox, why do you believe him? Imperial Fox smiled as she said, it's a Supreme Emperor's might that reigns above all things. I believe that only a Heaven Awakened Sun can release such a thing. The Emperor Bear said, I think so too. The Emperor Deer turned to look at Zhao Fu and said, are you really a Heaven Awakened Sun? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, why don't you believe me? Do you want me to summon the 8 Supreme Emperor stars for you to see? The Emperor Deer said happily, sure. I've never seen such a scene before. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, keep dreaming. The Emperor Deer pouted as it angrily looked at Zhao Fu. Imperial Fox smiled as he said, since you're willing to tell me your identity, I'm willing to help you. Wait here for now, I'll immediately go to the dragon's place. Zhao Fu nodded, I hope that my identity won't be revealed. Imperial Fox smiled as he said, all right. Imperial Fox left the palace, and everyone looked at Zhao Fu, feeling incredibly excited and unable to calm down. They had never thought that Zhao Fu's identity would be so prestigious. Shuer looked at Zhao Fu and understood that the other women did not know who Zhao Fu was and thought that Zhao Fu was just the pure water sex young sect master. This made Shuer feel inferior, a woman like her was not good enough for Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu sensed Shuer's gaze and smiled as he asked, what is it? Shuer smiled as she shook her head. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Don't worry, I'll save Origin Blade soon." Book 1, Chapter 316, Zhao Fu. After waiting for half an hour, the Emperor Bear received the news and brought Zhao Fu's group to a massive palace. This palace was even bigger, and there were two massive Western dragon statues at the entrance. After coming to the palace, there were already 5 people waiting. One of them was the Emperor Fox, and the other 4 people were a skinny man wearing a green robe. He had small eyes and wore a black and gold crown on his head, and he was the Emperor Rat. The other man was tall and had a pair of bull horns on his head, and he also had a stone crown on his head. He was the Emperor Bull. The third had fiery long hair and a seductive figure. She was beautiful and wore a flaming crown on her head, and she wore a flaming dress. She was the Emperor Fire Spirit. The last one stood in the middle and gave off the most powerful aura. She had very long hair and wore a golden crown on her head. Her face was perfect and she was tall and slim. She wore a long golden dress and gave off a domineering and noble feeling. She was most likely the most powerful person in Imperial Valley, the Emperor Dragon. Not only were these 5 people the most powerful, but they also had the most authority and controlled everything in Imperial Valley. As soon as Zhao Fu walked in, the 5 people's gazes focused on Zhao Fu because Zhao Fu was the legendary Heaven-Awakened Sun, an existence that shocked them greatly. The Emperor Dragon gave a trace of a smile. "The Emperor Fox has already told me about you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "When did you release the Yuan Dao?" The Emperor Dragon said, "He entered the Emperor's tomb and took the Emperor Pearl, which was a massive loss to us. If you can compensate us, we're willing to immediately release the Yuan Dao." Zhao Fu looked at the Emperor Dragon and said, "With my status, I can't let you Han people do it." The Emperor Dragon lightly laughed and looked at Zhao Fu with its golden eyes. "That was the Emperor Pearl condensed by a higher being, and the Emperor's tomb was destroyed and your reputation is not good. As a Heaven-Awakened Sun, you won't use your status to force us, right?" Zhao Fu said, "What do you want as compensation?" The Emperor Dragon lightly smiled, "We want your Emperor's blood." Zhao Fu chuckled. "You want my Supreme Emperor power?" The Emperor Rat gave a vulgar smile and said, "We won't hide anything, we just want your Emperor's bloodline. You're a Heaven-Awakened Sun, yet you're able to give off such a powerful Emperor's might. I'm sure you're also an Emperor, and your blood is the highest grade Emperor's bloodline in the Heaven-Awakened world." Zhao Fu said, "The 5 of you have already raised your monarch power to its limit. Are you sure you want to fuse it with my monarch power? Aren't you afraid that your powers will mix?" The Monarch Dragon said with a smile, "We've already thought this through. We'll use our monarch power as nutrients for your monarch blood and then completely accept your monarch power." Zhao Fu asked curiously, "Why are you doing this? If you do that, your cultivation will drop by a lot." The Emperor Fire Spirit said, "Now, we have the Emperor power left behind by the Great Emperor. As our cultivation continues to increase, the difficulties we encounter also increase. We have already sensed the limits of this Emperor power. Your monarch blood will give us pure Emperor power, and our Emperor power will be the best in the world. In exchange, our cultivation will be firm, but we can accept it." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "All right. I agree." Hearing this, the 5 of them smiled. Zhao Fu said, "Can you let Yuan Dao go now?" The Monarch Dragon said, "Of course." A while later, a red-clothed man with a saber at his waist elegantly walked in and looked at the people in front of him in surprise. Yu Duo happily called out, "Big brother Yuan." Yuan Dao smiled and said, "Why are you all here?" Yu Duo and the others walked over to Yuan Dao's side and said, "We received your letter and immediately came to Emperor Valley." Yuan Dao said, "Didn't I say that you don't need to worry about me? It'll be very dangerous for you to come here." "Yuan Dao," a familiar voice sounded out. Yuan Dao looked over and saw Shuer carrying a child. He walked up with a look of delight and said, "Shuer, why are you here?" Looking at the child in Shuer's arms, Yuan Dao smiled and said, "Is this my child?" Shuer also felt quite happy and nodded. Yuan Dao took the child with both hands and said happily, "I'm actually a father now." At that moment, the Monarch Dragon said, "Now that I've flipped him over, they can leave Emperor Valley at any time. It's time for you to compensate them." Zhao Fu nodded and cut his finger. Blood flowed out of the wound, giving off a strange fragrance and a faint might. It split into 5 drops and flew towards the 5 people, who carefully caught the 5 drops of blood. This was the essence blood of a heaven-awakened son, a supreme treasure of the world. Ordinary people would not be able to obtain it. Yuan Dao's expression became serious. He realized that Zhao Fu's identity was not ordinary. Shuer looked at Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, "Thank you." Yuan Dao asked, "Who is he?" Shuer smiled as she explained, "He's the legendary heaven-awakened son, he saved you." Yuan Dao felt quite surprised, "Thank you." Zhao Fu said, "There's no need to thank me, I only saved you because of Shuer." Yuan Dao looked at Shuer. Shuer's smile became faint as she said, "Yuan Dao, I'm sorry, but I'm already his woman." Hearing this, Yuan Dao felt quite confused and felt a stabbing pain in his heart. What? Shuer blamed herself as her eyes became moist. "I'm sorry." Yuan Dao asked in pain, "Why? Did you agree to be his woman in order to save me?" Shuer cried as she shook her head. Yuan Dao furiously looked at Zhao Fu and called out, "Speak. What did you do to Shuer?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Can't she fall for me?" Yuan Dao looked at Shuer. Shuer definitely still had feelings for Yuan Dao, but she had indeed fallen in love with Zhao Fu. Yuan Dao nodded guiltily. Yuan Dao's heart trembled and tears flowed out of his eyes. Yu Duo and the others were already prepared. They knew that Shuer and Zhao Fu's relationship was not ordinary. Seeing Yuan Dao so sad, they went up and comforted him. "Big brother Yuan, don't be sad. Let's leave this place." Yuan Dao looked at Shuer before hugging the child and leaving without looking back. Yu Duo and the others followed behind. Ho Min Shuer also started to cry. Zhao Fu went up and comforted her. Emperor Dragon and the others looked at each other. They did not know about the emotional entanglements of Zhao Fu and the others, and they did not want to care about it. They immediately wanted to fuse with the sovereign bloodline in their hands. Emperor Fox said, "Heaven-awakened son, you can stay in our Emperor Valley for a few more days." Everyone felt that they might need Zhao Fu's help, and they were worried that something might happen while fusing with the sovereign bloodline, so they wanted Zhao Fu to stay. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Emperor Dragon and the others left. Emperor Deer pouted and glared at Zhao Fu before also leaving. In the end, only Zhao Fu and Shuer were left in the hall. Book 1, Chapter 317. Looking at Shuer, who was still crying in his arms, Zhao Fu said, "Things have to be resolved, don't cry." Shuer looked at Zhao Fu in front of her and said in a sobbing tone, "I'm the one who let Primordial Dao down." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm the one who's sorry. That child was taken away by Yuan Dao. Do you plan to let him raise him?" Shuer said awkwardly, "I want to keep the child by my side, but I don't want him to be fatherless." Zhao Fu smiled. "I don't mind him." Shuer explained, "That's not what I meant. I just want the child to be by Yuan Dao's side, but I can't bear to part with the child." Zhao Fu said, "Then you can go back to see him often." Shuer said with some discomfort, "Yuan Dao left with the child. It might be very difficult for him to see the child in the future, and Yuan Dao might not want to see me." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Then I'll take the child back." Shuer shook her head. "Don't." Zhao Fu looked at Shuer and said, "Then what do you want to do?" Shuer wrapped her arms around Zhao Fu. "I'm just feeling a little uncomfortable. I don't want to do anything." Zhao Fu revealed an evil smile and whispered a few words in Shuer's ear. Shuer's face immediately turned red. Monarch Dragon returned to her room and was about to fuse with the essence blood. However, when she sensed what Zhao Fu and Shuer were doing on her throne, her face reddened. The Emperor Dragon shook his head, maintaining his calm as he absorbed the drop of blood essence into his forehead. In an instant, his body and soul shook as he felt a vast pressure. What made the Emperor Dragon tremble was that this blood essence also contained a type of supreme dragon blood. As a dragon, it was naturally suppressed by the supreme dragon blood. The Emperor Dragon wanted to resist and exploded out with a massive wave of dragon power, but it was still suppressed by the essence blood. Her cultivation was very high, but whether it was her monarch blood or dragon blood, they were far inferior to Zhao Fu's. Right now, she was actually unable to merge them. As expected of the Emperor's blood, the Emperor Dragon did not give up and continued to refine it. The others didn't have dragon blood on them, so their situation was relatively better. 2 hours later. The Imperial Dragon was helpless. It couldn't do anything about Zhao Fu's imperial blood, and Zhao Fu was still doing it with Shuer in the Great Hall. Seeing Shuer's happy expression, the Emperor Dragon muttered to itself, "This apocalyptic child seems quite powerful." Another 2 hours passed, and the Emperor Dragon was still unable to fuse with the imperial blood. Seeing that Shuer had already fainted, Zhao Fu thought for a moment before going to the entrance of the palace and pushing it open. Zhao Fu smiled. "What's the matter?" The imperial dragon looked at Zhao Fu and said without any shame, "I can't fuse with your imperial blood. I want you to help me." Zhao Fu asked curiously, "You can't fuse them with your strength?" The Emperor Dragon nodded, "If I use my powerful cultivation to fuse, there will be serious consequences, so I want you to help me fuse." Zhao Fu smiled. "Sure." Emperor Dragon said, "I'll go wash up. I'll wait for you in the room." Zhao Fu lightly laughed. Following this, Zhao Fu took a bath and went to the Emperor Dragon. The Emperor Dragon washed up and changed into a golden robe. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm here." The Emperor Dragon said, "Come and lie down." Zhao Fu followed the Emperor Dragon's instructions and lay down on the bed. "Why do you still have the Supreme Dragon's blood?" the Emperor Dragon asked as it looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "My devil race's Emperor Star has awakened. Is it strange for me to have the Supreme Dragon's blood?" The Emperor Dragon said, "Of course, I've never felt such powerful dragon's blood before. It's a pity that I can't fuse with my own power, or else I wouldn't need your help." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "I'm not happy if you say that." The Emperor Dragon's face became red. After some time, the Emperor Dragon lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and looked at Zhao Fu as it said, "You still have the omniscient water world's power?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I came to the water domain this time to borrow the omniscient water world's power to awaken the last water race's Emperor Star." The Emperor Dragon said, "I also want the omniscient water world's power." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Emperor's power, Dragon's blood power, and the omniscient water world's power? Aren't you being a bit too greedy?" The Emperor Dragon said, "Hurry up and understand." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Got it." Zhao Fu thought of something and asked, "Have you heard about the omniscient water world? I thought that there was one here, but I came here for nothing." The Emperor Dragon said, "I don't have any information about this, but I can help you ask around." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Thanks." An hour later, Zhao Fu looked at the cultivating Emperor Dragon as he left her room and returned to the palace. Shuer had already washed up and looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes as she asked, "Where did you go?" Zhao Fu explained, "I had something to do, so I had to leave for a while." Shuer said, "When are we going back?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "We'll stay for a few more days. The Emperor Dragon said that she wants to help me ask around about the omniscient water world." Shuer nodded and went up to hug Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "What is it?" Shuer said shyly, "Husband." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and understood that Shuer had completely accepted him. He hugged Shuer with both hands and lightly nodded. The sky had already darkened, and Yuan Dao hugged the child as he sat by the side with a cold expression. Yu Duo and the others did not know how to persuade him and could only sigh. The child suddenly started to cry, and Yuan Dao did not know why. Yuan Dao started to panic. Xiaxia said, "The child is probably hungry." Yuan Dao said, "Help me look after the child, I'll go catch a beast." Xiaxia looked at Yuan Dao and asked, "Do you really plan on raising the child by yourself?" Yuan Dao nodded. He Luo asked, "I feel that the child should be by the mother's side." Yuan Dao frowned as he said, "This is my child, and she's someone else's woman. I don't want to drag her down, and she can live peacefully with that man in the future." Xiaxia asked, "What if the child asks his mother after he grows up?" Yuan Dao said, "I'll say that his mother is already dead, and I hope that you can keep this a secret. Also, I've fused with a higher being's Emperor Pearl, and I'll give you a portion after we go back. It will be of great benefit to you all." Yu Duo smiled as he said, "Thank you, Big Brother Yuan." He Luo said embarrassedly, "Big Brother Yuan, we didn't help you at all." Yuan Dao gave a trace of a smile as he looked at everyone and said, "It's enough that you all risked your lives to save me. In the future, I might have to trouble you all to help me raise my child." Sherwu smiled as he said, "He's your child, so we'll definitely treat him well." Yuan Dao's mood became a bit better as he said, the child is already very hungry, I'll go find a beast, wait for me here. The others smiled as they nodded. Yuan Dao gave the child to Xiaxia, and Xiaxia smiled as she hugged the child. The others came over and smiled, in the future, this child would also be their child. Book 1, Chapter 318. Zhao Fu came to the palace and looked at the monarch dragon on the bed as he asked, any news? If not, I'll go back. The monarch dragon said, I received a piece of news, but I can't be sure if there is an omnidirectional water world. Zhao Fu said, go ahead. The imperial dragon said, I heard that the muddy water forbidden zone has an 8-directional water world. Zhao Fu wondered, muddy water forbidden zone? The imperial dragon nodded. That's a body of water. It's always in a muddy state. There are also many undercurrent monsters. It's very dangerous. Zhao Fu said, okay, I got it. Emperor Dragon looked at Zhao Fu and said, where do you want to go? Although you're the heaven-enlightened son, your cultivation is too low, and the mighty figures on that side don't dare to enter. Zhao Fu looked at the monarch dragon and said, bring me there. The emperor dragon chuckled. What's in it? Zhao Fu said, I've given you so much. Isn't that enough? Emperor Dragon said with a smile. Of course not. Zhao Fu asked, what else do you want? The monarch dragon said, I also need your origin blood. Also, after you collect all of the 8-directional water worlds, I want you to give me the 24 circulations watermark. Zhao Fu thought for a moment and said, I'll find someone else. No one will reject me. Seeing that Zhao Fu was about to leave, Emperor Dragon quickly said, wait. We can still discuss it. Zhao Fu turned his head to look at the Emperor Dragon and said, after collecting all the water world, I can give you the watermark and my origin blood. Are you sure you can fuse it? Your ordinary blood essence can't even fuse with it. Emperor Dragon looked at Zhao Fu and said, can't you help me? Zhao Fu chuckled. What's in it for me? I won't do it if there's no benefit in it. Hearing this, Emperor Dragon said angrily, is it not enough for me to become your person? Zhao Fu smiled and said, I learned from you. Emperor Dragon rolled his eyes at Zhao Fu. I promise to help for free, okay? Zhao Fu smiled. That's more like it. However, are you sure you want to fuse with my origin blood? I have to warn you in advance that even I don't know how much power or bloodline I have fused with my origin. If you can't bear it, your bloodline will collapse. The Emperor Dragon nodded, I know, but I want to try. If I succeed, I should be able to awaken the dragon race's Emperor Star. Zhao Fu said, sure. Emperor Dragon said, come here and lie down. Zhao Fu asked, why do you always lie down? Emperor Dragon blushed. I like it. Hurry up. Hearing this, Zhao Fu lay down on the bed. A few hours later, Emperor Dragon coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed on Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu said, I already warned you that you can't bear my origin blood. If I hadn't taken back my origin blood in time, your bloodline might have collapsed and you would have died. Emperor Dragon said weakly, my dragon bloodline is a sovereign bloodline, how could it be so weak? Zhao Fu explained, let alone a sovereign bloodline, even a saint bloodline would be useless. If you want to bear my origin blood, your bloodline must at least reach origin. My bloodline has already reached the boundary of the mortal world and is just a bit away from breaking through the mortal world's restrictions. Emperor Dragon looked at Zhao Fu in shock and said, your bloodline is already so terrifying? Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, perhaps as long as you fuse with my bloodline and break through the mortal world's laws, you will be able to ascend to the celestial world. Emperor Dragon said disappointedly, looks like I won't be able to have such a bloodline. Zhao Fu flipped over and pressed Emperor Dragon under him as he smiled and said, I'll help you heal. A voice sounded out from outside, Dragon. What are you doing? Why is there still a barrier? Emperor Dragon hugged Zhao Fu and said, Fox. What do you want? I'm healing my injuries. Emperor Fox said, after fusing with the heaven-awakened sun's essence blood for so long, I've only fused with a trace. If I want to completely refine it, it might take more than a month. Do you have any faster methods? We can also try dual cultivation. Zhao Fu looked at Emperor Dragon beneath him and smiled as he said, you've dual cultivated before? Emperor Dragon rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu, we're not like what you think. Zhao Fu said to the door, "Come in." Emperor Fox looked quite confused. Why was Zhao Fu's voice inside? She pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing this scene, her face became slightly red, but she found that Emperor Dragon was quite weak and asked, "What happened?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "She doesn't know her limits and was too greedy, wanting to fuse with my essence blood, causing her bloodline to collapse." Emperor Fox said in shock, "Bloodline collapse?" She knew how powerful the Emperor Dragon's bloodline was, but facing the Heaven Awakened Sun's bloodline, it had actually collapsed. She had never thought that the Heaven Awakened Sun's bloodline would reach such a terrifying level. Emperor Dragon said, causing Emperor Fox to come back to her senses and think about what they had done. Emperor Dragon pinched Zhao Fu and said to Emperor Fox, "He can help you completely fuse with it, do you want to give it a try?" Emperor Fox nodded. 2 hours later, the silver crown on Emperor Fox's head gave off an intense silver light, but the Emperor Fox's aura was weakening. Sensing Zhao Fu's essence blood, Emperor Fox gave a trace of a smile. Zhao Fu said, "Why don't you call that Emperor Fire Spirit over as well?" Emperor Dragon rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "Isn't it enough that you have us? Why don't you call the Emperor Rat and Emperor Cow over?" Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "I'm not interested in men." Emperor Fox said, "It's fine to call the Emperor Fire Spirit over, she's probably only refined a trace of essence blood." Following this, the Emperor Fire Spirit came to the palace. Looking at the scene in front of it, it lightly laughed and boldly walked towards Zhao Fu. The next day, Zhao Fu said, "When are we going to the Muddy Water Forbidden Area?" Emperor Dragon leaned on Zhao Fu's shoulder and said, "My injuries haven't healed yet, can't I wait a few more days?" Zhao Fu said, "That's fine too." Emperor Fire Spirit smiled and said, "Do you want to play at my place?" Zhao Fu asked, "What's fun at your place?" Emperor Fire Spirit smiled and said, "I have a few sisters, do you want to give it a try?" Zhao Fu nodded. Emperor Fire Spirit said, "Then don't be stingy with your Emperor's power and Spirit Race's power to help those sisters change their constitutions." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Got it." Emperor Fox looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. Zhao Fu asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Emperor Fox smiled and said, "I don't know why, but I'm looking forward to you awakening the last water race Emperor Star. I'll do my best to help you with the omniscient water world." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I've already collected 10, and I'm almost halfway there. Awakening the water race Emperor Star shouldn't take too long." Emperor Fox said, "What do you want to do?" After awakening 9 Emperor Stars? Book 1, Chapter 319, Attack. Zhao Fu said, "Develop your own forces and do your best to defend against outside invasions." The Emperor Fox said, "What else?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "What do you want me to do?" The Emperor Fox smiled and said, "I don't know. I'm just curious." Zhao Fu hugged the Emperor Fox and smiled. After a while, Zhao Fu was pulled into a fiery valley by the Emperor Fire Spirit and entered a fiery palace. He smiled and said, "Sisters, come out." Hearing this, 5 beautiful women with fiery long hair, hot figures, and fiery crowns walked out and looked at Zhao Fu curiously. They had heard about Zhao Fu and looked excited. A baby-faced woman looked at Zhao Fu's face and said, "Is he the son of Xianxia? He's so handsome." The charming woman next to her smiled and said, "This is the first time I've seen such a perfect man. My heart is about to jump out." A delicate and pretty woman said, "So this is what the son of Xianxia looks like." The Emperor Fire Spirit smiled and said, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. He's willing to give you monarch power and spirit race power. Sisters, the rest is up to you." The women looked at Zhao Fu in surprise and immediately pulled Zhao Fu over. Half a day later, the Emperor Fire Spirit lay in Zhao Fu's arms and smiled as it said, "Are you satisfied with us, sisters?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The Emperor Fire Spirit smiled and said, "In the future, we're all yours. Don't let us down." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You're a powerful expert and you sisters are in the Tao realm. How can I, an emptiness realm cultivator, dare?" The Emperor Fire Spirit chuckled and said, "Don't say that. With your potential, you'll soon surpass us. Right now, we're trying to climb up to you. I really hope you can stay here." Zhao Fu said, "I'll come back when I have time." The Emperor Fire Spirit nodded with a smile. After leaving Flame Valley, just as Zhao Fu was about to go find Schwerer, he met the Emperor Deer. Zhao Fu went up and hugged her as he smiled and asked, "Did you miss me?" The Emperor Deer rolled its eyes at Zhao Fu. "I'm not thinking about you." Zhao Fu smirked. "Really?" The Emperor Deer blushed and said, "I'm here to tell Sister Schwerer about Yuan Dao and his group." Zhao Fu was stunned. "You tell me too." The Monarch Deer said, "Actually, it's nothing much. They have already left the Imperial Valley." Zhao Fu nodded. "I'll take you to see her." The Emperor Deer broke free from Zhao Fu and made a face. "I don't want to go with a bad guy like you," the Emperor Deer said and ran away. Zhao Fu chuckled and walked into a room. Schwerer looked at Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, "Husband." Zhao Fu nodded. Schwerer asked, "When are we going back?" Zhao Fu said, "I received news that there might be a water world in the Muddy Water Forbidden Zone. I want to go there and take a look." Schwerer nodded. Zhao Fu carried Schwerer and said, "Yuan Dao and his group have already left the Imperial Valley." Schwerer nodded. Zhao Fu said, "If you want to see your child, you can go and see him in the future. I don't mind such things." Schwerer smiled and said, "Thank you." Schwerer hugged Zhao Fu with both hands and buried her head in Zhao Fu's chest as she said, "I also want to give birth to a child for you." Zhao Fu felt a bit awkward. He was equivalent to being sterilized now. Schwerer took the initiative to kiss Zhao Fu and the two of them started to be intimate. After some time, the Emperor Deer came to find Zhao Fu with a red face. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "What's the matter?" The Emperor Deer said, "My grandma wants to see you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Why is your face so red? Did you say something?" The Emperor Deer lightly harumphed and said, "Hurry up." Zhao Fu laughed and followed the Emperor Deer to a palace. A woman with antlers on her head, a voluptuous figure, and a gentle aura, wearing a green palace dress appeared in front of Zhao Fu. The Emperor Deer said, "Grandma, I brought him here." The gentlewoman smiled and nodded, "Come in. I prepared a table full of good food and wine." Zhao Fu said, "No need to trouble yourself. What did you come to find me for?" The gentlewoman smiled and said, "My granddaughter has already told me about you and her. I was wondering when you would be able to marry my granddaughter." The Emperor Deer blushed and said, "Grandma, I didn't say I wanted to marry him." The gentlewoman said gently, "He is a heaven-awakened child, someone that countless people cannot even touch. It is our honor that he has taken a liking to you." The Emperor Deer looked at Zhao Fu. She actually wanted to marry Zhao Fu, but she was a bit arrogant. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "So that's what you're talking about. No problem, I'll marry her and marry you." The gentlewoman blushed and said, "Heaven-awakened child, can you take a liking to me?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You're not willing?" The gentlewoman shook her head and said, "I feel that I'm too old and am not worthy of someone of your noble status." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I happen to like this type." The gentlewoman gave a trace of a smile and said, "Since you don't mind, heaven-awakened child, I have no objections. It is my honor to be chosen by you." Zhao Fu hugged the Emperor Deer and said, "Let's go in." The Emperor Deer blushed and looked at the gentlewoman. It had never thought that she would have such a side to her. She had never seen this side before, but her grandfather had died many years ago and she had no impression of him at all. Zhao Fu looked at the gentlewoman and said, "I'll also give you a portion of my essence blood." The gentlewoman smiled in delight and said, "Thank you, heaven-awakened child. Don't forget about my granddaughter, her potential is more outstanding than mine, and with your essence blood, her future achievements will definitely be great." The Emperor Deer felt quite touched. Even at this moment, her grandmother was still thinking about her. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "It's just a portion of my essence blood, it's not much to me, you too have it." The gentlewoman smiled and said, "Many thanks, heaven-awakened child." The gentlewoman turned to look at the Emperor Deer and said, "Dear, you're going to become the 6th Emperor Beast in Emperor Valley in the future, you can't disappoint me and the heaven-awakened child." The Emperor Deer nodded in agreement. Now, the 5 Emperor Beasts in Emperor Valley were 5 great experts, and the Emperor Deer's dream was to become the 6th Emperor Beast, build its own palace, and bring its grandmother to live there. In the past, this was very difficult for it, but now that it sensed the changes within its body, it felt quite confident. The gentlewoman finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed. Xiaofu smiled and said, "Is there anything else? I need to go to the Emperor Dragon's place and help her recover." The gentlewoman smiled and said, "There's nothing else. Heaven awakened child, you can come here at any time, we'll always welcome you." Xiaofu nodded. On the third day, Xiaofu helped the Emperor Dragon recover its strength and prepared to bring the Emperor Dragon, Emperor Fox, and Emperor Fire Spirit to the Muddy Waters Forbidden region. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. Book 1, Chapter 320 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. A massive might appeared in the sky above Imperial Valley, and sensing this might, the beasts all looked terrified, causing Imperial Valley to fall silent. Xiaofu looked at the sky and saw a red-cloaked middle-aged man. Emperor Dragon said, "The power he gives off is the same as Yuan Dao's, someone from the Yuan Dao family has most likely come." The red-cloaked middle-aged man was Yuan Dao's father, and he was called Yuan Yu. He said coldly, "Release my son." His voice was quite loud and spread throughout Imperial Valley. Emperor Dragon flew into the sky and said unhappily, "Do you think there's no one in Imperial Valley?" Yuan Yu looked at Emperor Dragon and said, "Where is my son?" Emperor Dragon said, "I don't know." Yuan Yu said with a trace of anger, "Didn't you imprison him?" Emperor Dragon coldly laughed as he said, "He intruded into the Emperor tomb and we imprisoned him. However, we helped him, or else we would not have let him off." Yuan Yu looked at Emperor Dragon and said, "Are you saying that my son has already left?" Emperor Dragon said, "Why should I tell you?" Yuan Yu coldly harumphed and prepared to leave. Emperor Dragon said, "Do you think that you can come and go as you please in Imperial Valley?" Boom, a massive wave of golden power flowed out of Emperor Dragon's body, turning into a massive golden western dragon. It had a golden crown on its head and gave off a massive dragon's might that was not any weaker than the aura that Yuan Yu gave off. Yuan Yu looked at the massive dragon and said, "Since you want to fight, I'll accompany you." Emperor Dragon said, "I want to test out the power that I've just obtained, as well as your family's people and your ancestors' power." Yuan Yu drew his saber and slashed out, and a massive red saber image containing terrifying power slashed towards the massive golden dragon. The massive golden dragon stretched out its claws and grabbed the massive red saber image. Yuan Yu's body spun and turned into a red whirlwind, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to shatter steel as it rushed towards the golden dragon. The massive golden dragon opened its mouth and spat out an enormous golden flame. The red whirlwind and golden flame clashed in the sky, causing the flames and whirlwind to scatter in all directions, giving off terrifying sounds. Xiaofu looked at the two people fighting in the sky and asked, "Aren't you going to help her?" The Emperor Fox smiled, "She hasn't used her full strength yet, so there's no need for us to act. Moreover, if we act together, it would seem like our Emperor Valley is bullying her." Emperor Dragon Spirit said, "I also want to see Long Xian's power." Boom, Yuan Yu turned his body forcefully, and the red whirlwind he created became even more ferocious. In that instant, countless golden flames were scattered, and he ferociously rushed towards the Emperor Dragon. Bang, the red whirlwind smashed into the Emperor Dragon's body, and the huge force shattered the golden dragon's body, turning it into countless golden auras. Emperor Dragons translated Hao and Chen translated edited by Dragon edited by God, Great 10-2 by Past edited by Chen Dragon, edited by Fu 1 by Dragon, I2, I1 by Chen, 1-2 Yuan Yu Tian Yuan, and Chen Yuan, 1 by Yu was sensed. Yuan got heaven, another Tian, another, and Yuan Yu, Chen, and 2 and was 1,000. However, another massive wave of golden power rushed up from below, pushing Yuan Yu into the sky. Yuan Yu felt the pressure from the top and bottom of the two powers, and he had to resist. If it was an ordinary person, they would have exploded from the pressure. Shing, a massive saber hum sounded out as Yuan Yu slashed out a massive red crescent, cutting the two waves of golden power in half. Yuan Yu looked at Emperor Dragon with a cold expression, and he slashed out again, sending a red saber light towards Emperor Dragon. Emperor Dragon did not move, and a golden wall appeared in front of it, blocking that red saber light. Yuan Yu quickly rushed towards Emperor Dragon. Seeing Yuan Yu, Emperor Dragon gave a faint smile and was still as confident as ever. It pressed its palms together. Boom! Boom, 6 massive waves of power blasted towards Yuanyu from all directions, and Yuanyu immediately sent out a wave of power to defend. Yuanyu's body trembled, and a trace of blood leaked out of his mouth. He knew what Emperor Dragon was talking about, and his expression became serious. You control the 8-direction water world's power? Emperor Dragon laughed as it said, yes, how do you feel about this power? Yuanyu coldly harumphed, don't think that you can defeat me just because you control the 8-direction water world's power. Saber Moon Chaotic Slash. Yuanyu waved his hand, and countless massive saber images ferociously slashed at the golden power around him, shattering the power that was suppressing Yuanyu, and it was about to dissolve the golden power. At that moment, Emperor Dragon pushed forwards with its claws, and a massive wave of golden power slammed into Yuanyu's body, sending him flying back with a bang. Golden power quickly gathered in the air, forming a golden spear that gave off a ray of light as it shot towards Yuanyu. Yuanyu hurriedly slashed out, sending the golden spear flying. Emperor Dragon suddenly appeared in front of Yuanyu, and one of its hands turned into a dragon claw as it slammed into Yuanyu's chest. Yuanyu quickly crashed to the ground, smashing open a large crater. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and one of his ribs had been broken. Looking at Yuanyu below, Emperor Dragon looked at its dragon claw and smiled as it said, the power I just obtained was not just the 8-direction water world's power. Didn't you say that I couldn't defeat you? Now you've lost. Yuanyu stared at Emperor Dragon. He had indeed underestimated Emperor Dragon, and he found that the dragon power that Emperor Dragon had was quite terrifying. Emperor Fox walked out and smiled as he said, it's just a small matter, let's all be friendly. Emperor Valley did not want to offend Yuanyu's family too much, and if it wasn't for Yuanyu going overboard, Emperor Dragon would not have acted. Yuanyu's attitude became much better, and he stood up as he said, when did my son leave? Emperor Fox smiled as he said, he left for 2 or 3 days. Yuanyu did not say anything else, and he turned into a red ray of light as he shot into the sky. Emperor Bull walked out and said, did refining this heaven-awakened blood give such a great boost? Emperor Dragon smiled as he said, I've only just gained control of it, if I control it for a bit longer, I'll be even more powerful. Emperor Bull gave an excited smile, he had also obtained Xiao Fu's essence blood. Emperor Rat said, how did you refine his essence blood so quickly? Bull and I have only refined a trace, and we don't know how long it'll take. Emperor Dragon smiled as he said, it's only because we dual cultivated with him. Hearing this, Emperor Bull and Emperor Rat did not say anything. After all, they were not women and could not dual cultivate with Xiao Fu. Even if they were willing, Xiao Fu would not be willing. Book 1, Chapter 321. Shuer walked out of the room and asked Xiao Fu, what happened just now? Xiao Fu smiled and said, just now, the people from the Yuan Dao clan came to find Yuan Dao and fought with the people from the Emperor Valley. However, the matter has been resolved, and both sides are fine. Shuer let out an O sound. Xiao Fu turned his head to look at Shuer and said with a smile, if Yuan Dao's family comes to snatch you back, what will you do? Shuer said, follow him back. Xiao Fu said with a hint of dissatisfaction, you're going back just like that? Shuer rolled her eyes at Xiao Fu and said with a smile, I'm not his opponent, so I can only follow him back and wait for you to come back and save me. Xiao Fu smiled and said, I definitely won't give you up. The Emperor Fire Spirit said, let's go. Xiao Fu looked at Shuer and smiled, I'm going to the Muddy Waters Forbidden Zone. Wait for me to come back. Shuer smiled and nodded. Subsequently, Xiao Fu brought the Emperor Dragon, Emperor Fox, and Emperor Fire Spirit to the Muddy Waters Forbidden Zone. After another 2 or 3 days, the 4 of them arrived at the edge of the forbidden area. In front of them was a pool of turbid water. Nothing could be seen clearly, and the power of perception was also weakened. There were many stones on the side, but no plants grew on them. Monarch Dragon said, let's go in. After speaking, the Emperor Dragon gave off a powerful wave of power, forming an enormous golden barrier that covered everyone and led them into the turbid region of water. Not long after walking in, everyone rushed over. The streams of water were like giant hands, pulling everyone in different directions. If anyone was slightly weaker, their bodies might have been torn apart by the water. Suddenly, a huge yellow catfish appeared, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed everyone in one gulp. No one panicked. Although they had been swallowed by the catfish, they were still protected by the defensive barrier. They were fine inside the catfish's body. They also planned to use the catfish to go deeper into the muddy water forbidden zone. A few hours later, numerous golden rays shot out from the catfish's body. The catfish's body exploded, and everyone reappeared. He had no idea where he was right now. The surroundings were still muddy, and nothing could be seen. Emperor Dragon frowned. I wonder where the omniscient water world is. Xiaofu said, I can sense it, but I'm worried that it will attract a terrifying monster. You can sense it? I haven't heard of any terrifying monsters. Even if there are, with our strength, we should be able to protect you. The Emperor Fire Spirit nodded. If we search like this, I don't know how long it will take. Water worlds appeared around Xiaofu's body, giving off a blue light. Seeing the blue crystals around Xiaofu, the three women felt quite moved, but they did not have any thoughts of possessing them. Even if they obtained them, they would not be able to use them. Boom! An explosion sounded out as blue ripples of light containing immense power spread out into the distance. Something unexpected happened. As the blue light wave continued to spread, the surrounding murky water began to clear up, and the turbulence also calmed down. Regent Dragon and the other two were surprised. Hua, massive yellow catfish gave off immense power as they ferociously rushed at the group. There were many of them, and they looked quite terrifying. Regent Dragon turned into an enormous golden dragon and gave off a dragon's roar. His body gave off an intense golden light, and a terrifying dragon's might covered the surroundings. In front of this terrifying might, the rushing squid retreated in fear. After a while, Xiaofu opened his eyes and said, There's nothing here. Regent Dragon said, Let's go to the next place. Xiaofu nodded. They went to the next place. After finding out that Xiaofu's omniscient water world could make murky water clear and stabilize the flow of water, Xiaofu immediately used the omniscient water world's power to make the surrounding water clear, and there were no more turbulence. However, this only lasted for a while. After Xiaofu left, the water became murky again. After coming to a new place, Xiaofu once again gave off waves of blue light. In the end, there was nothing. After sensing a few more places, Xiaofu still did not sense anything. He could not help but ask, Is there really an omniscient water world here? Why didn't I sense anything? Regent Dragon said, I warned you before that I'm not sure if there is an omniscient water world here. Xiaofu said, Let's continue searching for a while. If there's nothing, we'll leave. As the group headed to the next place, Regent Dragon suddenly said, Wait. Regent Fox and Regent Fire Spirit became serious and looked ahead. There was still murky water in front of them, and it was quite strange. Xiaofu also sensed danger ahead. Regent Dragon said, There's an old catfish in front, and its strength might not be below mine. Xiaofu said, Could the omniscient water world be here? Regent Dragon said, You can sense it, but don't cause too much of a commotion. That old catfish is still sleeping in the mud. Xiaofu nodded and closed his eyes, and his body gave off a blue light. 2 minutes later, Xiaofu opened his eyes and said, I did not sense any commotion. There is no omniscient water world here. Regent Dragon said, Let's hurry up and leave. The group quickly left this place and headed to the next region. They did not find any powerful monsters here, and Xiaofu once again exploded out with massive waves of blue light. It was a pity that he did not find anything. A day later, Regent Dragon looked at the group and said, Let's go back. Xiaofu felt quite helpless. After searching for so long, he had found that there was no omniscient water world here. The news might have been fake, and they had wasted their efforts again. The group returned to Imperial Valley. Something that Xiaofu did not expect happened again. While Xiaofu and the others were away, someone had infiltrated Imperial Valley and taken Shuer away. For that person to be able to do it so stealthily, he was definitely a powerful expert. The first person that Xiaofu thought of was the Yuan family. Regent Dragon said angrily, The Yuan family's people still dare to come and capture people. Don't let me see them again, I'll make them pay the price. Regent Fox said, I'm not sure, but it's someone else who took her. Xiaofu sighed and said, I'll go find her. Regent Fox looked at Xiaofu and said, You know where she is? Xiaofu explained, She has my power within her body, and she is not too far away. I can roughly sense her direction. Regent Dragon said, we'll go with you then. Xiaofu thought about it and nodded. Elsewhere, Shuer was hugging a baby as she sat on a rock. Beside her were Yuan Dao and the others. Yuan Dao looked at his father, Yuan Yu, with an unsightly expression, while Yuan Yu looked at Shuer angrily. Shi Wu, Yu Duo, and the others stood by the side with nervous expressions. Book 1, Chapter 322, Death. Not long after Yuan Yu left the Emperor Valley, he met Yuan Dao. Seeing the child in Yuan Dao's arms, he felt quite confused, but sensing the bloodline aura from the child, he asked in delight, is this Yuan Dao's child? Yuan Dao admitted that this was his child and told Yuan Yu about Shuer. Yuan Yu had been quite happy that he had a grandson, but after hearing about Shuer's morale, he had been furious and had returned to the Emperor Valley to capture Shuer. Yuan Dao said awkwardly, Father, can you not be like this? Can you not be like this? Shuer and I have already separated, and she can be considered to have saved me once. Yuan Yu said angrily, no, since she gave birth to my Yuan family's child, she's part of the Yuan family. If it wasn't for the fact that she's your mother and saved you before, I would have killed her long ago. The Yuan family definitely won't tolerate such a woman. Yuan Dao said, Father, can you not interfere in my matters? Yuan Yu said furiously, I'm definitely going to interfere. Shuer hugged the child and said softly, I advise you to send me back. Yuan Yu coldly harumphed, do you think that the Emperor Valley's people will come to save you? Also, as long as you return to the Yuan family, even if the Emperor Valley's people come, our Yuan family won't be afraid. Shuer said, he'll come to save me. Yuan Yu said coldly, him? It's that man, right? If he dares to come, I'll definitely tear him to pieces and let him know the consequences of stealing my son's woman. Shuer did not say anything. Shi Wu said, Sir, that man's identity is quite terrifying, we advise you to send her back. They knew that Xiaofu was the heaven-awakened son, but Xiaofu had left restrictions in their bodies, making it so that they could not say Xiaofu's identity. Yuan Yu looked at everyone and said, do you know who he is? They all nodded. Yuan Yu said, who do you think he is? Let me see how terrifying he is. Xiaxia said, we can't say who he is. Sir, think about it, as long as he goes out, the Emperor Valley's experts have to listen to him. From this, you can see how terrifying his identity is. Yuan Yu thought back to how he had been defeated by the Emperor Dragon. For such an expert to listen to him so easily, that person's identity was indeed terrifying. Yuan Yu's expression became serious. Yuan Dao continued to say, Dad, I think we should just let her go. I'm waiting, I don't want to cause any trouble. Yuan Yu said coldly, I will handle this matter. Let's go now. They should be able to catch up faster. Yuan Dao sighed when he heard this. Some time after they left, Xiaofu arrived with his men and found that Yuan Yu and the others had already left. Emperor Fox said, I think they have already expected us to chase after them, so they will be more careful and faster. If they return to the Yuan family, with the Yuan family's strength, we won't dare to force our way in. Should we continue to chase after them? The Emperor Fire Spirit said with a serious expression, I wonder how many powerhouses the Yuan family has. Xiaofu said, you guys can go back. The three of them were stunned. Emperor Dragon looked at Xiaofu and asked, what about you? Xiaofu said, I can handle it alone. Emperor Dragon said, are you sure? If the Yuan family's people really took her away, you'll have to face countless powerhouses. With our strength, we'll have to take a step back. Xiaofu said, I'm quite secretive, so there's a chance. If we go together, we'll be too big of a target, and we'll be discovered very quickly. Emperor Fire Spirit smiled as it said, we should trust him, don't forget that he's the heavenly awakening son. Emperor Fox smiled and nodded, the Yuan family's people probably won't harm her, so you don't have to worry too much. If you need our help, immediately let us know, and we'll rush over immediately. Xiaofu nodded. Following this, Emperor Dragon and the others left, and Xiaofu followed his weak senses and continued to chase after Yuan Yu and the others. 2 days later, Yuan Yu and the others came to a desert. This desert was filled with boundless sand dunes, and the sand was slightly red. The wind was quite strong, and the sun was high up in the sky, causing the sunlight to be blinding. Yuan Yu took out a circular jade pendant, which shot out countless rays of light into the air. A 5-meter-wide hole of light appeared, and Yuan Yu and the others flew into it, causing the hole of light to disappear. Half a day later, Zhao Fu came here, and he looked quite confused because his senses had disappeared. There was most likely some sort of secret realm here that could be entered with special items. Zhao Fu did not have any items, but he could use other methods. For example, Zhao Fu could use the evil celestial's power to turn into a worm of nothingness and dig a hole to enter the secret realm. However, this was the Yuan family's territory, and Zhao Fu was worried that he would be discovered, so he did not use this method. He decided to see if there were other ways to enter, and if there were none, Zhao Fu could only use this method. Yuan Yu brought the others into a city. The people here all wore red clothes, and they were most likely from the Yuan family. After arriving at his home, Yuan Yu angrily sat on a chair and did not say anything. A beautiful woman in a red dress with a mature figure and a beautiful face smiled as she asked, "Why are you so angry?" Her name was Yuan Fei, and she was Yuan Yu's wife and Yuan Dao's mother. Yuan Yu angrily did not say anything. Yuan Fei looked at Yuan Dao and the others, but her attention was drawn away by the child. She walked over to Shuer and asked softly, "This is?" Shuer said, "Auntie. This is Yuan Dao's child." Yuan Fei said in delight, "Can I hug him? I'm his grandmother." Shuer nodded and handed the child to Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei hugged the child and smiled as she said, "Isn't it a good thing that we have a grandson? Why are you angry?" Yuan Yu said, "Ask her." Yuan Fei looked at Shuer and smiled as she asked, "What is it?" Shuer calmly said, "This child was born from me and Yuan Dao, but now that we've separated, I have a man I like." Hearing this, Yuan Fei sighed and looked at Yuan Dao angrily, "Did you do something to let someone down? You didn't even take care of your own woman?" Yuan Dao looked at Shuer. After a few days of calming down, he realized his own problems and said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you there by yourself and not contacted you for such a long time. Moreover, I didn't know you were pregnant, and I even had you travel tens of thousands of kilometers to find me." Hearing this, Shuer's expression became somewhat complicated as she said, "It's all right, it's all in the past. Moreover, I'm the one who's sorry, I was the one who accepted someone else first." Yuan Dao looked at Shuer sincerely and said, "Can you give me a chance?" Shuer thought back to what had happened between them and sighed, "I'm sorry, but it's impossible between us." Hearing this, Yuan Dao looked quite pained. Book 1, Chapter 323, Awakening Princess Yuan said, "All right. Everyone go and rest." Yuan Dao did not say anything else and turned to leave the living room. Xiaxia and the others awkwardly stood there. Princess Yuan looked at them and asked, "May I ask who you are?" Xiaxia replied, "We're Yuan Dao's good friends." Princess Yuan smiled as she said, I'll tell the servants to take good care of you. You can all go and rest." The others nodded and left. Princess Yuan hugged her child and looked at Shuer. She thought about it and prepared a room for Shuer, and she lightly sighed. She did not know how to help Shuer and her son. Outside the secret realm, Zhao Fu continued to wait, wanting to see if anyone came out or went in so that he could sneak in. After waiting for a few hours, no one came out, and Zhao Fu frowned. At that moment, a woman with a pretty face and a graceful figure, long red hair, and red clothes appeared. Zhao Fu looked at her and gave a trace of a smile. The woman took out a circular jade pendant, which once again shot out rays of light, and a large hole appeared in the air. The woman in red flew in. In that instant, Zhao Fu hid his body and flew towards the large hole. However, a wave of energy sent Zhao Fu flying back. Zhao Fu's body trembled and a trace of blood leaked out of his lips, and his expression became quite unsightly. Looking at the large hole close, he realized that this secret realm was not ordinary and could actually sense his existence. It seemed that the nothingness worm-digging method had failed. The woman in red was called Yuan Hong, and after returning to her home, a servant reported, "Miss, Yuan Dao has returned today. I heard that he has fused with a higher being level Emperor Pearl and is even more powerful than before." Yuan Hong frowned and felt an immense pressure. However, after thinking about it, she let out a breath. Next to her was a woman who looked somewhat similar to her. It was her little sister Yuan Lu, and she said, "Big sis, I also heard that Yuan Dao brought back a child." That child seems to be his child. Yuan Hong nodded. Yuan Lu asked, sis, what do we do now? Yuan Hong said, this time, he fused with the Emperor Pearl, but I didn't obtain anything. I've already lost to him. I don't want to fight with him for the position of young master. From the beginning, I felt that I couldn't win. I overestimated myself. Yuan Lu asked, sister, do you really want to give up like this? I feel that you are the most suitable to be the young master. Even the family head and granny favor you. Yuan Hong sighed. If I can't win, then I can't win. What else can I do? Yuan Lu nodded. The next day, Yuan Yu looked at the drunk Yuan Dao lying on the bed and said with a trace of dissatisfaction, it's just a woman, is there a need to be like this? Primordial Blade said nothing. Yuan Yu said, Yuan Hong has already withdrawn from the competition with you. From now on, you will be our Yuan family's young master. After some time, the elders will appoint you. Also, I heard that you fused with the Emperor Pearl. Let me take a look. There was still no reaction from the Origin Saber. Yuan Yu was a little angry, didn't you hear me? Princess Yuan walked in and said, our son is not in a good mood now. Can't we deal with these things in a few days? Yuan Yu said, with your qualifications, what woman can't you get? Why do you only want her? She's even a woman who betrayed you. Princess Yuan angrily said to Yuan Yu, go out and let our son stay by himself for a while longer. Yuan Yu coldly snorted and turned to leave the room. Princess Yuan looked at Yuan Dao who was lying on the bed without any reaction. Her face was filled with worry as she turned to leave the room and came to Schwer. Schwer hugged her child and teased him with a smile. Princess Yuan smiled and said, are you used to living here? Tell me if there's anything you don't like. Schwer said, it's nothing. Princess Yuan looked at Schwer and asked expectantly, my son still loves you. Is it really impossible? Schwer nodded. Princess Yuan continued to ask, why? Are you worried that my son will mind that you've been with another man? My son shouldn't mind right now. This is the first time I've seen him love someone so much. Also, my son will soon become the Yuan family's young master and will have the highest authority in the Yuan family. You can get anything you want. Schwer raised her head and looked at Princess Yuan, I don't mind. People can change. Yuan Dao just doesn't mind that there's someone better than me. Schwer asked curiously, why do you say that? Schwer said softly, Yuan Dao used to be the person I loved the most. That year, I constantly thought about him. In the past, I thought that I would love someone for the rest of my life. However, I met him. Even though he was overbearing and crossed the line, I still fell in love with him. Auntie. Right now, that person is looking for me. I want to ask you to let me go. Princess Yuan didn't know what to say. She was in a difficult position and understood that it was impossible for Schwer to be with her son. Princess Yuan asked, what about the child? Schwer was also in a difficult position, if you want to keep the child, I'll give him to you. If not, I'll take him away and take good care of him in the future. Princess Yuan sighed and said, he's the grandson of our Yuan family. We won't abandon him. I can't make the decision if you want to leave this place, but I'll do my best to help you. Schwer lightly nodded and thanked her. Princess Yuan said, can you go and help me persuade Yuan Dao now? I want him to pull himself together. After all, he's already the Yuan family's young master. Hearing this, Schwer nodded. Schwer carried the child to Yuan Dao's room. Seeing Schwer come, Yuan Dao immediately sat up on the bed and said, why are you here? Schwer said, Auntie told me to come and persuade you. Yuan Dao said, I'm fine. Schwer smiled and said, congratulations on becoming the Yuan family's young master. Your goal has been achieved. Yuan Dao shook his head, if I knew that I would lose you, I wouldn't have gone to Emperor Valley. I also wouldn't have wanted this young master position. Schwer said, but it's already too late to regret it. We can only let nature take its course. Yuan Dao felt a trace of hope and smiled as he said, I understand. Schwer asked curiously, what is it? Yuan Dao smiled and said, it's nothing. Let nature take its course. Schwer nodded. Yuan Dao looked at the child in Schwer's arms and said, let me carry him. Shuai handed the child to Yuan Dao. Yuan Dao smiled as he carried the child and made a decision in his heart: he would definitely be a good father. Seeing Yuan Dao carry the child, Shuai also smiled and couldn't help but think of Zhao Fu. She wondered if Zhao Fu had returned from the forbidden area and if he knew that she had been captured here. She hoped that she could leave this place as soon as possible. Outside the secret realm, Zhao Fu had been waiting outside and could not enter. Even though Shuai was just one of the countless women, Zhao Fu had made a promise and would take responsibility. As such, no matter how difficult it was, Zhao Fu would definitely save Shuai. Book 1, Chapter 324. Another day passed, and another large hole appeared in the air as a red-clothed young man ran out. Zhao Fu immediately acted and bound up the young man with a few chains. The young man looked at Zhao Fu in panic and asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I just want to know how outsiders can enter the secret realm." The youth shook his head. "I won't tell you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Even if you don't tell me, I can control you to tell me. If it's useless, I'll kill you." The youth's expression was ugly as he said, "Outsiders can only enter with someone from the clan, and they can't hide anything. Otherwise, they'll be expelled by the power of the origin realm." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Bring me in." The youth hurriedly shook his head. Zhao Fu directly controlled the youth and had him bring him into the large hole. Another powerful force pushed out, sending both Zhao Fu and the youth flying out. "What's going on?" Zhao Fu had a look of confusion. Couldn't someone bring him in? Also, as a member of the Yuan family, why couldn't the youth enter? Unable to figure it out, Zhao Fu could only let go of the youth and ask, "I just tried. Why can't I let you bring me in?" The youth replied, "That's because I'm being controlled by you, and I have to be willing." Zhao Fu frowned. He had never thought that the defense of this secret realm would be so difficult. He said, "Bring me in now, and I can give you some good things. Otherwise, I'll torture you bit by bit. Of course, you can try if you don't believe me." The youth thought about it and said, "You have to promise me that you won't kill me or harm the Yuan family." Zhao Fu nodded. The youth said, "Come with me." This time, Zhao Fu followed the youth into the secret realm successfully. Zhao Fu looked at the youth and said, "You can leave now." The youth was stunned. "I can leave now? You're letting me go just like that?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm a man of my word. Also, don't leak any information about me. I placed a seal on your body. If you leak anything, I can only kill you." The young man looked at Zhao Fu and responded with a no. He was no longer as afraid as before and asked, "Why did you come to the Yuan family?" Zhao Fu said, "Save them." The youth asked, "Who are you saving?" Zhao Fu thought that the youth was familiar with this place and said, "I'm looking for a woman called Shuai. She was recently brought back by Yuan Dao." The youth understood and said, "So that's how it is." Zhao Fu asked, "Do you know where she is?" The youth nodded. Zhao Fu said, "Can you take me there? Yuan Dao is about to be appointed as the Yuan family's young master. I don't dare to offend him." Zhao Fu took out a few precious treasures. "As long as I don't say anything, no one will know it's you. Also, these are things from other domains. You probably don't have them. If you take me there, these are yours." The youth looked at the treasures and hesitated before saying, "All right, I'll take you there." Zhao Fu concealed himself and followed the youth to a city. They came to the back of a building and the youth said, "This is Yuan Dao's home." Zhao Fu said, "Thank you." The youth said, "I'll be leaving then." Zhao Fu watched as the youth left and quickly snuck into the Yuan family. Just as he entered, Zhao Fu discovered that Princess Yuan was walking to the side. He suddenly appeared behind her and covered her mouth with one hand as he asked, "Where is the woman that Yuan Dao brought back?" Princess Yuan looked surprised. Why had this person suddenly appeared in their home? He should be looking for Shuai. Could he be the man that Shuai had been talking about? Princess Yuan looked at Zhao Fu and asked Zhao Fu to let go of her as she asked, "Who is Shuai to you?" Zhao Fu said, "My woman." Princess Yuan asked, "How did you get here?" Zhao Fu said, "You don't have to worry about this. Just tell me where Shuai is." Princess Yuan persuaded, "I hope that you can leave Shuai. I'll give you countless treasures, and none of these treasures are ordinary." Ordinary people would not be able to obtain them even if they spent their entire lives. Now that Yuan Dao's situation was slightly better, Princess Yuan did not want Zhao Fu to take Shuer away. Moreover, deep in her heart, she hoped that Yuan Dao and Shuer could reconcile. If the two of them were together for a long time, their relationship might be repaired. Zhao Fu said, I don't need any of these, I just want to know where Shuer is. Princess Yuan looked at Zhao Fu and said, I can give you those treasures first and promise that I won't tell anyone about you. You should know how dangerous you are. I advise you to take the treasures and leave. Zhao Fu said, I'll say it again, tell me where Shuer is. Princess Yuan said, can you give me some time? Zhao Fu did not say anything as he carried Princess Yuan into a corner. An hour later, Xiaxia and Luo passed by, and Zhao Fu sensed them, so he cancelled the barrier. Hearing the two of them, Luo's face became slightly red as she said, how can there be someone here who is so daring to do such a thing? Xiaxia smiled as she said, should we go and take a look? Luo said, that's not too good. Xiaxia smiled as she said, it's fine to take a look. Moreover, I feel that the voice is quite familiar, and that man seems quite powerful. Luo nodded, I also feel that the voice is quite familiar. The two of them followed the voice to a corner and looked quite confused as they found that the patriarch's wife was sitting on a man. How is this possible? The man looked at them. Xiaxia and Luo immediately turned around and ran, but two iron chains shot out and caught the two of them. A few hours later, Zhao Fu hugged Xiaxia and smiled as he asked, where is Shuer? Xiaxi's face was red as she looked at the tearful Princess Yuan and said, Shuer is fine, you don't have to worry. Zhao Fu said, I want to see her. Xiaxia said, I can take you there. Luo asked, what about the patriarch's wife? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, she didn't tell me anything about Shuer, this is her punishment. Xiaxia sighed, Heaven awakened son, can you promise me not to have any conflicts with Yuan Dao? Zhao Fu's tone was slightly cold as he said, I saved him before, and he still dared to bring Shuer back. I will make him pay the price. Xiaxia said, it wasn't Yuan Dao, it was his father who forcefully brought Shuer back. Moreover, the patriarch's wife is his wife. Zhao Fu looked quite startled as he looked at Yuan Dao beside him. Yuan Dao also looked at Zhao Fu in shock and wanted to ask, did you just call him the Heaven Awakened Son? Is he the legendary Heaven Awakened Son? Xiaxia nodded, we know that he is the Heaven Awakened Son, which is why we advised you to let Shuer go. We have his restrictions in our bodies, and we cannot reveal his identity. Yuan Dao also felt a sense of fear in her heart. If their family offended such a person, the consequences would be severe, and the entire Yuan family might be implicated. Book 1, Chapter 325. Xiaxia hugged Zhao Fu and said coquettishly, all right? Don't get into conflict with the Yuan Dao. In the future, we sisters will all be yours. Also, you treated the madam like this. Isn't that enough? Princess Yuan said, what you did to me can be considered as an apology. My family will not get into conflict with you. You can also take Shuer away. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I'll only consider it if you become my woman. Otherwise, I definitely won't accept it. Princess Yuan hesitated, but thinking of her family, she nodded. Zhao Fu smiled and said, all right, I promise not to get into conflict with you and won't pursue this matter. Princess Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Xiaxia smiled and said, thank you. Zhao Fu smiled and said, take me to Shuer now. Xiaxia smiled and nodded. Following this, Xiaxia brought Zhao Fu to Shuer's room. When Shuer saw Zhao Fu come in, she stood there in a daze. She never thought that Zhao Fu would come to her so quickly. Zhao Fu smiled and said, Shuer. Shuer happily threw herself into Zhao Fu's embrace and said, husband. Princess Yuan looked at the scene in front of her with a complicated expression. She never thought that she and Shuer would become the woman of the man in front of her. Zhao Fu smiled and said, did you miss me? Shuer nodded and said, I thought that I would have to wait a long time before you came to save me. Zhao Fu smiled and explained, after knowing that you were taken away, I couldn't rush over immediately. Didn't I say that I would protect you? Shuer looked at Zhao Fu and kissed Zhao Fu and said apologetically, I'm sorry for causing trouble for you, husband. Have you found the water world in all directions? Zhao Fu smiled and said, no, your matter is the most important. Shuai sweetly hugged Zhao Fu. Princess Yuan said in surprise, "You're looking for the water world in all directions?" Zhao Fu looked at Princess Yuan and said, "Does the Yuan family also have an water world in all directions?" Lady Yuan nodded and said, "My Yuan family does have an 8-directional water world, but it's in the hands of the clan leader now." Zhao Fu said in surprise, "Are you sure?" Yuan Fei said, "Of course I'm sure. The omniscient water world has been in our Yuan family for a very long time." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "This is considered a blessing in disguise." Shuai said, "Congratulations, husband." Zhao Fu said, "I might have to inconvenience you for a few days. When I get the omniscient water world, I will take you away." Shuai smiled and nodded. Zhao Fu looked at concubine Yuan. "I want to know more about the Yuan family. Please tell me." Princess Yuan said, "Sure, but you must remember our agreement." Zhao Fu smiled. "No problem." After obtaining some information, Zhao Fu started to think about how to obtain the water world in all directions. The water world had always been with the clan leader. It would be easier to obtain it if it was somewhere else, but since it was with the clan leader, Zhao Fu would not be able to obtain it and would have to meet the clan leader. Zhao Fu said, "Wait for me here." Shuai asked, "What do you plan to do, husband?" Zhao Fu looked down at Shuai in his arms and said, "I want to meet the clan leader now." Shuai asked with concern, "Will it be dangerous?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about this. I have a life-saving method." Within the hall, there was a mature and beautiful woman dressed in red. Her name was Yuan Ling. She sat on a chair and smiled as she discussed some matters with the Yuan sisters. Lady Yuan walked in with Zhao Fu and said, "Clan leader, I have something to discuss with you." Yuan Ling said, "What is it?" Lady Yuan looked at the Yuan sisters. "It's a very important matter." The Yuan sisters looked at Lady Yuan curiously. "What is it that requires them to leave?" Yuan Ling smiled and said, "Go ahead. Don't mind them." Lady Yuan said, "It's related to the heaven-awakened sun." Hearing this, the Yuan sisters were shocked, and Yuan Ling became serious. "What happened?" Zhao Fu went up and said, "I want the 8-direction water world in your hands." Yuan Ling and the others looked at Zhao Fu. Yuan Ling said, "You're the heaven-awakened sun." Zhao Fu smiled and said, Yuan Ling looked at Zhao Fu and started to size him up. Yuan Lu said, "You say that you're the heaven-awakened sun, but what proof do you have? I don't believe that a heaven-awakened sun would appear here." An Emperor Star's power spread out from Zhao Fu's body, and Yuan Hong, Yuan Nu, and Lady Yuan sensed this power. Their bloodlines seemed to want to submit, and a massive pressure weighed down on their bodies. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Do you believe me now?" Yuan Lu dazedly nodded and felt quite excited. This was a world-shaking heaven-awakened sun, and he had actually appeared in front of them. Yuan Hong looked at Zhao Fu and felt some admiration and happiness towards someone like Zhao Fu. Yuan Ling smiled and said, "Did you just say that you want the 8-direction water world in my hands?" Zhao Fu nodded. Yuan Ling said, "Even though you're a heaven-awakened sun, you can't just take my 8-direction water world like this." Zhao Fu said, "I won't take it for free. I can exchange it for something or promise to do something for you." Yuan Ling smiled and said, "I want you to marry Yuan Hong." Hearing this, Yuan Hong's face became slightly red, but she did not refuse. Yuan Lu felt quite jealous and disappointed. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "It's that simple?" Yuan Ling said, "It's that simple." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I agree, but I like the chief more." Yuan Ling rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "Do you know how old I am? In front of me, you're just a junior." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I don't mind. Also, I can give you the 8-direction water sky seal and a portion of my source energy. I'm sure that these energies will be of great help to you." Hearing this, Yuan Ling was quite tempted and said, "You really don't mind? You want to marry me?" Zhao Fu nodded. Yuan Ling said, "All right. I agree." Yuan Lu hurriedly said, "Chief, I also want to marry you." Yuan Ling smiled and said, "I don't think you'll reject one more, right?" Zhao Fu looked at Yuan Lu, and Yuan Lu became quite shy. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Of course I don't mind." Yuan Ling said, "All right then. I'll immediately get people to prepare for the wedding." I'll get Yuan Hong and Yuan Lu to marry you, but I won't marry you. However, I can be your woman. Zhao Fu said, Chief, I don't want this information to be leaked out. This will bring me a lot of trouble. Yuan Ling said, didn't you just say that you want to marry us? Zhao Fu smiled and said, there's no need for a wedding. Yuan Ling lightly snorted and said, you don't want to hold a wedding to marry us? Our Yuan family is not a casual family. Zhao Fu said apologetically, I know this, and I'll do my best to make it up to you. Chief, please understand. Hearing this, Yuan Ling nodded and said, in the future, you'll have to make it up to me. Zhao Fu smiled and said, all right. Yuan Ling said, now, give me your power. Zhao Fu smiled and took off his cloak. Looking at Zhao Fu's perfect appearance, the women's hearts sped up. Zhao Fu walked towards them. Book 1, Chapter 326, Love. Yuan Hong and Yuan Lu's faces were red as they looked at Yuan Ling, who seemed to have gone crazy, as if she had not been with a man for a long time. Yuan Ling looked at Zhao Fu with a beautiful expression. She had never thought that she would become like this. Because Yuan Fei had experienced it once, she understood that she had been like this as well and had even forgotten that she had a husband and a son. This heaven-awakened child's ability was extremely shocking. A few hours later, Yuan Ling smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu, who was bullying the two sisters, and said, you're too perfect, and there are no problems in any aspect. It would be great if you could leave a bloodline for the Yuan family. Zhao Fu said, this will probably be very difficult. Yuan Hong hugged Zhao Fu and said, can't we try a few more times? Zhao Fu said, it's not a matter of the number of times, it's that your bloodline is too low and cannot be nurtured at all. Yuan Ling said, I also feel that the Yuan family's half-saint bloodline cannot compare to yours. It's a pity that we cannot leave a bloodline for you. Zhao Fu smiled and said, sense the power I gave you. Yuan Ling smiled and said, I've sensed it, and it is indeed of great help to me. In the future, I might need your help when I become an immortal. Zhao Fu smiled and said, no problem. At this moment, Zhao Fu hugged Yuan Fei, and she completely cooperated with Zhao Fu. Yuan Ling said, she's Yuan Yu's wife, it's best not to let him know about this, or else he'll go crazy and hunt you down. Zhao Fu smiled and said, she's already my woman. Yuan Hong's face was red as she hugged Zhao Fu and let her bully him. After a while, Yuan Fei weakly leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I've given you the power, so can you give me an 8-direction water world now? Yuan Ling lightly smiled and said, why are you in such a hurry? Yuan Ling took out an 8-direction water world that gave off a blue light and handed it to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at this 8-direction water world. This was the 11th 8-direction water world that he had collected, and there were only 13 left. Yuan Ling said, how many have you collected? Zhao Fu said, 11. By the way, do you know anything about the other 8 water worlds? Yuan Ling said, I don't know. This omniscient water world was given to me by an old man in the clan. That old man has been dead for countless years. Zhao Fu said, oh, then I can only go to the place I'm looking forward to and continue searching. Yuan Lu snorted lightly. You get us and then leave? Zhao Fu explained with a smile, don't I have something to do? Yuan Lu said coquettishly, I don't care. You have to accompany us for a few days. Also, can you strengthen my sister so that she can become the Yuan family's young master? Zhao Fu said, I've given her the 8-directional watermark and the power of the origin blood. Now it's up to your sister. Yuan Hong said, forget it, I also care about the position of young master. Seeing that Yuan Hong did not want to argue with her son, consort Yuan said, thank you. After a while, Zhao Fu brought Lady Yuan back to the Yuan family. He told this matter to Shuer and promised to leave in a few days. Zhao Fu did not think that he would obtain the omniscient water world so quickly. Now that he had completed the task, he felt relaxed. Yuan Dao walked over and Zhao Fu sensed that his body had disappeared. Yuan Dao walked in and looked at everyone with a smile. Why are you all here? Xiaxia smiled and said, it's nothing much. Everyone gathered together to chat. Yuan Dao did not care too much and looked at Shuer and said, Shuer, you've stayed at home for a few days. Do you want me to bring you around? Shuer shook her head. I don't want to go. Yuan Dao continued to say, then do you want to eat anything? Shuai smiled and said, no. Yuan Dao was a bit disappointed. He then smiled and said, in a few days, I'll be the Yuan family's young master. At that time, I can take you away and return to where we first met. Shuai said, don't be like this. It's better for you to stay in the Yuan family and be the young master. Yuan Yu also walked in and looked at everyone and said, Yuan Dao, go back and speed up your cultivation. Try to refine that almighty Emperor Pearl as much as possible so that your cultivation will break through faster. Don't waste time. Yuan Dao sighed. I understand. Lady Yuan looked at her husband and thought about what she had just done with Zhao Fu. Her face was filled with guilt. Yuan Yu asked curiously, what's wrong? Lady Yuan hurriedly shook her head. Yuan Yu continued to say, I have something to discuss with you. I want to find a new wife for my son. What do you think of Yuan Hong? Regardless of status or strength, she's a good match for my son. They're the most suitable couple in the Yuan family. Lady Yuan hurriedly shook her head. She can't. Yuan Yu asked curiously, why can't she? Lady Yuan did not know how to explain. She had just done that with Yuan Hong and Zhao Fu, so how could she let Yuan Dao marry her? Yuan Hong probably would not agree to it. Yuan Yu asked, who do you think is suitable? Lady Yuan shook her head again. Yuan Yu was a bit angry. What do you mean? Lady Yuan did not know what to say. Yuan Yu glanced at Lady Yuan and angrily turned to leave. As soon as he left, Zhao Fu appeared behind Lady Yuan and hugged her, starting to violate her again. Although he had already done it once today, Lady Yuan still could not resist. She felt that she had already completely fallen for him. Shuai glared at Zhao Fu. She did not expect that Lady Yuan was already with Zhao Fu. The next day, Zhao Fu left the Yuan family and planned to go to Yuan Ling's place. On the way there, he met the youth who was leading the way. At this moment, he was surrounded by a few youths. A round-faced youth pushed the youth forcefully and said, stay away from Yuan Shao in the future. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. The youth said angrily, why? The round-faced youth said, she's the woman I like. The youth said, so what if you like her? It's not like she likes you. In any case, I won't leave her. I want to pursue her as well. Hearing this, the round-faced youth angrily punched at the youth. The two sides began to fight, and the youth was at a disadvantage against them. Just as Zhao Fu was about to help him, a beautiful girl with her hair tied into two whips walked over and said, stop fighting, I don't like either of you. Hearing this, the two of them did not stop, feeling quite upset. Seeing that the two of them did not stop talking to her, Yuan Shao lightly harumphed, I don't care. If you want to fight, then continue. I won't bother with you in the future. After saying this, Yuan Shao turned and left. Seeing Yuan Shao leave, the few of them did not have any interest in continuing to fight. They left with sullen expressions because they knew that Yuan Shao did not like them. As Yuan Shao walked to the side, a person suddenly appeared in front of her. Yuan Shao said coquettishly, who are you? Zhao Fu slowly took off his cloak. Looking at Zhao Fu's perfect face, Yuan Shao blushed and looked a bit shy. Her heart was beating very quickly. Seeing her like this, Zhao Fu smiled and said, what's your name? Book 1, Chapter 327. Yuan Shao replied, my name is Yuan Shao. Who are you? Why have you come to our Yuan family? Zhao Fu smiled and said, I'm a friend of your chief's, I was bored and just wanted to walk around. Yuan Shao said, so you're a friend of the chief's granny. No wonder I've never seen you before. Zhao Fu smiled and said, Yuan Shao said, do you want me to show you around? I'm quite familiar with this place. Zhao Fu went up and smiled as he said, I'm more interested in you now. Yuan Shao said shyly, you're so pretty, and I feel like I like you. Do you have a woman? Zhao Fu went up and hugged Yuan Shao as he said, why? Do you want to be my woman? Yuan Zhao's face was red as she hugged Zhao Fu and did not say anything. 2 hours later, Yuan Shao smiled sweetly and sat in Zhao Fu's embrace. Zhao Fu looked at the girl in his embrace. It was incredibly easy for her to pursue a girl that others could not. Yuan Shao said shyly, husband, can you come to my house? I want my mother and granny to meet you. Zhao Fu smiled and said, mother and granny? Yuan Shao nodded. Back then, my father did not want my mother, so I followed my mother and granny. I don't like it when guys like me, but I feel that you're different. I like you too much. Xiaofu smiled and said, I'll go to your house and have a look. Yuan Shao happily pulled Xiaofu to a building, where a tall, sexy, and cold beauty, as well as a beautiful woman in a red dress who gave off an alluring aura appeared before Xiaofu. Yuan Yu was Yuan Zhao's mother, and Yuan Mei was Yuan Zhao's granny. Seeing Yuan Shao pull a man back, the two of them looked at Xiaofu strangely, and Yuan Yu asked, Who are you? Yuan Shao happily said, Mother, Granny, he's my man. Hearing this, Yuan Yu's expression turned cold. She understood that Yuan Shao was young and inexperienced, and she had been tricked by Xiaofu. This was especially so since Xiaofu had such a perfect face, and no girl could resist his charm. Xiaofu smiled and said, Greetings. Yuan Yu coldly said, Please leave now, we don't welcome you here. Yuan Shao said unhappily, Mother, don't say that. Yuan Yu said coldly, Daughter, don't be tricked by this person. This person is just playing with your feelings. I've seen many women. Yuan Mei said, I don't understand why you would like my granddaughter. With your qualifications, you can get any woman you want. You'd better tell me your purpose, or else I'll immediately call someone else over. Yuan Shao looked at Xiaofu. Xiaofu smiled as he said, I don't have any ulterior motives. Also, I like Yuan Shao and will take responsibility for her. If I wanted to hurt her, would I have come here with her? Yuan Shao was convinced. She smiled and said, Mom, Grandma, did you hear that? Yuan Yu and Yuan Mei still did not believe Xiaofu, but Xiaofu's words were somewhat believable. Yuan Yu asked, Tell me who you are first. Yuan Shao said, He's a friend of the clan leader's grandmother. Yuan Mei looked at Xiaofu and said, I have a good relationship with Yuan Ling. Why haven't I heard of you? Xiaofu smiled and said, If you don't believe me, you can go and ask now. Yuan Mei said, All right. Just you wait. Xiaofu stood where he was without a trace of fear. Yuan Mei gathered her strength and sent a secret message to Yuan Ling. She quickly received a reply from Yuan Ling and looked at Xiaofu with a strange expression. Yuan Yu asked, How is it? Yuan Mei said, The patriarch said that he is our clan's benefactor and that we must treat him well. Yuan Shao smiled and said, Do you think he's lying to us? Yuan Yu said, I'm sorry, we misunderstood you. Xiaofu smiled and said, It's fine. I heard Yuan Shao mention you too, so I came to take a look. Yuan Yu said angrily, You want to do something to us? Xiaofu smiled and said, Yuan Yu said coldly, Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're the patriarch's friend. Yuan Mei frowned and said, We won't agree to such a thing. Yuan Shao, come over and don't be with him. Xiaofu smiled and said to Yuan Shao, Do you want to be happy with Mom and Grandma? Yuan Shao smiled and nodded. Xiaofu smiled and said, Did you see that? Yuan Shao has agreed. Also, I'll tell you my identity, I'm that heaven-awakened son. If you dare to resist, you'll have to suffer my wrath. Hearing this, Yuan Yu and Yuan Mei looked incredibly shocked. Yuan Mei asked, Is that true? Xiaofu smiled and said, If you don't believe me, you can ask Yuan Ling. Also, Yuan Ling is also my woman. The two of them looked stunned, and their minds went blank. Yuan Shao looked at Xiaofu with admiration. She had never thought that Xiaofu's identity would be so noble. She had also heard many things about heaven-awakened sons. Xiaofu smiled and said, Come over, the two of you. Yuan Mei and Yuan Yu looked at each other. Thinking about the consequences of refusing, their expressions became unsightly and they felt somewhat unwilling. Yuan Shao said to Xiaofu unhappily, Don't bully my mom and grandma. Xiaofu smiled and said, I don't want to either, but your mom and grandma are unwilling. Yuan Shao said, Then can't you take the initiative? You're still so overbearing and want my mom and grandma to come over. Xiaofu lightly laughed and said, All right, I'll go over. Xiaofu walked in front of Yuan Yu and Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu's expression was cold. Ever since she had been betrayed by a man, she had never trusted a man. However, she could not escape being bullied by that person today. Yuan Mei looked at Xiaofu, and her heartbeat sped up. Xiaofu hugged the two of them. Yuan Zhao's face was red as she watched Xiaofu bully her mom and grandma. At first, the two of them were unwilling, but they quickly accepted Zhao Fu. Yuan Shao was no longer worried and shyly walked over. Yuan Yu collapsed to the side and looked at Zhao Fu with a complicated expression. She had not been so happy in many years, and if this fellow could really take responsibility for them, it would not be too bad. She was worried that Zhao Fu would be like her previous man. Yuan Mei also clung on to Zhao Fu with a bashful expression. She understood why Yuan Ling had also become Zhao Fu's woman. A few hours later, Zhao Fu hugged the three women and said, "Are you satisfied with me?" Yuan Mei smiled and said, "Yes, satisfied." Yuan Yu looked at Zhao Fu and said, "The three of us have given ourselves to you. If you dare to let us down, I definitely won't let you off." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You're not that kind of man. Have some confidence in me, okay? Also, your bodies contain the power that I left behind, use it well." Even though Yuan Yu's cultivation was higher than Zhao Fu's and she was already in the spirit realm, she still felt quite shocked when she sensed that power within her body. However, thinking about Zhao Fu's identity, it was not that strange. Yuan Shao said happily, "I'll properly cultivate in the future and defeat countless people." Yuan Mei hugged Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, "Thank you." Zhao Fu said, "No need to thank me, I've already said that I'll take responsibility for you. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." Yuan Mei nodded. Book 1, Chapter 328 Translator, Larbra Studio Editor, Larbra Studio. Zhao Fu left Yuan Zhao's house and saw two women quarreling. One of them had a sexy figure and her hair was tied up in a bun. The other had a graceful figure and a pure face, wearing a red dress. Behind each of them stood a young man. It was the round-faced young man and the other young man. The shrewish woman was called Yuan Yi. She shouted, "Your son hurt my son. You must apologize." The pure beautiful woman was called Progenitor. She said angrily, "It was your son who bullied my son. How dare you say that?" The shrewish woman, Yuan Yi, shouted, "I don't care. You must take responsibility for my son's injury." Progenitor said, "My son is injured too. Why don't you take a look?" Yuan Yi said, "If you don't apologize today, I won't let you go." Progenitor said angrily, "I'm not afraid of you. I won't let my son apologize. You should be the one apologizing." Seeing that the two were about to fight, Zhao Fu appeared in front of them and said, "We're all from the Yuan family. We're all members of the Yuan family, so please be more polite and tolerant." Yuan Yi snorted. "None of your business. And who are you?" The young man recognized Zhao Fu and said happily, "Sir, please help me teach this mother and son a lesson." Progenitor was surprised. Her son seemed to know this person. Yuan Yi laughed coldly. "So you're in cahoots? Progenitor, don't think that you can win just because you have help. I'll go call for help now." Zhao Fu smiled and waved his hand, causing a few chains to fly out and bind up Yuan Yi's body and his child. Yuan Yi looked quite shocked and vigorously struggled as he threatened, "If you don't let go of me, you'll definitely regret it." Progenitor said, "I'll let you go if you apologize to my son." But in the next second, Progenitor was also tied up. She looked at Zhao Fu in shock. "Wasn't he here to help her?" The young man said angrily, "Why did you tie up my mother too?" Then, the two young men fainted on the ground. Zhao Fu smiled and walked towards the two beautiful women. He was not interested in the quarrel between them. "Bastard!" Yuan Yi cursed as he was violated by Zhao Fu. Progenitor blushed and tried not to make a sound. A few hours later, Zhao Fu looked at the two women hugging and smiled as he asked, "Is your relationship better now?" Yuan Yi snorted. "Who are you?" Zhao Fu said, "I'm a friend of your patriarch." Yuan Yi said, "Marry me. Don't think that you can throw me away after playing with me. Otherwise, I'll tell the chief about this." Progenitor looked at Zhao Fu. She had a man. Thinking about being violated by Zhao Fu, she had a complicated look on her face. She did not know what to do. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Sure, I will marry both of you." Yuan Yi said, "That's more like it." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm leaving." Yuan Yi glared at Zhao Fu. "You're leaving just like that? Leave us here? And if you leave, where are we going to find you? What if you run away?" Zhao Fu said helplessly, you can look for the patriarch directly. Yuan Yi still wanted to speak, but Zhao Fu spoke first. You have the power that I left in your bodies. It will be of great help to you. Cultivate it well in the future. Also, your son will wake up soon. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving. Zhao Fu disappeared after saying that. The two beautiful women felt the power in their bodies and were pleasantly surprised. Yuan Yi looked at Zhao Fu leaving and snorted. He turned to look at progenitor and said, I'm older than you, so you can call me big sister from now on. Progenitor blushed and said, I haven't agreed to marry him, and I already have a man. Yuan Yi laughed and said, I also have a man, but now that B***** has done this to me, can we still be the same as before? I prefer to be with him. His status is very high, so choosing him is the most suitable choice. Also, don't pretend to be innocent. You know what you looked like just now. Progenitor blushed and felt that she had indeed been a little slutty just now. The two youths also started to wake up. Yuan Yi said, son, apologize to him. You have to get along well in the future and treat him as your little brother. Do you understand? The round-faced youth looked confused but still did as he was told. The youth looked confused and looked around. Zhao Fu had already left. Progenitor also said, son, you have to get along well with him in the future. At this moment, Zhao Fu came to the hall and hugged Yuan Ling with both hands. Yuan Ling smiled and said, you, the Tianqi son, are really fickle. How many women of the Yuan family have you played with? Zhao Fu laughed and said, not many. I'm only helping the Yuan family to increase its strength. I've given each of them power. Yuan Ling said, you're the Tianqi son, which is why I'm indulging you. If it was someone else, I would have killed him long ago. Zhao Fu laughed and said, can you bear to kill me? Yuan Ling felt Zhao Fu's movements and blushed slightly. What do you think? The two became entangled. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Fu hugged Yuan Ling and said, I'm planning to leave tomorrow. Yuan Ling nodded and said, come back and visit us when you have time. The next day, Zhao Fu looked at Shuer and smiled as he said, let's leave this place. Shuer nodded. Yuan Fei said, you're just going to leave like this? What about my son? Shuer said, I'll stay by your side. I have a token now, so I'll come back in the future. Tell Yuan Dao that I'm leaving on my own. Yuan Fei sighed and nodded. Zhao Fu brought Shuer out of the secret realm. Looking at Shuer in his arms, Zhao Fu asked, where do you want to go? Frost City or Clean Water Sect? Shuer asked, do you want to continue collecting Square Water World? Zhao Fu nodded. Shuer said, I want to return to Frost City. I'm familiar with the people there. If you're not in Clean Water Sect, I don't want to go. Zhao Fu smiled and said, okay, I'll send you back. 2 days later, Zhao Fu returned to Clean Water Sect and continued to collect information about the Square Water World. If he couldn't find anything, he would go to the next area. In the end, there was no information. Zhao Fu had already expected this, so he could only leave Clean Water Sect and go to the next area. Coming to a coast, Zhao Fu planned to take a ship to the land of sea demons. Teleportation arrays could not reach there, so he could only use ships. Because under the water, these ships were different from ordinary ships. They looked like submarines and could submerge and travel in the water. Zhao Fu came to the largest oval-shaped ship. This ship was made of purple metal and was more than 600 meters long and dozens of meters tall. Some places were inlaid with gems and looked very gorgeous and spectacular. A short and fat middle-aged man smiled and said, you need to buy a ticket to go in. Zhao Fu said, how much does a ticket cost? The short and fat middle-aged man smiled and said, an ordinary ticket costs 5 million gold coins, a premium ticket costs 10 million gold coins, and a luxury ticket costs 30 million gold coins. Book 1, Chapter 329. Zhao Fu took out a storage ring and said, give me a luxury ticket. The short and fat middle-aged man happily took the storage ring and took out a crystal card with a ship engraved on it. He handed it to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took this card and entered the ship. The ship was divided into more than 10 floors. There was a large open space in the center, surrounded by densely packed rooms. Now the open space was full of people. There were all kinds of people, such as people with fish heads, octopus-like eyes, and hands like crab pincers. Zhao Fu walked to the top of the stairs. There were only 30 or so rooms there, and one could only have one with a luxury ticket. After entering the room, Zhao Fu waited. There were still a few hours before the ship would set sail. Suddenly, Zhao Fu heard some sounds. It was the sound of doing it, and it came from the room next door. Zhao Fu listened for a while and immediately blocked the sound because he could not reach it. A few hours later, the ship began to move in the water. Zhao Fu left the room in boredom. Just then, the door of the next room opened and a charming woman in a pink dress walked out. She should have been the one who made the sound. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, the charming woman blushed and walked to the side. Zhao Fu smiled slightly and looked down at the bottom floor. Everyone gathered together to play dice. It would take 5 days for the ship to reach the land of sea demons. In order to pass the time, there were many entertainment programs on the ship. The door of the next room opened again and a fair-skinned young man walked out. He looked at Zhao Fu and said with a smile, "Your Excellency, do you live next to us?" Zhao Fu nodded. The fair-skinned young man introduced himself, "My name is Xianxia." Zhao Fu thought about it and replied with a smile, "My name is Mo Yi." Xianxia smiled and said, "Brother Mo Yi, what are you doing in the land of sea demons this time?" Zhao Fu replied, "I'm looking for something." Xianxia smiled and said, "Although the land of sea demons is dangerous, there are indeed many treasures. I'm also looking for a spirit fruit this time." Zhao Fu nodded. Xianxia smiled and said, "This voyage is still long. If you need anything, you can come and find me." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Many thanks." When the charming woman returned, Xianxia introduced her, "This is my wife, Hai Wei." He then said, "This is my friend, Mo Yi." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Hello." Hai Wei nodded, her cheeks slightly red. Xianxia said with a smile, "Dear, shall we go down and play?" Hai Wei said, "No need, I want to stay in the room to rest." Xianxia understood and chuckled, "Well, then have a good rest, my wife. We will continue later." Hai Wei blushed and rolled her eyes at Xianxia. Then she looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I don't know why Zhao Fu seems to be attracting her." Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Mo Yi, do you want us to go down?" Zhao Fu said, "I won't go down." Xianxia did not say anything else and walked down by herself. Hai Wei returned to her room, and Zhao Fu followed her in. Seeing Zhao Fu come in, Hai Wei said with a red face, "Why did you come in?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Can't I come in?" Hai Wei said, "Of course not. Hurry up and leave, don't let others misunderstand." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Do you feel that I'm somewhat attractive to you?" Hai Wei nodded with a red face. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "My constitution attracts some dissolute women." Hai Wei said angrily, "Are you saying that I'm that kind of woman? Get out, or else I'll call my husband. He's the third prince of the Ocean Mountain Kingdom." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Are you? How about we give it a try?" Hai Wei said, "Why should I?" Zhao Fu smiled and stretched out his hand, and a wave of 6 desires demonic chi flowed towards Hai Wei, causing her body to immediately feel hot. She then walked in front of Zhao Fu with a red face. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Did I say something wrong?" Hai Wei said with a red face, "Hurry up, my husband will be back soon." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "What did you say? I don't understand. Also, I'm not a casual man." Hai Wei rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and took the initiative to serve Zhao Fu. Xianxia came to a luxurious gambling table. He was not interested in gambling with ordinary people. He did not know what had happened in the room, nor did he know how loose his wife was. 2 hours later, Hai Wei lay in Zhao Fu's embrace, looking blissful and not wanting to be separated from Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and asked, "I didn't say anything wrong, right?" Hai Wei lightly harumphed, "So what? Do you think you're a good person? You're just using this method to harm women everywhere, everyone is the same." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You're right." A commotion sounded out from outside, and Hai Wei said, "I think it's my husband." Hearing this, Zhao Fu and Hai Wei walked out and saw Xianxia sitting in front of the gambling table, looking angrily at a bearded big man as he said, "I don't believe you. You're definitely cheating. I bet 5 times in a row, and they're all small." The bearded big man said, "You're wrongly accusing me. There are so many people here, do you think I'm cheating?" Everyone else said, "No." The bearded big man mocked, "Don't play if you can't afford it." Hai Cun said angrily, "It's just some gold coins, I have plenty of them. I'll continue to bet big, I don't believe it's still small." Hearing this, the big man laughed and said, "Are you sure?" Hai Cun said, "I'm sure." Hai Wei went up and said, "Husband, since you feel like you're cheating, don't continue. Since you feel like you're cheating, you should stop. Otherwise, you might lose again." Hai Wei said angrily, "If you don't believe me, I'll win once." Hai Wei looked at Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Let me try as well." The big man laughed and said, "No problem." The big man placed the die into the cylinder and started to shake it. With Zhao Fu's keen perception, he could sense that there was something strange. The die contained a trace of power, and the big man could use special methods to change its size. Zhao Fu pressed a hand on the gambling table, and a formless power spread out. No one noticed it. This time, the cylinder was opened, and the die was displayed as big. Hai Cun happily called out, "Finally, a big one." Seeing this, the big man slightly frowned and looked at Zhao Fu before smiling and saying, "Do you think I'm cheating? This is just luck, but I advise you not to continue." Hai Cun smiled and said, "I want to continue. Since I've won, how can I not continue?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "That's right, I want to continue. My luck is just right, so why should I continue?" The big man looked at Zhao Fu and threatened, "Sir, don't go too far. You need to understand where you are right now." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "We know." "What, you don't dare to continue?" Hearing this, the big man looked furious, and after thinking about it, he said, "Fine. Let's continue." Book 1, Book 3. Book 3. The big man used his power and covered the dice with a formless barrier before shaking it in a wooden tube. Even though he could not sense what Zhao Fu had done, he had already blocked it and did not believe that Zhao Fu could change the dice. The big man placed the tube in the middle and looked at Zhao Fu as he asked, "Big or small?" Hai Cun felt quite displeased as she said, "Are you mistaken? I'm the one betting with you, why are you asking my friend?" Hai Wei knew that her husband had not realized that he had been tricked, so she said, "He looks quite powerful, just do as he says." Hearing this, Hai Cun said, "Brother Moyi, what do you think we should choose?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Now that your luck has changed, of course you'll choose big." Hai Cun smiled as he said, "All right, I'll choose big." Looking at Zhao Fu's confident expression, the big man could not help but feel nervous. He thought that there should not be any problems, so he opened the tube. However, it was still big, causing the big man's heart to sink as he understood that he had met someone that he could not afford to offend. With Zhao Fu's strength, the big man's formless barrier would not be able to stop him at all, it would be a joke. Hai Cun hugged Hai Wei and said happily, "I won again." Hai Wei looked at Zhao Fu. The big man looked at Zhao Fu with a serious expression and said a few words to someone next to him, after which that person left. Hai Cun looked at the big man and happily called out, "Continue." The big man smiled as he said, "Sure." Following this, the big man once again shook the dice, and it was still big. Seeing this, the big man was not too surprised and looked at Zhao Fu. Seeing that it was big again, Hai Cun felt even more delighted and said, "Wife, did you see that? I've won 3 times in a row." Hai Wei felt quite helpless and did not know how to comfort her foolish husband. At that moment, a woman with a fiery figure and hair tied up in a bun, wearing a purple coat and holding an opium pipe walked over with a flirtatious smile as she said, "Can we talk somewhere else?" Her name was Hailey. Hai Cun looked at this woman and smiled as he said, "Sure." Hailey glanced at Hai Cun and said, "I'm not talking to you." After that, she looked at Zhao Fu. Hai Cun looked a little embarrassed. Zhao Fu said, "Why should I go? Do you think this method is better?" Hailey smiled and said, "No, but we also have our own rules. We will let our customers have a good time, and it will be beneficial for both sides." Zhao Fu said, "Let's go. I also have some things to ask you." Hailey chuckled and followed Zhao Fu to her room. Seeing this scene, Hai Cun felt a little uncomfortable. Logically speaking, it should be Hailey who came over to curry favor with him. He entered the room. Zhao Fu looked at Ocean and said, "What do you have to say?" "Say it." Ocean lips said, "May I know your identity?" "Why can't I see through it?" Zhao Fu chuckles, "Even a half-immortal can't see through me, how can a mere sea demon like you see through me?" Hailey didn't see through him, but Zhao Fu saw through her and knew that she had half of her sea demon bloodline. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Hailey knew that she was very wise. She didn't choose to continue the bet with Zhao Fu. Not only would it be meaningless, but it would also anger the person in front of her. Sea demons have a kind of telepathy and can sense the thoughts and power of others. However, when Hailey faced Zhao Fu, she only felt endless darkness. At this moment, she understood that Zhao Fu's identity was very terrifying. Hailey smiled and said, "May I know why Sir is here?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I also wanted to ask you about this. You should be familiar with the Endless Land. Then let me ask you, do you know anything about the 8-direction water world?" Hailey thought for a moment, "I haven't heard of it." Zhao Fu showed a disappointed expression. Hailey smiled and said, "Although I haven't heard of it, if Sir wants to know, I can collect it for you." Zhao Fu said, "Well, what do you want in return?" Hailey smiled and said, "I think Sir should have the 8-direction water world in your hands, right?" Zhao Fu nodded. Hailey smiled and said, "When there's a place, I want you to do me a favor. I might need the power of the 8-direction water world." Zhao Fu said, "Sure." Hailey smiled and said, "What else do you want, Sir?" Zhao Fu looked at Hailey and said, "What do you think?" Hailey smiled charmingly and leaned on Zhao Fu's chest. 2 hours later, Hailey, who was lying in Zhao Fu's arms, said softly, "Now that I'm yours, are you still not willing to tell me your identity?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm the Clean Water Sect's Xianxia sect master." At this time, Zhao Fu shamelessly brought up the Clean Water Sect. Hailey chuckled, "So you are. I've heard of you recently, but I didn't expect you to be so perfect." Zhao Fu smiled slightly. Haiji left to help Zhao Fu gather information. Seeing that Haiji's face was quite red and that she had not come out for a long time, Hai Cun naturally knew what had happened and felt a trace of jealousy towards Zhao Fu. Hai Wei then quietly walked into Zhao Fu's room and rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and hugged her as he asked, "What's wrong?" Hai Wei said, "You've just gotten me, why are you hooking up with another woman?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Sorry. I'll make it up to you now." Hai Wei blushed and did not refuse. After a while, there was a rumbling sound and the ship began to shake. At first, everyone did not care because the sea demon's water territory was complicated and there were many undercurrents, so ships entering it would be affected. However, the ship continued to shake. Everyone looked out of the window and saw that the ship was being hit by a huge current. A short and fat middle-aged man walked out and said, "Everyone, the ship has entered the turbulence. Don't worry too much, we will pass soon." Arg! A pitiful cry sounded out as a tall man with a shark's head killed a young man and walked out with his people. Seeing this person, everyone's expressions changed. This was a famous pirate in the area, and he was called Shahi. Shahi loudly laughed as he said, "Your elder has been eyeing your ship for a long time, and I've finally gotten it today." The short and fat man understood that the turbulence was caused by Shahi and his expression was quite unsightly as he said, "Shahi, I'll give you some money to leave my ship." Shahi laughed as he said, "You want to use some money to get rid of me? Keep dreaming." Within the room, Hai Wei looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Did something happen outside?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Yes." Hai Wei said, "Then my husband will definitely be looking for me. Hurry up." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Understood." At that moment, Hai Cun was indeed looking for Hai Wei. Seeing the pirates suddenly appear, he was worried about Hai Wei's safety, but he did not know that Hai Wei was under Zhao Fu. Hai Wei walked out and looked at Shahi unhappily as she said, "I advise you to take some money and leave, or else you'll have to bear the consequences." Shahi laughed provocatively as he said, "How do you want me to be conceited?" Book 1, Chapter 331, Hailey stared coldly at Shahi. Right now, her strength was still weaker than Shahi. This was also the reason why Shahi dared to act so arrogantly. Shahi smiled and continued, "What do you think?" Hailey snorted coldly, "Just you wait." Shahi laughed loudly, "This daddy doesn't have time to wait. Brothers, let's snatch all." The valuables back. If there are any beautiful women, we'll snatch them back as well. The short and fat middle-aged man said, Hailey, let's bring our men and escape first. Hailey looked at Zhao Fu's direction. Stop. A woman's voice rang out. It was a noble and beautiful woman dressed in a silver dress. Everyone turned to look at this woman. Shahi smiled and shouted, to think that there would be people who would send themselves to our doorstep. That noble woman glanced at Shahi. An invisible force shot towards Shahi. Shahi's heart jolted as he hurriedly used his saber to block. Pung, a muffled sound rang out. Shahi was forced to retreat 4 to 5 steps. He looked at that noble woman and his expression turned solemn. Who are you? The noble woman said, Hying Di, Yingjiao. Hearing this, everyone revealed a shocked expression. Yingjiao was a famous genius in the vicinity. No wonder he was so strong. Shahi snorted coldly, I'll give you face today. Brothers, let's go. Yingjiao did not speak. It was a silent agreement. Shahi brought his men and left. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This crisis had been averted. Hong, all of a sudden, an explosion rang out. A terrifying force turned into an invisible giant hand that pressed down on Shahi and his men. Some of the weaker ones exploded, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. The scene was extremely bloody. Shahi was also forced to kneel on the ground by that force. His body was also bleeding. His face was filled with rage as he stared at the stairs above. Zhao Fu laughed lightly, you said that I'm conceited, right? Hailey looked at Zhao Fu and revealed a smile. She knew that Zhao Fu would act. She didn't find the strength Zhao Fu displayed strange. Otherwise, she wouldn't have offered herself to him. Yingjiao stared at Zhao Fu. Shahi cursed. Trash. Pung. Shahi was sent flying by a powerful force and crashed onto the ground. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and did not even have the strength to stand up. Zhao Fu laughed as he said, you asked for it. Feeling humiliated, Shahi desperately burst forth with all of his power. His body burned with a green aura flame as he turned into a massive shark. Powerful shockwaves spread out, forcing the surrounding people to retreat. Looking at the power displayed by Shahi, everyone revealed shocked expressions. At the same time, they felt a sense of fear in their hearts. A trace of a condescending smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he stretched out his hand and tapped out. A massive wave of energy blasted out, causing the massive azure shark to instantly collapse. Shahi's body also exploded, and the powerful aura they gave off was suffocating. Yingjiao also looked at Zhao Fu in surprise. She understood that Zhao Fu might be stronger than her. Zhao Fu looked at Ocean Lip and said, since they can appear here, there might be spies among them. I don't need to use the tentacles anymore, right? Hailey smiled and nodded. I will handle it well. When Zhao Fu returned to his room, Hai Wei said, it's settled so quickly? Zhao Fu smiled and said, it's just a small matter. Let's continue. Hai Wei's face turned red and she lightly acknowledged. Hailey ordered people to clean up the bloodstains. While everyone was discussing who Zhao Fu was, Yingjiao returned to her room. The spy was quickly caught. It was an old boatman. After being caught, he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, saying that he had to take care of the elderly and children at home. However, Hailey did not show any mercy and ordered people to kill him. The short and fat man looked at Hailey and said, who was that person just now? His strength feels so terrifying. Hailey smiled and said, he's the young sect head of the Clean Water sect. He's also my man now. In the future, I might leave this ship to you. The short and fat man sighed, although I'm a little reluctant, following him is definitely better than staying here. Who knows, when we meet again, you might be an expert. Hailey lightly laughed, you work hard too. If you need anything, come and find me. I will do my best to help you. The short and fat man nodded with a smile. The two of them had been friends for many years. The short and fat man paid most of the money to build this ship, and it was all thanks to Hailey that the ship could become what it was today. After dealing with these matters, Hailey came to Zhao Fu's room. Seeing the scene in front of her, she chuckled. Hai Wei's face turned red. Zhao Fu smiled and said, have you dealt with it? Hailey smiled and said, yeah. Jiao Fu said, have you collected the information? Is there an 8-direction water world here? Hailey said, sorry. I haven't collected any information about the 8-direction water world. Did you come to the wrong place? Jiao Fu said, according to the information I got, there might be one here. Actually, I'm not sure if there is one or not. Let's wait until we get to the land of the sea demons. Hailey stepped forward and hugged Jiao Fu. I want to leave with you too, can I? Jiao Fu smiled and said, sure, I have nothing to do right now. However, I can't stay by your side all the time. It's best to prepare here. Hailey smiled and said, okay. Jiao Fu looked at Hai Wei and said, you come with me too. Hai Wei said, I don't want to. Jiao Fu chuckled. Are you sure? I won't come back to find you after I leave. Do you want to stay by Hai see you inside? Hai Wei snorted. It's all your fault. I agreed to leave with you, but you have to promise not to abandon me. I don't want to be played with and then abandoned. I won't know what to do. Jiao Fu smiled and said, are you still worried about me? I'll definitely take responsibility for you. Hai Wei's face was red as she hugged Jiao Fu. I'll believe you this once. Hailey said with a smile. Sister, you must be tired. Let me do it. Jiao Fu smiled and nodded. Hai Cun anxiously looked for Hai Wei, but he couldn't see her at all. In the end, he went back to his room and waited. He didn't know that his wife was next door. Within Inzhou's room, a woman with a pale face and a weak aura said, what just happened? Inzhou replied, a group of pirates snuck in, but they were all dealt with by a single person. That person is incredibly terrifying. The woman said, you have to be careful. Inzhou said, I know, mother. The woman smiled and said, then I'll be at ease. Inzhou said, mother, your body is weak, so you should continue to rest. I'll definitely get the sea god pearl to heal you. The woman smiled and said, it's fine if you can't get it. I'm content with having a daughter like you. Inzhou looked at the weak woman and said, mother. Don't say that. The woman sighed and said, the sea god pearl is a supreme treasure of sea demons. Don't make things difficult for yourself. If you can't get it, then forget it. Don't force yourself, or else I won't accept it. Your father has been dead for so many years, I think it's time to accompany him. Book 1, Chapter 332. On the fourth day, they were about to reach the land of the sea demons, but an accident happened again. A huge green starfish grabbed the ship from above and forced it to stop. A group of soldiers appeared in front of the ship, led by a tall and skinny man in a white uniform. The aura he emitted was also very strong. This person was called the Sea King, and he was one of the 6 monarchs of the land of the sea demons. The Sea King said, let me in. The short and fat man naturally did not dare to offend him. He immediately opened the door to the ship and respectfully welcomed him with his men. Sea King, is there anything I can help you with? The Sea King walked in with his men and said, I'm looking for someone. The short and fat man smiled and said, I wonder who the Sea King is looking for. I should be able to help. The Sea King said coldly, you don't have to worry about this. Just stay aside. Hearing this, the short and fat man could only step aside awkwardly, not daring to speak again. Everyone on the ship looked at the Sea King and felt a little nervous. They stepped aside and did not dare to block the Sea King's group. The Sea King brought his people to the center and said, everyone in the room, come out. Inside the room, Hai Wei, who was sitting on top of Jiao Fu, said, what happened outside? Hailey said, let's go out and take a look. The ship should have been intercepted, and the person who came should have a very high status. Hai Wei said, you guys go out. I'll stay in the room. I don't want my husband to see me. Hailey chuckled. What are you afraid of? You should have told him earlier. You're another man's woman now. Isn't it better for you to stay by Mo's side? Hai Wei blushed and said, I still don't want to. Hailey smiled and said, all right. I'll go out and take a look. Hailey put on her clothes and left the room. When she came outside and saw the Sea King, she looked slightly surprised and smiled as she asked, Lord Sea King, is something the matter? The Sea King frowned. I'm here to look for someone. The short and fat man next to him pulled Hailey to the side, and highly tactfully retreated to the side. She could sense that the Sea King was in a bad mood, and she did not want to get into trouble. The Sea King said coldly, "If the people in the room don't come out, then don't blame me for being rude." Upon hearing this, an old man's voice rang out from the room on the top floor. "Sea King, are you really going to be so merciless?" The Sea King said coldly, "I've said it before. If anyone from your clan dares to enter my place, they will die." Boom, the Sea King slammed his palm towards the room, bringing with it a massive wave of power. The room was shattered by the palm, and a black-haired elder appeared. The black-haired old man looked at the Sea King and said, "I didn't come here to fight with you." The Sea King ignored him and charged toward the black-haired old man. The black-haired old man realized that he could not avoid the attack, so he had no choice but to face the Sea King's attack. The Sea King did not hold back at all. He unleashed all sorts of techniques, causing the surrounding rooms to shatter. The fat man watched with a pained expression. Hai Li's expression did not look too good. The others were even more afraid and retreated to the side to avoid being affected. Bang, the Sea King's fist landed on the black-haired old man's chest. The black-haired old man was sent flying and spat out a small mouthful of blood. There was also a hint of anger on his face. He grabbed with both hands, and black light emerged, forming a pair of ghostly claws that fiercely clawed at the Sea King. The Sea King's fist glowed with a green light, and he attacked the Sea King with a powerful force. The battle between the two sides became intense, and waves of terrifying immobility spread out. The surrounding rooms were shattered, and cracks appeared on the ship. If the two of them continued fighting, the ship would definitely be destroyed. Boom, the Sea King punched the black-haired old man's head, sending him flying far away and crashing into a wall. The black-haired old man glared at the Sea King, then turned into a black aura and fled outside. The Sea King quickly chased after the black-haired old man. When the people he brought saw this, they immediately followed and left. The starfish that was holding onto the ship also let go of it. Everyone watched the Sea King leave and heaved a sigh of relief. The short and fat man looked at the destruction around him and could only sigh helplessly. He could only blame it on his bad luck, and he did not dare to ask the Sea King for compensation. "Who can save my sister?" a young girl with exquisite facial features cried out. Everyone looked over and saw another young girl lying on the ground. Her head was bleeding, and she seemed to have fainted. The two of them did not hold back during the battle, and some people were injured. A voice sounded out from within the room, "Bring her in and let me have a look." Hai Li lightly laughed and picked up the young girl as she said to the other young girl, "Let's go. Someone wants to save your sister." The other young girl nodded gratefully. Zhao Fu looked at the three people who walked in and gave a slight smile as he said, "Put her on the bed." Hai Li put the young girl on the bed, and Zhao Fu waved his hand as a massive wave of life energy entered the young girl's body, causing her to quickly wake up. She looked around in confusion. The older sister was called Haley, and the younger sister was called Haiyu. The younger sister, Haiyu, went up and said happily, "Big sis, you're awake. It's just this lord that saved you." Haley looked at Zhao Fu, and looking at Zhao Fu's perfect face, her face slightly reddened as she said, "Thank you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You're welcome." Haiyu also smiled as she said, "Thank you, sir. We'll definitely repay you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Why don't you repay me now?" Haiyu looked at Zhao Fu in confusion as she asked, "How do I repay you?" Hai Li smiled as she whispered in Haiyu's ear, and Haiyu blushed as she secretly looked at Zhao Fu before leaping into Zhao Fu's arms and saying shyly, "I'm willing." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he placed Haiyu next to Haley, and Haley's face reddened as she understood what was going on. Zhao Fu teased his sister as he asked, "Is the ship badly damaged?" Hai Li replied, "It's quite serious, but the ship is safe." Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "Who is that person?" Hai Li replied, "Sea King, one of the 6 kings of the land of sea demons." "As for that old man, I don't know." Zhao Fu asked curiously, "The 6 kings of the land of sea demons?" Hai Li nodded, "They're the 6 different factions in the land of sea demons. Their leaders call themselves kings, so they're called the 6 kings of the sea demons." Zhao Fu asked, "Are they all so powerful?" Hai Li replied, "Yes, the lowest cultivation is at the spirit realm." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "They dare to call themselves the 6 kings with such low cultivation." Hailey smiled as she said, that's right. Of course they can't compare to you, but they only control 1% of the area. The real masters here are the sea demons. Hailey blushed as she said, sir. My little sister can't take it anymore, let me do it. Xiaofu smiled as he nodded and said to Hailey, why didn't you wonder why I didn't attack that sea king? Hailey smiled as she said, you had your reasons for not attacking, and I didn't want to cause trouble. Book 1, Chapter 333. Xiaofu smiled and said, I'm waiting to see how things develop. If they want to hurt you, I'll definitely act immediately. Hailey smiled sweetly. I know. Highway looked at the two girls. Did the two of you come out by yourselves? You don't have a family with you? Hayu said, we came out this time to look for our parents. They haven't returned for several months. Highway said, do your parents know about the land of sea demons? Hayu nodded. It's in the territory of someone called the Sea Mountain King. Ocean Lips said, the Ocean Mountain King is also one of the 6 great kings. He is very lecherous, and many women have been captured by him to be his concubines. Ordinary people do not dare to approach his territory. Hayu said worriedly, what will happen to my parents? Hailey said, it's possible that your father is already dead and your mother has been taken to the palace to be a concubine. Hayu cried, then what do we do? Hailey glanced at Zhao Fu. Hayu immediately understood. She hugged Zhao Fu. My lord, can you help us save father and mother? Hailey hugged Zhao Fu and said shyly, please. Zhao Fu chuckled. You don't have to worry about that. I will definitely rescue them. The two sisters trusted Zhao Fu and nodded. The pudgy middle-aged man ordered his men to repair the boat while he continued to sail. He planned to repair everything after they returned to their destination. The 5th day. Everyone finally arrived at their destination, and the boat stopped at the shore. Everyone felt a lingering fear as they left the boat. They had encountered 2 life-threatening situations along the way, but fortunately, they had safely passed through them. Hai Cun glanced at the boat and left. He had been looking for his wife for the past few days, but it seemed that his wife had disappeared. Hailey smiled and said to the short and fat man, I'll leave the ship to you from now on. I'm leaving with him. The short and fat man said, okay, I will take good care of this ship. See you later. Hailey looked at the boat and felt quite reluctant, but she still turned and walked over to Zhao Fu's side as she smiled and said, husband, let's go. Everyone left the ship and entered a city. They found an inn and settled down. Hailey said with concern, sir. When are we going to save our parents? Zhao Fu smiled and said, wait here for a while. Let me gather some information, then we'll go immediately. Hailey grunted. Hailey smiled and said, husband, I'm more familiar with this place. I'll bring you there to gather information. Zhao Fu nodded and looked at Highway. Highway hesitated and said, I won't go. Hai Cun should be here too. Zhao Fu nodded and left the inn with Hailey. Hayu and Hailey looked at Highway and said, big sister, can you tell us who our lord is? Highway blushed and said, I've only been with him for a few days. I don't know him very well. The two sisters looked at Highway in surprise. Zhao Fu and Hailey went around to collect information, but they still could not find any information on the octagonal water world. However, they had some information and gained some understanding of this place. Then, Zhao Fu said, you guys stay here for now. I'll go to the Ocean Mountain King's place to find Hayu's parents. Hailey said, you're not going back? Zhao Fu nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he thought of something and said, that's right. Don't you have something you need my help with? Now that we're here, tell me what it is. Hailey smiled and said, husband, I'm not in a hurry. We'll talk about it after you go back. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. After spending half a day, Zhao Fu arrived at the Ocean Mountain King's territory. Just as he was about to enter the city, a group of soldiers blocked in front of Zhao Fu and said, take off your cloak, handsome men are forbidden from entering. Handsome men are forbidden from entering? Zhao Fu wondered what kind of strange rule this was. With his perfect looks, wouldn't he be hunted down? After thinking about it, Zhao Fu changed his appearance to a very ordinary one and took off his cloak. The soldiers looked at him and said, you're still too good-looking, you can't enter our city. Jiao Fu was speechless. He was so ordinary, yet he said that he was good-looking? Jiao Fu could not change his appearance in front of them, so he could only turn around and leave. He then turned into a carp's head and returned here. This time, the soldiers did not even look at Jiao Fu, and Jiao Fu directly walked into the city. This surprised Jiao Fu. In the city, both men and women were not very good-looking. Could it be that being too beautiful was also forbidden? However, this was the Ocean Mountain King's territory, and the beautiful women had long been captured by the Ocean Mountain King. Jiao Fu quickly found a person who sold information and asked, "Did the Ocean Mountain King capture a couple of few months ago?" The man's name is Hai Tua, and the woman's name is Hai Lu. The person nodded and said, "Hai Lu is now the Ocean Mountain King's concubine, and Hai Tua is now in prison. I don't know if he's dead or alive." Jiao Fu said, "All right, there's nothing else. You can leave now." The person looked at Jiao Fu and said, "Do you want to save them? I have to remind you that it will be very dangerous. Not only is the Ocean Mountain King very powerful, but he also has a few powerful subordinates. Someone has done this in the past, and they died very miserably." Jiao Fu smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder. I know." The person did not speak and continued to leave. The Ocean Mountain King's strength had just reached the emptiness realm, and he had a few powerful subordinates. Jiao Fu already knew about this and had already thought of a way to deal with him. Jiao Fu first snuck into a building, and there was a man and a woman inside. However, they were both very ugly, with dark skin and ugly figures. They gave off a disgusting feeling, and Jiao Fu could not help but immediately take action. Countless chains shot out and bound the man and woman. The man was the Ocean Mountain King's subordinate. Seeing Jiao Fu, the man struggled and shouted, "Who are you? Let me go." The woman said in fear, "Don't kill me, I can serve you." Hearing this, Jiao Fu felt like vomiting, so he knocked her out. However, he did not kill her. Even though she was ugly, Jiao Fu would not kill her because of this. Jiao Fu looked at the man and sent a powerful wave of power into his body, starting to control him. Jiao Fu's plan was very simple, which was to control the Ocean Mountain King's trusted subordinates and kill the Ocean Mountain King together. Then, he would take control of this faction. This was the best and most convenient method. Following this, Jiao Fu snuck into another place. This time, Jiao Fu faced a man with a crab's head and fish scales. He looked quite ugly. When he saw Jiao Fu, he immediately held a spear and ferociously stabbed towards Jiao Fu. He was quite strong, but he was facing Jiao Fu. Jiao Fu stretched out a hand and a powerful wave of power imprisoned the man. The owner of the power quickly controlled the man and headed to the next place. Book 1, Chapter 334. After taking control of a few people, Jiao Fu went to the Ocean Mountain King's palace. The Ocean Mountain King was also very ugly and fat. He wore a black coat and looked like a toad. Jiao Fu frowned as he looked at the Ocean Mountain King from afar. Men who were too good-looking were forbidden from entering, perhaps because the Ocean Mountain King was jealous. However, if it wasn't for his power, who would be with a man like him? A tall, beautiful woman with her hair tied up in a bun walked out. She wore a long robe and gave off a noble and arrogant feeling. She was the Ocean Mountain King's concubine, Hai Juanru. Jiao Fu appeared in front of Hai Juanru, but Hai Juanru did not even look at Jiao Fu and said coldly, "Get out of the way." Jiao Fu smiled as he said, "I want to ask you something." Hai Juanru ignored him and continued to walk away. Jiao Fu hugged Hai Juanru with both hands. Hai Juanru did not panic and looked at Jiao Fu coldly as she said, "I advise you to let go. That disgusting thing will make you die a horrible death, and it's useless for you to regret it." Jiao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm not afraid of him." Hai Juanru became serious as she asked, "Then who are you?" Jiao Fu smiled as he hugged Hai Juanru and walked to the side. Hai Juanru lifted Jiao Fu's cloak and looked at Jiao Fu's face as she smiled and said, "If that disgusting thing saw your appearance, he would probably die from anger on the spot." Jiao Fu smiled as he said, "Are you going to disgust him like that?" Hai Juanru lightly harumphed as she said, "Of course, there isn't a single woman in the palace who likes him. He's disgusting and perverted. As long as you take me away from here, I'll be yours in the future. How about it?" Jiao Fu smiled as he said, "Why should I take you away? Hai Juanru looked at Zhao Fu as she said, you want to have me for free and then leave by yourself? Don't think that I'll obey you just because you're so good looking. If you don't agree, I'll call for help. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'm here to deal with this Ocean Mountain King. Hai Juanru said in surprise, you have the ability to do that? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, that's very easy for me. I came to ask about a person's whereabouts, and if I find her, I'll act against the Ocean Mountain King. Hai Juanru smiled as she said, who are you looking for? Zhao Fu replied, she's called Hai Lu. Zhao Fu said, her name, Zhao Fu said, she's called Hai Lu. Then I'll have Fu Tu world, Zhao Tu. Hai of the three. Hai Juanru hugged Zhao Fu and said temptingly, accompany me first, then I'll help you find them, alright. One Zhao Fu thought about it and one. Hai Chen won. One Tian into Zhao Fu and a family too. Zhao King with Chen, Hai, Chen Long, and He Fu. 2 hours later, Hai Juanru walked out of the room with a satisfied look on her face. She had a faint smile on her face as she walked to the side. A beautiful woman with a graceful figure and a beautiful face wearing a white dress walked in. When she saw Zhao Fu lying on the bed, she felt quite surprised. Why was there a naked man in her room? What's more, that person looked so perfect, she was the Ocean Mountain King's second concubine, Hai Huayu. Her face was slightly red as she said, who are you? Zhao Fu looked at Hai Huayu and felt quite surprised. He had just randomly found a room. Hearing her words, Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'm the man waiting for you. Hai Huayu's face became even redder as she said, I don't know you. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, do you know me now? Hai Huayu said shyly, I don't. Also, put on your clothes. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, if you say you don't know me, then I won't wear them. Hai Huayu said angrily, you're so shameless. Zhao Fu walked over from the bed, and seeing Zhao Fu walk over, Hai Huayu turned her face away as she said, what do you want? Zhao Fu went up and hugged Hai Huayu as he smiled and said, I want you. Hai Huayu's face became red but she struggled to refuse. When Hai Juanru returned, she saw that Zhao Fu had already done it to Hai Huayu. She gave a slight smile as she said, Hai Huayu, how do you feel? Are you very happy? Hai Huayu's face was incredibly red as she replied. Zhao Fu looked at Hai Juanru and smiled as he said, did you find the person I was looking for? Hai Juanru nodded as she said, I found her, but she was slightly injured by that disgusting thing. Zhao Fu nodded as he said, all right. Take me to see her later. Hai Huayu asked curiously, who are you looking for? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'll tell you later. Hai Huayu nodded with a red face. Following this, the three of them came to a room, where a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure and a gentle aura sat by the side. She was the Hai Lu that Zhao Fu had been looking for. There were bruises on her arms, neck, and face, and she had most likely been beaten up. Looking at Zhao Fu and the others who had walked in, her attitude was quite cold. She did not say anything and just sat there. Zhao Fu went up and smiled as he said, you're Hai Lu? Hai Lu did not reply. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I was asked by your 2 daughters to come and find you and your wife. Hai Lu's expression fell as she hurriedly said, my 2 daughters are here. Zhao Fu nodded and added, they have not come to the Ocean Mountain King's territory yet. Hai Lu let out a sigh of relief and looked at Zhao Fu as she said, thank you. May I ask how my husband is now? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, he was locked up in prison and is quite injured. Hai Lu said worriedly, can you save my husband first? I'm fine right now, I'm just worried about his safety. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'm here to ask for a reward. Seeing Zhao Fu look at her, Hai Lu understood what Zhao Fu meant and said, I can give it to you. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'll help you heal your injuries first. Zhao Fu sat by Hai Lu's side and sent a wave of power into her body, causing her injuries to quickly recover. Following this, Zhao Fu pushed her onto the bed. A few hours later, Hai Juanru looked at Zhao Fu and said, now that you've found her, how are we going to deal with that disgusting thing? I don't want to see him for another day, the sooner he dies, the better. Hai Huayu said, are you going to kill the Ocean Mountain King? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'll go and deal with him now. Wait here. Hai Huayu said, be careful. Hai Juanru smiled as she said, I'll be waiting for your good news. Hai Lu looked at Zhao Fu and gave a trace of a smile as she said, thank you. At that moment, the Ocean Mountain King was hugging a beautiful woman, and an ugly man walked in and bowed as he said, Your Majesty, we have something to report to you. The Ocean Mountain King asked curiously, what is it? A man said, Your Majesty, according to the information we received, someone in the palace is fooling around with a few princesses and wants to harm Your Majesty. Hearing this, the Ocean Mountain King was so angry that his face became red. He definitely would not tolerate a woman betraying him, and he asked, Who is that person? The man said, I'll take Your Majesty to see him now. The Ocean Mountain King said angrily, Are you saying that bitch is still with a man? Book 1, Chapter 335, Demon King. The man nodded. The Ocean Mountain King angrily yelled, Take me there immediately. The beautiful woman sighed, I wonder who's going to be unlucky this time. She was the Ocean Mountain King's third princess consort, Xianxia, and she naturally did not like the Ocean Mountain King. However, due to the Ocean Mountain King's power, she could only submit to him. The Ocean Mountain King angrily rushed out, while the man stealthily took out a dagger and stabbed it into the Ocean Mountain King's body. The Ocean Mountain King looked quite startled and looked at the man. He had never thought that he would be attacked. The man seized this opportunity and stabbed the dagger into the Ocean Mountain King's body again. The Ocean Mountain King was furious and slapped the man. The man hurriedly dodged to the side and avoided the Ocean Mountain King's attack. The Ocean Mountain King waited for the man and asked, Why are you doing this? The man did not reply because he was already under Zhao Fu's control and would only act according to Zhao Fu's orders. Even though the Ocean Mountain King was quite injured, he still had strength. He slapped towards the man with a powerful force, bringing with it a gust of wind. The man hurriedly dodged, but he was still hit and was sent flying. At that moment, a few more people ran over with soldiers, and a young man with a fish head asked, Your Majesty, what's going on? The Ocean Mountain King coldly said, Capture him. Just as the Ocean Mountain King spoke, the young man with a fish head slashed at the Ocean Mountain King's body, causing him to feel pain. He looked at the young man in confusion. The others immediately came over and attacked the Ocean Mountain King. Looking at this scene, Xianxia looked quite confused. Why had the Ocean Mountain King's subordinates betrayed him? Xianxia retreated to the side, not planning to help. Boom, the Ocean Mountain King exploded out with a massive power, sending the people who were attacking him flying. Because of the sneak attack, the Ocean Mountain King's injuries were quite severe. The soldiers that he had brought also wanted to charge at the Ocean Mountain King, as they were his personal guards and would not listen to the Ocean Mountain King's orders. The Sea Mountain King slapped a few soldiers into meat chunks with a palm, and dozens of arrows shot towards the Sea Mountain King. The Sea Mountain King let out a breath and turned into a gust of wind, blowing away the arrows. A man appeared behind the Sea Mountain King and stabbed his spear into the Sea Mountain King's back. The Sea Mountain King sent the man flying with a slap. Bang! Another man fiercely punched the Sea Mountain King's head, sending him flying and falling to the ground. The Sea Mountain King stood up angrily, and the few of them walked towards him again. In the end, the Sea Mountain King could not hold on any longer, and his body was pierced by a spear. He died on the spot, and many soldiers around him died as well. The battle was incredibly intense. The news of the Sea Mountain monarch's death spread, and the palace fell into chaos. However, someone soon appeared and took control of the situation. Zhao Fu sat on the throne and held Hai Juanru with one hand and Hai Huayu with the other. He looked at the women continuously walking in and smiled. The women all looked nervous and worried. They had heard that this person had controlled a few of the Sea Mountain King's subordinates and killed the Sea Mountain King. Now, he had become the new king of the Sea Mountain region. Some people were worried that this person would be even more terrifying than the Sea Mountain King, while others hoped that this person was a good person. Zhao Fu looked at the people in the hall and smiled as he said, Just how many women does the Sea Mountain King have? Hai Juanru smiled as she said, There are about a few thousand, and a few hundred have been made princesses. There are also some good-looking palace maids, and if you include them, there will be even more. Looking at this scene, Xianxia could not help but ask, Who is Hai Juanru? Hai Juanru smiled as she said, He's my man, what do you think? Xianxia said, How come I don't know about you two and him? He hid it so deeply, and I was worried about him. Hai Juanru smiled as she said, we don't know about his plans either, but we can share him with you now. Hai Yanzi looked at Zhao Fu and gave a trace of a smile. A voluptuous woman called Hai Shuiyun, the fourth princess, looked at Zhao Fu and asked, why did you call so many of us here? A cold-looking woman in a blue dress called Hai Mo said for the fifth concubine, he also wants us, can't you tell? Hai Shuiyun sighed, I thought that I would be able to leave this place. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I don't plan to imprison you here. Also, I'm not the Sea Mountain King, so I won't even look at him. A cute-looking woman called Hai Shui said in surprise, really? Zhao Fu nodded, if you want to leave, you can leave at any time. Hearing this, the women all felt quite happy. Almost all of them had been kidnapped and imprisoned in the palace, and they had never left. Hai Mo looked at Zhao Fu and said, then why did you call us here? Why didn't you tell us to leave? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, because you're right, I do want you. Hai Mo nodded and looked at Zhao Fu as she asked, when do we start? Zhao Fu lightly laughed, we can start now. The hall quickly fell into chaos. At that moment, Hai Lu came to the prison and saw a man covered in wounds. She immediately ran over and called out, husband. The man was her husband, and he looked at Hai Lu excitedly and said in concern, why are you here? How did that bastard bully you? Hai Lu thought back to what had happened and felt pain in her heart. However, when she thought about what she had done with Zhao Fu, her face became red as she said, the Sea Mountain King has already been killed, I'm here to save you. The man said happily, the Sea Mountain King was an animal, it's good that he died. Hai Lu nodded, that person was entrusted by our two daughters to save us. The man said worriedly, why did they come to such a dangerous place? Hai Lu smiled as she said, husband, don't worry, that person has already placed our daughters in a safe place. The man said gratefully, we have to thank him properly in the future. I also want to see our daughters, I thought that I would never be able to see them in this lifetime. Hai Lu happily nodded, I'll let you out now, we'll be able to see our daughters soon. The prison door opened, and Hai Lu brought the man out and had people treat him. Finally, Hai Lu came to the hall, and looking at the chaotic scene before her, she walked over with a red face. A few days later, Zhao Fu hugged the women and asked, have you heard any news about the water world in all directions? Hai Juanru said, no, but I heard that the Sea Mountain King has a treasure chest, and there should be something very important to him inside. Zhao Fu took out the Sea Mountain King's spatial ring and looked at it before taking out a silver treasure chest and asking, is it this one? Hai Juanru nodded. Book 1, Chapter 336 Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Zhao Fu opened the silver treasure chest and found a square piece of jade that was the size of 3 fingers. What is this? Zhao Fu looked quite confused. Hai Juanru also looked at the jade curiously. Zhao Fu asked, do you know what this is? Hai Juanru said, I'm not sure. Zhao Fu put the item away and said, I'm going. Hai Juanru asked, where are you going? Zhao Fu smiled and said, to find the omniscient water world. Hai Juanru hugged Zhao Fu and said, what should we do then? Zhao Fu smiled and said, in the future, you will be the owners of the Ocean Mountain territory. I'll leave this place to you, and I'll also leave some power in your bodies. You must work hard to cultivate. Hai Juanru said in surprise, husband, you're so nice. Hai Mo said, then can we leave the palace and go wherever we want? Zhao Fu nodded, I already said that you're the owners of this place. You can do whatever you want, and I won't care. Hai Mo smiled. I understand. Following this, Zhao Fu brought Hai Lu and her man back to the inn. Seeing her parents return, Hai Li happily pounced over and hugged her parents. Hai Li smiled and said, I also heard that the Ocean Mountain King was killed by a few subordinates. Zhao Fu smiled and said, it was those subordinates that I controlled. Hai Li looked at Zhao Fu and said with a light smile, I also heard that you took all of the Ocean Mountain King's women for yourself. Hai Wei glared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu chuckled. Hai Li hugged Zhao Fu and asked, what should you do next? Zhao Fu said, continue to gather information about the omniscient water world. Hai Li smiled and said, have you ever thought about becoming the strongest king of the other seas after the other 5 kings are destroyed? Zhao Fu smiled and said, I'm just saying, do you want to become the strongest king here? Sea Lip smiled. Yes, I do, but I'll go back to the clean water sect with you. Jiaofu smiled and said, then I'll help you. I'm also collecting information anyway. But I might have to trouble you to wait for me again. Hai smiled. It's all right. Jiaofu looked at Hai Wei. I'm leaving. Hai Wei nodded. I also want to have a place to settle down in the future. Hai Lu's face reddened as she looked at Xianxia. Jiaofu left the inn and went to the palace of this territory. The owner of this territory was called the Sea Fish King, and he was quite friendly to others, unlike the Sea Mountain King. Adding on the fact that the territory was managed in an orderly manner, many ships liked to stop here. Within the room, there was a blue-skinned woman with fin-like ears and a bewitching figure. She was currently thinking about something, and she was the Fish King. She was currently thinking about the Sea Mountain territory, which made her feel a massive sense of danger. If the Sea Mountain King could be killed just like that, then it was possible that she could as well. She wondered what kind of person was in control of the Sea Mountain territory. The Fish King sighed. At that moment, a person appeared in the room. The Fish King's expression fell as she looked at Jiaofu and asked coldly, "Who are you?" The Fish King became wary and prepared to call for help at any moment. For this person to be able to silently appear here without her noticing, his strength was incredibly terrifying. Jiaofu smiled as he said, "You don't know me, but I can say that the Sea Mountain territory is mine." The Fish King said, "So it's you. What are you doing here?" Jiaofu smiled as he said, "I want you to submit to me." The Fish King coldly harumphed, "What big words. Do you think it's possible for me to submit to you like this?" Jiaofu smiled as he said, "I'm giving you a choice. If you don't submit to me, don't regret it. After all, you're just a small fish that I can casually crush." Boom, a powerful wave of water world energy exploded out of Jiaofu's body and slammed into the Fish King's body. Even though the Fish King was more powerful than Jiaofu, her body and soul felt suffocated. This person's strength far surpassed hers, causing the Fish King's expression to become quite unsightly. This person could casually crush her to death. Jiaofu said, "I won't hide my identity, I'm the young sect master of the Pure Water sect. The power you sensed is the power of the water world. I've already shown enough sincerity, so you should be more tactful." Hearing Jiaofu's identity, the Pure Water sect's power gave this person the right to be so arrogant. Hearing that Jiaofu controlled the water world, the Fish King felt quite helpless. After thinking for a while, the Fish King said, "How do I know you're not lying to me?" Jiaofu smiled as he looked at the Fish King and stretched out a hand, causing 11 water worlds to appear around him. They gave off blue light and a wave of pure water energy spread out. The Fish King looked quite shocked. "There were so many water worlds?" Jiaofu smiled as he said, "Can you prove my identity now?" The Fish King nodded. Jiaofu looked at the Fish King and smiled as he said, "What's your choice now?" The Fish King said, "I can submit to you, but I have some conditions." Jiaofu said, "What conditions?" The Fish King said, "Firstly, you can't harm my territory's people. Secondly, I won't allow you to fight with other territories. And thirdly, I want the water world's power." Jiaofu smiled as he said, "You're quite demanding." The Fish King looked at Jiaofu and said, "So, do you agree or not?" Jiaofu walked in front of the Fish King, and the Fish King looked away in embarrassment. Jiaofu smiled as he said, "I agree now." After some time, the Fish King looked at Jiaofu with a red face. Jiaofu smiled as he said, "I'll give you the water world's power now." The Fish King lightly nodded. Jiaofu smiled as he said, "Right now, I only lack an 8-direction water world. If you can provide me with information, after I have 12 8-direction water worlds, I'll give you the 12-direction water seal. You'll be the first person in the world to use it." The Fish King said, "But I don't know about the water world, but I'll help you gather information as soon as possible." Jiaofu smiled as he said, "Thank you for your hard work." The Fish King lightly nodded. Jiaofu smiled as he said, "How did it feel?" The Fish King looked embarrassed. He turned his face away and asked, "You've already obtained 2 territories, what do you want?" Jiaofu smiled as he said, "I want to control the land of sea demons." The Fish King nodded. Jiaofu smiled as he said, "I might need your help in the future." The Fish King reminded, "I won't fight with other territories for you, you must have promised me that." Jiaofu smiled as he said, I won't start a war, but I'll need your help. The Fish King thought about it and said, I can promise you that as long as you don't make me go against my principles. Book 1, Chapter 337, Battle. Jiaofu smiled as he said, thanks. The Fish King asked, why do you want to unify the Ocean Devil's land? Jiaofu smiled as he said, I didn't have this idea before, but someone mentioned it, so I decided to unify it so that I can gather more information. The Fish King sighed. Jiaofu smiled as he asked, what is it? The Fish King looked at Jiaofu and said, a major figure like you can really change other people's fates at will. Jiaofu smiled as he said, what? Are you not satisfied with me? The Fish King hurriedly said, that's not what I meant. Jiaofu lightly laughed as he said, is there anything else? If not, I'll be leaving. The Fish King said, it's fine. Jiaofu left and headed to the next territory. This territory was called the Ocean Water Territory, and the king here was called the Ocean Water King. It was said that she was quite beautiful, but she was more difficult to deal with than the Fish King. After sneaking into the palace, Jiaofu found that she was cultivating. She had wavy blue hair and was quite mature, and she was indeed quite beautiful. Jiaofu did not disturb her and instead waited for an opportunity. An hour later, many blue water droplets appeared around the Ocean Water King and slowly floated towards her. Jiaofu suddenly attacked, sending out a palm containing terrifying power towards the Ocean Water King. The ground could not withstand this power and continuously shattered. The Ocean Water King was startled and hurriedly released a defensive barrier to block. Bang! The Ocean Water King blocked this attack but coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her cultivation had been disrupted at a critical moment and she had suffered a backlash. Jiaofu looked at the pale-faced Ocean Water King and gave a trace of a smile. The Ocean Water King coldly looked at Jiaofu and asked, who are you and why are you attacking me? Jiaofu smiled as he said, guess. After saying this, Jiaofu immediately attacked. A wave of power flowed out and turned into a black demon dragon that gave off a powerful aura as it blasted towards the Ocean Water King. The Ocean Water King's defenses were directly broken, and she retreated a few steps and coughed up a small mouthful of blood. He looked at Jiaofu with an ugly expression. Although she was injured, she was still a Soul Realm expert. She wasn't someone an ordinary Emptiness Realm expert could deal with. However, why couldn't she block the attack in front of her? Jiaofu sensed that many people were rushing over, so he didn't waste any time and attacked again. The power of the water world continued to condense in his palm, forming a blue ball of light. The blue ball of light continued to compress, becoming smaller and smaller, but the power it emitted became more and more terrifying. The Seawater King felt great danger and immediately turned to escape. Jiaofu flicked his hand, and the blue ball of light instantly flew behind the Seawater King. Bang! A huge explosion sounded out, and countless blue rays of light shot out, covering everything in the surroundings. The countless people who had rushed over saw a blue wave of light spread out, causing the ground to violently tremble. The surrounding buildings collapsed and countless rocks flew everywhere, giving off terrifying sounds. Everyone hurriedly blocked. After the ripples dispersed, the surroundings turned into ruins. Everyone hurried over and saw that the Seawater King's body was injured. There were a few places where blood was flowing, and he was hung up by an iron chain. Beside him stood a mysterious man in a cloak. Everyone immediately rushed over, wanting to save the Seawater King. Jiaofu smiled and said, if you dare to move forward, I will kill her. Hearing this, everyone stopped and looked angrily at Jiaofu. The Seawater King looked weakly at Jiaofu and asked, who are you? What hatred do I have against you? Jiaofu smiled and said, there is no hatred between us. I just want to unify the land of sea demons. Now, you only have one choice, and that is to submit to me. The Seawater King said, did you do the Sea Mountain region? Jiaofu smiled and nodded. The Seawater King said, I will not submit to you. If you kill me, you won't be able to leave this place. Jiaofu lightly laughed as he said, you're looking down on me too much. Can they stop me? The Seawater King didn't have any confidence because the man in front of him was not someone an ordinary Emptiness Realm expert could compare to. Jiaofu smiled and said, tell me, why don't you submit to me? The Seawater King said, I'm not convinced. If you had defeated me directly, instead of using such a despicable method, I might have submitted to you. Xiaofu smiled and said, if you don't use the power of the spirit realm, do you think you can win? Hearing this, the Seawater King didn't have any confidence. Her only advantage now was the spirit realm. Without this advantage, she had no chance of defeating Xiaofu. Xiaofu smiled and said, do you want to try with your emptiness realm cultivation? The Seawater King looked cold and didn't answer. Xiaofu smiled and asked, are you convinced now? The Seawater King still didn't speak and just stared coldly at Xiaofu. Xiaofu smiled and walked towards the Seawater King. The Seawater King said coldly, what do you want to do? Xiaofu smiled and said, of course I want you to submit to me. The Seawater King felt bad and struggled but couldn't break free. The soldiers immediately went forward, and the leading general shouted angrily, let go of our king. Xiaofu glanced at the crowd and said, step down. The crowd looked at each other with awkward expressions. They wanted to save the Seawater King, but they were afraid that Xiaofu would hurt her. With a smile, Xiaofu loosened the chains that bound her and hugged the Seawater King. The Seawater King glared at Xiaofu and said, if you dare do anything to me, you will regret it. Xiaofu smiled and said, I want to see how you will make me regret it. Xiaofu carried the Seawater King and walked openly to the side. Finally, he walked into a room in front of the crowd, but the soldiers still didn't dare to go forward. A few hours later, the Seawater King bit Xiaofu's palm. Xiaofu smiled and looked at the Seawater King. He didn't struggle and let the Seawater King bite. Seeing that Xiaofu didn't react, the Seawater King coldly harumphed and let go of Xiaofu. Xiaofu smiled and said, are you convinced now? You're mine now. The Seawater King said angrily, you damned bastard, you still have the nerve to say that? Xiaofu hugged the Seawater King and smiled as he said, what's there to be embarrassed about? You don't have a choice anymore. The Seawater King angrily looked at Xiaofu. Indeed, he had no choice, Xiaofu could do whatever he wanted. Xiaofu smiled and said, sense your body, I've left the water world's power in all directions. I've also helped you improve your constitution, which will be better for your cultivation. The Seawater King sensed it and looked shocked as he looked at Xiaofu, how do you have such a massive water world's power? Xiaofu smiled and said, I'm currently collecting the water world's power. If you have any news, I'll reward you even more. The Seawater King said, I don't care. Xiaofu smiled and said, I'm going to go to other territories. The Seawater King said, you control 2 territories now? Xiaofu replied, you're the third. There are still 3 left. The Seawater King felt much better and his attitude towards Xiaofu became less hostile as he nodded. The second part, the Lord's massacre of the world, changes in heaven and earth, and countless people enter the dimension. There are mythical creatures, the inheritance of ancient countries, elixirs, and magic treasures. Xiaofu obtains the inheritance of the Qin Empire, and starts the path of the Emperor of Swords sweeping 6 directions. The Eastern World background, a novel setting, the old book will continue to be written, please support the new book, thank you. The second part, the Lord's Massacre of the World, the Lord's Massacre of the World. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Book 1, Chapter 338. Xiaofu smiled and said, I'm leaving. The Seawater King responded softly. Xiaofu opened the door, and the soldiers glared at Xiaofu. They knew what Xiaofu had done, but they didn't dare to do anything. The general said coldly, how is our king now? Xiaofu smiled and said, don't worry, I didn't hurt her. With that, Xiaofu turned into a beam of light and shot into the sky, disappearing. After a while, the Seawater King walked out. King! Are you okay? The generals came forward and asked with concern. The Seawater King shook his head. What about that man? The generals asked carefully. The Seawater King said, don't worry about him. Let him be. Also, clean up this place. Don't tell anyone about this. Yes, King. The generals obeyed. Xiaofu came to the next territory. This territory was called the Sea Stone King. He was a middle-aged man with a strong body. He was ranked second among the 6 kings and was much more difficult to deal with than the other kings. Therefore, he had to be careful. After collecting information, Xiaofu got a very important piece of information. A poisonous fish that lived in the sea could restrain the Sea Stone King's sea stone water control technique. That type of poisonous fish was quite rare, and it required at least void realm strength to be effective against the Sea Stone King. If he wanted to deal a fatal blow, he would have to be at the spirit realm. As such, Xiaofu decided to find that type of poisonous fish to deal with the Sea Stone King. This required the power of the water world of 8 directions. Xiaofu first bought a small poisonous fish that looked like a grouper. There was a long and sharp poisonous sting on its back. This sting could break the Sea Stone King's technique. Xiaofu used a force to draw out its blood and wrapped it with the power of the water world of 8 directions. It formed a blue ball of light. The blood flowed inside the ball of light, and it looked quite beautiful. This ball of light floated in front of Xiaofu. Xiaofu closed his eyes and placed his fingers on his chest. The ball of light emitted many rays of light. Through the blood, Xiaofu sensed the poisonous fish in the surroundings. Following this feeling, Xiaofu searched for the poisonous fish. 2 hours later, Xiaofu encountered a poisonous fish that was 100 meters long. It was the largest poisonous fish Xiaofu had found. Unfortunately, it was still not strong enough. Xiaofu continued to search and found another poisonous fish that was over 100 meters long. However, its strength was still too low. Xiaofu continued to search, and a few hours later, he found a venomous fish that was 300 meters long. Poison fish looked at Xiaofu warily. He could sense Xiaofu's power. Xiaofu slapped out with his palm, sending a wave of energy towards the poisonous fish. The poisonous fish immediately released all of its power, blocking Xiaofu's attack. Sensing the poisonous fish's power, Xiaofu sighed. He still could not meet his requirements. After searching for so long, Xiaofu did not want to keep searching, and he prepared to leave and use other methods to deal with the Sea Stone King. At this moment, the poisonous fish suddenly turned into a short and fat man. Xiaofu looked quite startled. The short and fat man said, "I'm called Shirlong. I heard that you've been looking for my clan and have found many." Xiaofu nodded. "What's the matter?" Shirlong smiled and said, "I should be the one asking you why you're looking for my clan." Xiaofu said, "I want to find your clan and obtain a poisonous sting to break the Sea Stone King's cultivation technique." Shirlong said, "Really?" Xiaofu smiled and said, "Why would I lie to you?" "Sure." Long said, "I can help you." Xiaofu asked, "Why? Could it be that you have enmity with him?" Shirlong said, "That's right, we have enmity with the Sea Stone King. Because our clan's poison counters him, many of us were killed by him. We've been looking for an opportunity to take revenge, and we can provide you with a poisonous sting. If you succeed, we'll even thank you." Xiaofu lightly laughed and said, "Sure." Shirlong said, "Come with me." Hearing this, Xiaofu followed Shirlong and flew towards a region of water. They arrived in front of a huge fish skeleton. Shirlong said, "Come out." A dozen short and fat men and women walked out and looked curiously at Xiaofu. Some of them said angrily, "Shirlong, why did you bring an outsider here?" Shirlong smiled and said, "I found someone who can kill the Sea Stone King." A short and fat woman pointed at Xiaofu and said, "Is he the one you're talking about?" Shirlong nodded and said, "He's very strong, far stronger than an ordinary emptiness realm expert. With our clan's poisonous sting, it's very likely that he can kill the Sea Stone King." Another short and fat man said, "Why should we believe him? What if he can't kill it?" The short and fat woman said, "Yes, he's only an emptiness realm expert, but the Sea Stone King has already reached the spirit realm. I don't believe that he can kill the Sea Stone King." A short and fat man said, "Yes, if he can't kill the Sea Stone King, he'll only bring us more trouble." Hearing this, Shirlong felt somewhat awkward. Xiaofu smiled and said, "You guys can only believe me now. Otherwise, you guys can take revenge yourselves." Shirlong said, "That's right. We only lost the poisonous sting. With our strength, we can't take revenge. Do you guys dare to take revenge with the poisonous sting?" Everyone looked at each other. No one dared. Shirlong said, "Does anyone have any objections? If not, I'll take out the poisonous sting left behind by my ancestor." No one else said anything. Shirlong walked up to the huge fish bone and opened his mouth and inhaled. Countless blood-colored auras gathered towards Shirlong, forming a 1-meter-long blood-colored fishbone. Holding this fishbone, Shilong walked up to Zhao Fu and handed the fishbone to Zhao Fu. He said, "This fishbone contains the poison left behind by my ancestor. When my ancestor was alive, his cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit realm. It can cause great harm to the Sea Stone King." Zhao Fu extended his hand and took the poisonous sting. When he realized that the fishbone indeed contained a type of poison, he smiled and said, "Yes, leave the rest to me." Shilong smiled and said, "I'll be counting on you." Zhao Fu took out the fishbone and returned to the Sea Stone King's palace. By now, the Sea Stone King had not sensed any danger, and he led his people away. Seeing that there were so many people around him, Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to act. After dealing with these matters, Shilong returned to the palace. A skinny old man laughed as he said, "King, I heard that the Sea King has been injured, and his injuries seem to be quite serious. Now that there is such a huge feud between the two forces, this is an opportunity for our Sea Stone territory." The Sea Stone King smiled and nodded. "Right now, we have to properly develop our strength. When we seize this critical opportunity, our territory will become the most powerful territory." The skinny elder smiled and said, "We believe that king will definitely be able to do this." The two of them chatted for a while before the skinny elder left the palace. Just as the Sea Stone King was about to look at some information, Zhao Fu suddenly acted. He held the fishbone and quickly stabbed it towards the Sea Stone King's chest. Book 1, Chapter 339, Stab. The Sea Stone King sensed danger and immediately exploded out with great power, forming a black defensive barrier. The blood-red stinger easily pierced through the defensive barrier, causing the Sea Stone King to feel quite startled. He immediately used another wave of power to make his body as tough as the black reef. Chi, the blood-red stinger easily pierced into the Sea Stone King's body, causing blood to flow out of the wound. The Sea Stone King felt immense pain and turned to look at Zhao Fu as he punched towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu blocked with his hands in front of him and was sent flying by that punch, but he was not injured. The guards outside immediately rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took out a sword and slashed out a few times, sending out a few blood-red sword lights towards the guards, cutting them into pieces and causing blood to fall to the ground. The Sea Stone King looked quite pained as he took out the stinger in his chest, but his power was continuously weakening. He furiously looked at Zhao Fu and said, "You're seeking death." The Sea Stone King rushed at Zhao Fu and quickly came in front of Zhao Fu. He punched out with shocking power towards Zhao Fu's head, bringing with it a berserk wind. Zhao Fu stood where he was and did not feel any fear at all. He had a confident smile on his face as a black aura flame appeared around his fist and he vigorously punched out. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the two fists collided. A massive shockwave blasted out, causing the ground around them to collapse. The Sea Stone King looked at Zhao Fu in shock. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to block it. Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "Even if you had your normal cultivation, I wouldn't be afraid. Now that your art has been broken and your strength has continuously fallen, you're no longer a match for me." Zhao Fu's fist pushed forwards, forcing the Sea Rock King back a few steps. Zhao Fu then slashed towards the Sea Rock King, and the Sea Rock King gave off a wave of power to block in front of him. However, he was sent flying, proving that the Sea Rock King was no longer a match for Zhao Fu. The Sea Stone King's expression was unsightly. He understood that he wasn't Zhao Fu's opponent, so he turned around and ran toward his grandmother. Zhao Fu gave off a black energy that formed massive black swords that gave off shocking sword energy as they quickly shot towards the Sea Stone King. Sea Stone King punched out a few times, and a few fist shadows exploded those huge swords. Zhao Fu appeared behind the Sea Rock Monarch and slashed at the Sea Rock Monarch's body, opening up a wound and causing blood to spurt out. The Sea Stone King endured the pain and punched at Zhao Fu's chest. Zhao Fu smiled and dodged the attack. The Sea Rock King ferociously slammed the ground, and a few massive sharp stone pillars shot out from the ground, wanting to pierce through Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu backflipped and dodged the attack. The Sea Rock King continued to run. Zhao Fu went up and slashed at the Sea Rock King's back, sending him flying. The Sea Rock King crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The Sea Rock King ferociously glared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu continued to run towards the Sea Rock King. The Sea Rock King loudly roared and exploded out with all of his power. A shocking aura spread out, and the Sea Rock King punched the ground with both fists, causing the ground to crumble. A massive energy rushed towards Zhao Fu, as if it could destroy everything. Zhao Fu raised his sword and vigorously slashed out. A massive black crescent slashed apart that energy and continued towards the Sea Rock King. The Sea Rock King hurriedly dodged. However, Zhao Fu had already appeared in front of him and stabbed out with his sword, piercing through the Sea Rock King's chest. The Sea Rock King died on the spot. At that moment, many soldiers rushed over. Seeing Zhao Fu kill the Sea Rock King, they were all furious. The skinny elder from before shouted and led his people to charge at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and turned into a ray of black light as he shot into the sky. There were too many people here, and it would take a long time to kill them all. Zhao Fu did not want to waste time here. Seeing Zhao Fu leave, everyone was so furious that they could only curse and beat him up. However, Zhao Fu did not leave. His goal was not just to kill the Sea Rock King but also to control this place. As such, what Zhao Fu wanted to do was to control the generals here. News of the Sea Rock King's death spread, and the territory fell into chaos. Some people contacted various people, wanting to elect a new king. Some people wanted to seize power and become the new king, while others wanted to escape. The first person Zhao Fu found was one of the most powerful people. It was an ordinary-looking, well-built young man called Hai Hai. Hai Hai looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Who killed the Sea Rock King's people?" Zhao Fu nodded. Hai Hai said, "What do you want me to do?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Submit to me, you have no choice." Hai Hai said, "Sure." He was clear about Zhao Fu's strength. Zhao Fu had even killed the Sea Rock King, much less him. Now that the Sea Rock King was dead, he no longer had anyone to be loyal to. Zhao Fu looked at Hai Hai and smiled, and a massive wave of power entered Hai Hai's body. Hai Hai did not resist and allowed the power to spread throughout his body. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Seeing that you're so tactful, I'll give you some power to properly cultivate." Hearing this, Hai Hai sensed within his body and looked quite shocked. He looked at Zhao Fu with a respectful attitude, and he understood that Zhao Fu's identity was not ordinary at all. Zhao Fu left and went to the next person's residence. He easily took control of these people, and the territory temporarily regained its peace. Shilong found Zhao Fu and said gratefully, "Thank you for helping us kill him." Zhao Fu gave a calm smile as he said, "You're welcome. If your race wants to stay in the territory, I welcome you. I'm the owner of this territory now." Shilong smiled and nodded as he took out a saber and said, "This is a saber passed down from my ancestor. It contains a strange poison that specifically counters stone elements. I hope it will be useful to you." Shilong had said that if Zhao Fu killed Sea Stone King, he would give him a reward, and this was his reward. Zhao Fu looked at it and was not very interested, and he smiled as he said, "No need. Since it's something passed down from your ancestor, you should keep it." Shilong did not insist and smiled as he put it away. The other rulers also heard about this, and now, there were only 2 territories that were not controlled by Zhao Fu. After hearing that Sea Stone King had been killed, the Sea Fish King felt quite happy. Even though Zhao Fu was despicable, he was incredibly powerful. If she had not submitted to him, she would have died and her territory would have been controlled. Hai Juanru happily smiled. She knew that the mysterious person who had killed Sea Stone King was Zhao Fu. Looking at Zhao Fu, it seemed that he wanted to unify the land of sea devils and become the most powerful king. Hai Juanru felt quite happy about this, as it was quite beneficial to her. The Sea Fish King sighed. She had already done her best to protect the residents of her territory. Perhaps unifying the land of sea devils was a good thing. Zhao Fu stayed in his territory for a day and felt that nothing would happen, so he headed to the next region. The second part, the Lord's Massacre of the World, changes in heaven and earth, and countless people enter the dimension. There are mythical creatures, the inheritance of ancient countries, elixirs, and magic treasures. Zhao Fu obtains the inheritance of the Qin Empire and starts the path of the Emperor of Sword sweeping 6 directions. The setting of the Eastern world is novel. The old book will continue to be written. Please support the new book. Thank you. The second part, the Lord's Massacre of the World, the Lord's Massacre of the World. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Book 1, Chapter 340 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. This time, Zhao Fu found the strongest person in the Sea Demon territory, the Sea King. Because Zhao Fu had heard that the Sea King was injured, he decided to act against him. After arriving at the Sea Spirit territory, the matter had become so big that the Sea King already knew of Zhao Fu's existence. Now, the palace was heavily guarded, with many soldiers standing guard everywhere and all kinds of array formations being activated to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Zhao Fu slightly frowned. It would be very difficult to sneak in like this. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to change his method. Seeing that the Sea King's defenses were so tight, his injuries were definitely not light. He could either sneak in or use others. At this time, the Sea King's injuries were indeed very serious. Back then, he had led people to chase after that old man and forced the old man into a dead end. In the end, the old man had detonated his body, severely injuring him and killing several of his subordinates. Zhao Fu came to the house of a general. This person was also someone that the Sea King trusted. He had a high status in the territory and should be able to enter the palace. The handsome man in the room had a worried expression. Next to him, a slender and pretty woman asked, "What's wrong?" The man was called Hai Fu, and he was the general that Zhao Fu had found. The woman was called Hai Yun, and she was his wife. Hai Fu said, "I feel that our territory is very dangerous right now. That person's next target is either us or another territory. We should have discovered it earlier, but it's already too late. More importantly, the Sea King is seriously injured." Hai Yun said, "What should we do now?" Hai Fu said, "Right now, I just hope that the Sea King can quickly recover and lead everyone through this crisis." Hai Yun said, "I don't think that's possible because that person controls so many territories and can order them to attack us together. Although our territory is ranked first, we can't resist so many soldiers." Hai Fu said with a heavy expression, but there's no other way." Hai Yun said, "Why don't we surrender to that person?" Hai Fu shook his head and looked at Hai Yun seriously. "Don't say this again. I will never betray the Sea King. Do you understand?" Hai Yun said, "I understand." Zhao Fu walked in with a smile. "I think surrendering to me is the best choice." Hai Fu felt quite startled as he looked at Zhao Fu. He knew that Zhao Fu was that person, but he had never thought that he would come here. He yelled, "Hai Yun, hurry and run." Hai Fu held a large saber and gave off a powerful aura as he slashed towards Zhao Fu. Hai Yun also hurriedly ran outside, planning to call someone over. Zhao Fu glanced at Hai Fu, and a powerful force sent Hai Fu flying, causing him to crash to the ground, blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Then, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed. A powerful force grabbed Hai Yun and pulled her in front of him. He hugged her with one hand. Hai Yun hit Zhao Fu hard with both hands and shouted, "Let me go." Hai Fu's face was filled with rage, and he once again charged at Zhao Fu with his saber. At that moment, numerous pale white tendrils rushed out of the ground and wrapped around Hai Fu's body, causing him to lose his ability to resist. "Husband!" Hai Yun cried out worriedly. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "He's fine now." Hai Yun angrily looked at Zhao Fu and said, "What do you want?" Zhao Fu smiled as he picked up Hai Yun and said, "I want to have you." Hai Yun vigorously struggled, but it was useless. She was still ravaged by Zhao Fu, but she could not get angry. Instead, she felt quite happy. Zhao Fu planned to leave. Hai Yun looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Where are you going? What do you want to do to my man?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I plan to control him to assassinate the Sea King." Hai Yun said anxiously, "No, aren't you trying to kill my husband?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Seeing that you did quite well, I can keep him alive. Moreover, I won't kill him after this matter is over." Hai Yun looked at him and said, "Really?" Zhao Fu smiled as he nodded. Hai Yun did not say anything else. Zhao Fu controlled Hai Fu and walked towards the palace. When he arrived at the palace gate, a few guards blocked Hai Fu's way. Hai Fu said unhappily, "Even I can't go in?" The guard said, "His Majesty has ordered that everyone is forbidden from entering." "Please leave, sir." Hai Fu said, "I have something important to report. Inform the Sea King and let me see him." The guard said, "You can discuss it with others." His Majesty said that he won't see anyone. Haifu could only turn and leave helplessly. In the distance, Jiaofu frowned. He did not expect the Sea King to be so cautious. Even the person he trusted the most could not enter. Jiaofu did not know what to do, so he returned to Hai Yun's house. Seeing that Jiaofu had returned with Haifu, he asked, "The plan failed?" Jiaofu nodded. Hai Yun said, "He's the most powerful person in the land of sea demons. Don't underestimate him." Jiaofu smiled and said, "I know. I plan to observe for a few more days and find another way to resolve this matter." Hai Yun nodded. Jiaofu went up and hugged Hai Yun. Hai Yun did not refuse and said, "When will you turn my husband back to normal?" Jiaofu said, "After this is over, I'll think about it." Hai Yun replied, "Oh." After waiting for 2 days, Jiaofu continued to observe near the palace but still did not find anything. Did he really have to gather his forces and attack? It would be best if he could control the last one and make it 5 against 1. Only then would he suffer the least losses. Suddenly, Jiaofu sensed a spatial fluctuation and immediately followed it to an open space. A handsome man appeared in front of Jiaofu. This person most likely used something to teleport out of the palace. If he could obtain that thing, he would be able to enter the palace. Jiaofu smiled in pleasant surprise and was about to grab the handsome young man. However, another beautiful middle-aged woman with an alluring figure and a beautiful face appeared. She wore a green dress and gave off a flirtatious aura. Seeing the beautiful woman, the handsome man could not help but go up and hug her, making all sorts of movements as he said, "I missed you so much." The beautiful woman smiled coquettishly and said, "Your Highness, I missed you too. I waited for a few days, but you didn't come out." The handsome man said, "The situation is special and I can't come out as I please. I only came out after stealing my mother's command token. Also, did you let that old thing touch you these days?" The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Of course not, Your Highness, I'm yours now." The handsome man smiled in satisfaction and said, "Not bad, when I become king, I'll marry you and make you my queen." The beautiful woman said happily, "Thank you, Your Highness." The handsome man pushed the beautiful woman to the ground. The beautiful woman smiled coquettishly and hugged the handsome man. A voice sounded out, "Don't you want to see who's here?" Hearing this voice, the two of them were given a fright and looked to the side. A mysterious cloaked person had appeared, and the two of them quickly stood up. The handsome man said coldly, "Who are you?" Jiaofu smiled and said, "You should know why the palace's defenses are so tight, right?" Book 1, Chapter 341, Battle. The handsome-looking man thought of something and his face became pale as he immediately turned and ran. Jiaofu smiled as he grabbed out with his hand, and a powerful wave of energy turned into a large formless hand that grabbed the handsome-looking man. The beautiful woman looked at Jiaofu with a pale face. She understood that Jiaofu's identity was quite terrifying, so she did not dare to run. Jiaofu grabbed the handsome-looking man and asked, "How did you leave the palace?" The handsome-looking man said coldly, "I won't tell you." Jiaofu lightly laughed as he said, "You're asking for trouble." A wave of energy started to corrode the handsome-looking man, causing him to feel immense pain. Soon, he begged for mercy, I'll tell you. Don't continue." Jiaofu smiled as he stopped. The handsome-looking man took out a command medallion and said, "I used this to leave." Jiaofu took the command medallion and looked at it before knocking the handsome-looking man to the ground. Jiaofu looked at the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman said pitifully, "Sir, please don't kill me, I can do anything." Jiaofu smiled as he said, "Hurry up then." Hearing this, the beautiful woman looked at Jiaofu in delight and immediately took the initiative to serve Jiaofu. 2 hours later, Jiaofu stopped and looked at the beautiful woman as he asked, "What is your name?" The beautiful woman said flirtatiously, "My name is Haizhu." "Sir, I really like you, I'm fine with anything." Jiaofu lightly laughed as he said, I understand. However, we'll stop here for today, I still have things to take care of." Haizhu said, "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Jiaofu smiled as he said, "No, just wait here obediently. After I kill that Sea King, I'll take control of this territory." Haizhu nodded as she said, "I believe that sir will definitely succeed." Jiaofu smiled as he put on his clothes and left this region. Haizhu put on her clothes and looked at the handsome man lying by the side. She slightly smiled and did not look at him again. She felt that she was infatuated with Zhao Fu, and the handsome man could not compare to Zhao Fu at all. Arriving near the royal palace, Zhao Fu took out the command token and tested it. He found that the surrounding restrictions and array formations did not react to the command token. Zhao Fu took the command token and turned into nothingness, entering without encountering any obstacles. He had finally entered, and Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he flew into the palace. Inside the palace, the Ocean King was lying on a bed. His aura was weak, and there were many soldiers standing guard at the door. Zhao Fu snuck into the room without a sound. The people guarding the door didn't notice. Arriving at the Sea King's bedside, Zhao Fu took out his sword and slashed at the Sea King. At that moment, the Sea King was pleasantly surprised and stretched out his hand to block, but his arm was cut off by the sword. Fresh blood flowed out, and the Sea King let out a blood-curdling scream. Zhao Fu thrust his sword at the Sea King. The Sea King hurriedly dodged. None of the people outside the door made any decisions, as Zhao Fu had already blocked all sounds and objects before attacking. The Sea King's expression became unsightly as he asked, "How did you get in?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Is there any point in you asking these questions?" The Sea King gave off a wave of power and vigorously struck out with his palm. A massive palm slammed towards Zhao Fu, bringing with it a powerful gust of wind. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed horizontally with his sword, and a black sword light slashed apart the palm. The Sea King immediately rushed towards the window, wanting to break through it and escape. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and a wave of power flowed out, blocking in front of the Sea King. The Sea King rammed into Zhao Fu's wall of power, but he was unable to break through it. The Sea King loudly roared and gave off an even more powerful wave of power. However, Zhao Fu came to the Sea King's side and stabbed towards him. The Sea King miserably rolled on the ground, dodging Zhao Fu's attack. The Sea King no longer had the awe-inspiring aura he had on the ship. Shing, a sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu swung his sword, sending the Sea King flying with a black crescent. The Sea King stood up and wanted to run. Zhao Fu chased up and pierced through the Sea King's heart, causing the Sea King to fall. After dealing with the Sea King, Zhao Fu picked up his storage ring and looked at it before putting it away and leaving. After dealing with the Sea King, Zhao Fu only needed to control a few generals and Zhao Fu would be able to control this region. However, what surprised Zhao Fu was that not long after he left, news of the Sea King's death spread. This was because the Queen had gone to see the Sea King, but when she opened the door, all she saw was the Sea King's corpse. The territory fell into chaos. Zhao Fu thought about it and returned to the palace to find the Queen. This Queen was tall and had a beautiful face. She wore a blue-white dress and looked quite lively. Her name was Hai Ling. At that moment, Hai Ling's heart was in chaos and she felt immense pressure. The Sea King was dead, her son was missing, and the territory had fallen into chaos. She wanted to stabilize the situation, but everyone obeyed her orders. Hai Ling felt that everything was over. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Queen, I can take care of this matter." Hai Ling looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm the person who killed the Sea King." Hai Ling said angrily, "You killed my man and still dare to appear in front of me?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Queen, aren't you going to consider the current situation? Also, your son is in my hands. If you don't want him to die, then be obedient." Hai Ling coldly harumphed, "What do you want?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "It's very simple. Have the people of the territory submit to me. I'm too lazy to find them one by one. If they don't want to submit, I'll deal with them." Hai Ling started to think. She did not directly reply to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu went up and hugged her as he smiled and said, "Hurry up and give the order. After this time, I won't give you a chance." Hai Ling coldly said, "I understand. I'll have people do it now." Zhao Fu was satisfied and turned around to press Hai Ling under him. After hearing the Queen's order, everyone understood that it was Zhao Fu who had done it. Everyone was very shocked that Zhao Fu could still kill the Sea King even under such precautions. If several territories submitted to him, there was no point in resisting and they would still lose in the end. Most people chose to surrender, but a small number were unwilling and planned to escape. Hai Ling's face was rosy as she sat in Zhao Fu's arms and said, "I've done as you said. Where is my son now?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, someone will send your son back soon. Hai Ling said, also, I hope you can do what you promised me. Zhao Fu hugged Hai Ling and said with a smile, okay, I know. I won't slaughter the people of your territory, and I don't need to. As for you, you're still the queen. I'll leave the territory to you, okay? Hai Ling leaned on Zhao Fu's shoulder and her expression softened. Following this, many people who were willing to submit to Zhao Fu came to the palace to see Zhao Fu. After Zhao Fu accepted their offer, he took some people to chase down those who were unwilling to surrender. Now that they were the unstable elements, they had to be dealt with quickly. Book 1, 342-inch Hurry and Run. A tall and bright-looking man yelled, telling the people behind him to quickly escape. Zhao Fu was currently leading soldiers to chase after them. The soldiers quickly caught up, and the two sides clashed. The bright-looking man swung his sword and slashed at a few soldiers, and the people behind him quickly ran away in fear. Zhao Fu flew over and saw that the bright-looking man had already killed some soldiers. He slapped out with his hand, and a formless energy sent the bright-looking man flying back, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a black-clothed middle-aged man exploded out with immense power and leapt up from the ground, slashing his large saber towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and grabbed out with his hand, easily catching the incoming saber. The black-clothed man was given a big fright and immediately let go of the saber and kicked towards Zhao Fu's head. Zhao Fu slammed his palm against his abdomen, sending him flying back before throwing out the saber. The saber turned into a black blur and pierced through the black-clothed man's chest. The black-clothed man fell from the sky, dead. Bastard! A sharp cry sounded out as a woman holding a halberd furiously flew over and stabbed her halberd towards Zhao Fu. This woman's figure was not bad and she looked quite heroic. Seeing that the valiant-looking woman was about to attack him, Zhao Fu dodged to the side. The valiant-looking woman vigorously swung her halberd to the side, and Zhao Fu once again retreated, dodging another attack from the valiant-looking woman. The woman felt quite angry and gave off a powerful aura as she rushed at Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu suddenly went up and hugged the woman, causing her to vigorously struggle as she cursed, "You scum, let go of me." Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "I won't let go." The woman opened her mouth, preparing to bite Zhao Fu. A wave of energy immediately entered her body, controlling her body. Zhao Fu looked down and smiled as he said, "Kill them all." Hearing this, the heroic-looking woman's eyes became red and she said, "Don't kill them." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Why? You were the ones who didn't want to surrender to me. Why won't you let me kill you?" The heroic-looking woman said, "I can convince them to surrender." Now, the heroic-looking woman knew that she was no match for Zhao Fu. If they did not choose to surrender, they would all be killed here. She did not want them all to die, so she could only choose to submit to Zhao Fu. Hearing this, Zhao Fu let go of the heroic-looking woman and ordered the soldiers to stop. The heroic-looking woman shouted, "Everyone, surrender." Everyone looked at each other and put down their weapons. They knew that if they didn't surrender, they would die, and they didn't want to die here. The Sunny Man shouted angrily, "Sister! He just killed our father and you're going to surrender to him?" The heroic woman felt uncomfortable and didn't know what to say. She didn't want to surrender, but she didn't want her entire family to die. Zhao Fu snorted, "You're courting death." Zhao Fu grabbed at the air, and a formless hand grabbed onto the Sunny Man's throat and lifted him up. The Sunny Man looked incredibly pained as he struggled. The heroic-looking woman hurriedly said, "Please don't kill my big brother." Zhao Fu blasted a wave of power against the Sunny Man's body, knocking him unconscious before tossing him to the side. Seeing this scene, everyone else did not dare to resist and chose to surrender. Seeing everyone surrender, Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile and had people take them away, leaving only a few women behind. The first was a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing a black dress and had a calm aura. She was called Hai Jun, and she was the wife of the black-clothed man and the heroic-looking woman. The second had a graceful figure and a sweet face. She was called Hai Su, and she was the heroic-looking woman's cousin. The third was tall and had a cold aura. She was called Hai Yun, and she was the Sunny Man's fiancée. The fourth wore a red dress and had a mature figure. She was the butler, Hai Yi. The last was the heroic-looking woman, who was called Hai Mu. Hai Jun coldly looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Why are you keeping us here?" Zhao Fu evilly laughed as he said, "What do you think I'll do?" Hai Jun said angrily, "You just killed my man and want to have me. Even if you kill me, I won't agree." Hai Yi said, "If you need anything, come at me. Don't hurt anyone else." Hai Yan stood there and coldly looked at Zhao Fu. She definitely would not agree, she already had a man she liked. Hai Su felt quite nervous. Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "Do you think there's still room for discussion? Do I need your opinions?" What a joke. Everyone angrily glared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu walked towards the center. 2 hours later, Hai Su's face was red as she looked at Hai Jun, who was clinging to Zhao Fu. She was no longer as angry and arrogant as before, and Hai Yun had collapsed to the side. Hai Yi was still hugging Zhao Fu, while Hai Mu and Zhao Fu were affectionate. After another 2 hours, Hai Su also fell into Zhao Fu's embrace. Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile as he said, "Pack up, I'll go and kill some other people later." Hai Jun looked at Zhao Fu with a complicated expression as she said, "How do you plan to deal with us?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "In the future, you'll all be my women, so I naturally won't deal with you. In the future, you'll all manage this territory together." Hai Jun felt quite surprised, "Are you really that good to us?" Zhao Fu looked at Hai Jun and smiled as he said, "As long as you become my women, I'll treat you just as well." Hai Mu sighed, "If we knew things would turn out like this, we would have surrendered earlier. That way, Dad wouldn't have been like this." Hai Jun looked at Zhao Fu and angrily pinched Zhao Fu. She finds it very difficult to forgive Zhao Fu for this. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "It was you who wanted to resist, and I gave you a chance. Don't blame me." Hai Yan lightly harumphed, "If not you, who should we blame?" Hai Jun asked, "The queen has also submitted to you. Is it also because you have taken her?" Zhao Fu nodded. Hai Jun thought to herself that as Zhao Fu's women in the future, it would be easier for them to get along with each other, and they would receive various benefits. Hai Yan suddenly said, "I hope that you can let Hai Min in." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Hai Min is Hai Mu's big brother. I can let him off, he's quite handsome and has a fiancé like you." Hai Yan's face became red and she rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. Following this, Zhao Fu left and continued to kill those who had rebelled. Hai Jun and the others returned to the territory. Seeing the rebelling people being eliminated, Queen Hai Ling felt relieved, the territory would soon return to stability. A handsome man ran in, he was called Hai Fu, and he was Hai Ling's son. Zhao Fu had obtained the command medallion from him. Hai Fu cried out, "Royal mother, royal father died? Why did such a thing happen?" Hai Ling angrily looked at Hai Fu and said, "You still have the face to say that?" Hai Fu said guiltily, "I never thought that that person would kill royal father. Now that that person is there, I want to take revenge." Book 1, Chapter 343, Revenge. Hai Ling said coldly, "What revenge do you want now? The territory is all his. Behave yourself when you see him in the future, understand?" Hai Ling said unwillingly, "But he killed my father." Hai Ling said, "I know, but you and I are not his opponent, so we can only obey him. In the future, you will still be the prince of the territory." Hai Ling looked at Hai Ling and said, "Mother, I also heard that you have become his woman, is that true?" Hai Ling nodded. Hai Ling said angrily, "Why?" Hai Ling sighed, "Mother has her own difficulties, but it is also for you, for your territory. Otherwise, I would never obey him." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "What did you say?" Hai Ling looked at Zhao Fu who walked in, and her expression changed. She was a little flustered and stepped forward, "It's nothing." "Husband, you're back so soon?" Zhao Fu put his arm around Hai Ling and said with a smile, "Those people are a bunch of trash. I dealt with them very easily." Hai Ling looked at Zhao Fu angrily. Hai Ling said with a smile, "It's all thanks to husband's help." Zhao Fu smiled and did not speak. Hai Ling was worried that Hai Pu would cause trouble and said, "Hurry up and leave." Hai Ling left reluctantly. Watching him leave, Zhao Fu hooked Hai Ling's chin and said, "I heard what you said just now." Hai Ling looked at Zhao Fu and said nervously, "Then what do you want? Do you want to cripple me? Or kill me?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "I'm not stupid. You must have your reasons for obeying me, and I can accept all of them. If you say that you fell in love with me, then people will doubt your motives. Hai Ling breathed a sigh of relief and said, Husband. I will be your woman in the future. Zhao Fu nodded with a smile. Hai Ling said with a smile, I also prepared some gifts for you. Zhao Fu smiled and said, What gift? Hai Ling had people bring in 6 beautiful women. One had a voluptuous figure and a charming temperament, one had a gentle and quiet temperament, one had short hair and a tall figure, one had a delicate face and a slim figure, one was beautiful and wore a pink dress, and one had a cold face and wore a white dress. Zhao Fu sat on the throne and hugged Sea Spirit as he asked, They are? Sea Spirit smiled and said, They are the 6 princesses of the palace. Now they are all yours. Zhao Fu chuckled. All of you, come here. Hearing this, the women chuckled and walked to Zhao Fu's side. Several hours later, many beautiful women had ruddy complexions and were panting for breath. Sea Spirit turned and leaned against Zhao Fu's chest. Are you satisfied? Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Sea Spirit said with a smile, As long as you are satisfied. Zhao Fu said, Now that this place has been stabilized, I'll leave it to you. I'm heading to the last territory. Sea Spirit said, Husband. What do you want to do with 6 territories? Zhao Fu said with a smile, Nothing much. By the way, as the strongest territory, your territory should know the most information. I want to ask if you have any information about the water world. Sea Spirit thought about it and shook her head. Zhao Fu showed a disappointed expression and said, Okay. Sea Spirit said, Husband, I'll help you collect information right away. Zhao Fu shook his head and said, No need, I've already asked a few people in the territory. They are also collecting information. It's possible that there really isn't a water world here. Sea Spirit said with a smile, I'll help you collect information. The real land of sea demons is very big, maybe we can find it. Zhao Fu said with a smile, Okay, if you find it, I'll reward you. Sea Spirit said with a smile, Okay. Zhao Fu looked at the princesses lying next to him and said with a smile, You all have the power of the water world that I left in your bodies. Do well in the future. The princesses smiled happily and nodded. Zhao Fu left this territory and came to the last territory. Now that the strongest territory had been destroyed by Zhao Fu, dealing with the last one was almost no problem. The people in this territory did not want to accept their fate, so they all entered a state of war and could participate in the war at any time. Zhao Fu came to the territory, but it directly prohibited outsiders from entering. Zhao Fu could only choose to sneak in and go directly to the palace. This place was called the Sea Marshal Territory, and the lord was the Sea Marshal King, a woman who was also very strong. Arriving at the palace, Zhao Fu was a bit surprised. There were no restrictions or guards, which was very strange. The palace was an important place, so it was impossible for there to be no guards. Was there a trap? For a moment, Zhao Fu did not dare to directly break in, so he prepared to collect information nearby. Zhao Fu then sneaked into a minister's home, but after looking around, he did not find the minister, nor did he see his relatives. Only some servants were left here. It was very strange. Zhao Fu grabbed a servant and asked, Where did your minister and relatives go? The servant said fearfully, They went to every place. Zhao Fu asked, What place? When did this happen? The servant replied, This lowly one does not know where it was, but it was yesterday. Zhao Fu continued to ask, Did all the ministers, generals, and their relatives leave? The servant nodded. Zhao Fu asked, Where did the people from the palace go? The servant shook his head, We don't know. Zhao Fu understood that he did not know, so he did not make things difficult for him. He left a restriction on him and did not kill him before leaving the minister's home. Finally, he came to the outside of the palace. Zhao Fu still did not dare to enter. According to the information he had, the Sea Warrior King must have set a trap for him. If he rushed in recklessly, there would definitely be an accident. After a while, Zhao Fu thought of a sinister plan. Zhao Fu came to a street and pressed a hand on the ground. A black and blood-red magic array appeared, and a huge black and blood-red aura spread and poured into the bodies of the people. The people's bodies were stiff and their eyes were dull. They were completely controlled by Zhao Fu, and there were about 1,000 of them. Zhao Fu controlled 1,000 people to walk towards the palace. If there was a trap, the people would definitely die. They were not Zhao Fu's people, so if they died, they would die. Let's see if the Sea Warrior King would kill so many of his people. The people were like walking corpses, walking forward step by step. Finally, they walked into the palace, but nothing happened. Zhao Fu had a strange look on his face. Did I think wrong? There are no traps here? At this time, Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to break in. Instead, he released the control of the people. The people came back to their senses and found that they were in the palace. They had a strange look on their faces and immediately retreated. After observing the surroundings for a while, Zhao Fu also walked into the palace. At that moment, a huge vortex appeared, and a terrifying aura spread like a tide. Zhao Fu's expression changed. There was indeed a trap here. Book 1, Zhao Fu was stunned. Countless amounts of seawater flowed out, quickly covering the entire ground. Zhao Fu tried to retreat, but the seawater immediately gathered towards Zhao Fu and wrapped around Zhao Fu's legs. Zhao Fu vigorously struggled free. The seawater continued to flow towards Zhao Fu, forming a massive whirlpool that covered Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu exploded out with great power, but he was unable to break free. The seawater continuously flowed out, forming an ocean that trapped Zhao Fu within. Zhao Fu took out a sword and slashed out with all of his strength, sending out a massive sword energy. Countless rays of black sword light shot out from the water, and the massive whirlpool was shattered by the sword energy, turning into countless streams of water. A mountain-like pressure weighed down on Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to sink. The water around him continuously rose, and an even greater water pressure descended on Zhao Fu's body, pressing down on Zhao Fu and causing the ground to crack. The water pressure did not stop and continuously became heavier, wanting to crush Zhao Fu into meat paste. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded out as Zhao Fu turned into a massive black dragon and gave off terrifying dragon power as he ferociously charged upwards, causing the water to scatter as he leapt into the sky. The water on the ground once again gathered, forming an enormous water giant. It stretched out a large hand and grabbed towards the black dragon that Zhao Fu had turned into. The black dragon twisted its body, dodging the water giant's hand and flying higher. The water giant raised its hands and grabbed towards the black dragon. Boom! The black dragon spat out an enormous black beam of light that ferociously pierced through the water giant's body, causing the water giant's body to collapse. Below, the water gave off boundless blue light and a massive wave of power spread out. Swish, 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 huge water balls shot out one after another, densely packed as they shot towards the black dragon in the sky. The sounds were extremely shocking. The black dragon circled in the sky, and a massive black defensive barrier appeared, covering the black dragon's massive body. Bang, 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 one after another, the water balls collided with the defensive barrier and turned into countless splashes. The impact caused the huge black defensive barrier to tremble continuously. Suddenly, the countless water balls stopped attacking, and the huge water surface began to surge. Boom! A massive pillar of water instantly shot out, bringing with it a powerful force as it slammed into the black barrier above. Many cracks appeared on the defensive barrier, and then the barrier shattered. When Zhao Fu saw this, he immediately turned around and flew outside. A blue barrier blocked in front of Zhao Fu, wanting to trap him within it. Zhao Fu swiped out with his dragon claw, and a powerful force slammed against the blue barrier. The dragon claw pierced through the barrier and tore open a large hole in it before flying out. Zhao Fu looked at the blue barrier and said, "Boom." Everyone in the palace looked at the black dragon flying away with solemn expressions. The leader was a woman with a hot figure and a ponytail. She had a cold face and wore tight clothes. She was the owner of this territory, the Sea Warrior King. An elegant woman in white next to her couldn't help but say, "This person is too strong. Even such a formation couldn't trap him. The one who saw him should be someone from the dragon race. The dragon race of the water race is not to be trifled with." The Sea Warrior King said, "I also underestimated him." The woman in white was called Hai, and she asked, "King, what should we do now?" The Sea Warrior King shook his head, "I don't know what to do either. If he wasn't caught this time, there won't be a next time. I don't know what method he will use to obtain our territory." Hai said, "King, now that the land of sea demons belongs to him, why don't we submit to him as well? There's no need to increase meaningless casualties. The Sea Warrior King said, let me think about it. Hai didn't say anything. Everyone continued to stay in the palace. It was safe here, and that person couldn't break in. Zhao Fu fled the royal city and stopped in a nearby open space. This time, Zhao Fu didn't expect to fall into a trap. He was a little too careless. Fortunately, Zhao Fu was strong, or else he would have been caught by the trap. At this moment, Zhao Fu didn't know how to take down this territory, and he had a headache. 2 hours later, Zhao Fu received a piece of news. He was very surprised that the Sea Warrior King wanted to surrender. Could this be another trap? Zhao Fu, who had just been fooled once, naturally wouldn't believe it easily. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu decided to use his clone to take a look. His main body stayed here. He came to the entrance of the palace again. There were many guards here now, and it wasn't as empty as before. When the guards saw Zhao Fu, they saluted, Your Excellency, the king is waiting for you in the palace. Zhao Fu looked at the guards, hesitated for a moment, and walked into the palace. He came to the main hall. The Sea Warrior King sat on the throne, and Hai stood to the side. There were also many officials, and everyone looked at Zhao Fu who walked in. The Sea Warrior King said, Tell me, who are you? Zhao Fu chuckled, Do you look like you want to surrender to me? The Sea Warrior King walked down from the throne and came in front of Zhao Fu. He looked at Zhao Fu, Is it okay now? Zhao Fu smiled and said, My identity can't be known by too many people. Hearing this, the Sea Warrior King said, All of you can leave. The ministers left, and the palace door closed. In the end, only the Sea Warrior King and Hai stayed. The Sea Warrior King said, Speak. Zhao Fu smiled and walked to the throne, I am the young sect master of the Pure Water sect. The Sea Warrior King said in surprise, You are not from the Dragon Clan? Zhao Fu was stunned. He understood that the Sea Warrior King had misunderstood his identity when he turned into a black dragon. He smiled and said, I am indeed from the Dragon Clan, but I might not have anything to do with the Dragon Clan of the Water Realm. Hai looked at Zhao Fu and said, I don't think your identity is that simple. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I have already told you that I am the young sect master of the Pure Water sect. I won't say anything else. The Sea Warrior King said, Let me ask you a question. Zhao Fu smiled and said, Go ahead. The Sea Warrior King said, What is your purpose in controlling the 6 territories of the sea demons? Zhao Fu smiled and said, Nothing, it's purely on a whim. The Sea Warrior King said angrily, You want to control the land of the sea demons on a whim? Zhao Fu looked at the Sea Warrior King and said, Why? I can't. Also, don't think that I can't do anything to your territories. I can kill all of you. Hai looked at the Sea Warrior King and said, King. You should calm down. With Zhao Fu's identity as the young sect master of the Pure Water sect, he could easily kill them. Even without using his identity, he could directly let the people of the other 5 territories attack. They would not be able to resist. The Sea Warrior King snorted coldly. Zhao Fu looked at the Sea Warrior King and said, Do you surrender to me now? If not, I will leave. The Sea Warrior King said, I can surrender to you, but you must promise not to kill the people of our territories at will. Also, I hope that our territories can retain the right to govern themselves. Of course, you can appoint some important positions. Book 1, Chapter 345. Zhao Fu chuckled, I can agree to all of this. I don't want to care about your territory. You're still the king of the territory, so nothing can change. The Sea Warrior King looked at Zhao Fu, I don't know what you're thinking. Zhao Fu smiled, I don't have any thoughts, as long as you submit to me. By the way, have you heard any news about the omniscient water world? The Sea Warrior King thought about it and said, No. Zhao Fu was not surprised. Okay. The Sea Warrior King looked at Zhao Fu, Did you come to the land of the sea demons to find the omniscient water world? Zhao Fu nodded. The Sea Warrior King said, It's useless to you, even if you're a mighty figure. What do you want that thing for? Zhao Fu sat on the throne and smiled slightly. 11 omniscient water worlds appeared around him, emitting countless blue lights. A supreme aura of the water ray spread out. The Sea Warrior King and Hai were stunned, as if they had seen a god. They had a feeling of wanting to kneel down and submit, and their minds went blank. Zhao Fu looked at the two of them standing in place and smiled as he withdrew the omniscient water world. The Sea Warrior King and Hai Yi came back to their senses and looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Why do you have so many omniscient water worlds? Zhao Fu chuckled, come here, I'll tell you. The Sea Warrior King rolled his eyes at Zhao Fu. Don't think that I don't know what you want to do. I've long heard that you've taken all the women in the other territories. Zhao Fu smiled, then are you willing? The Sea Warrior King snorted, I won't go over anyway. Zhao Fu smiled and walked down, reaching out and hugging the Sea Warrior King and Hai Yi. A few hours later, Zhao Fu sat on the throne with the Sea Warrior King and Hai Yi sitting on either side. The Sea Warrior King smiled, thank you. The Sea Warrior King could feel the power of the omniscient water world that Zhao Fu left in her body, which was of great help to her. Zhao Fu smiled. You're welcome. The Sea Marshal King said with a smile, now it seems that submitting to you was a very wise choice. Zhao Fu chuckled. I'm worried that this is a trap, so my main body hasn't arrived yet. Sea Marshal King said angrily, are you an avatar now? Zhao Fu nodded. The Sea Marshal King snorted coldly. Leave now. Come over with your main body. I don't want to be with a clone. Zhao Fu said helplessly, what's the difference? Isn't it still me? Sea Marshal King said, I just mind. If I knew you were an avatar, I wouldn't have given it to you. Zhao Fu said, okay. My main body will come over immediately. After saying that, Zhao Fu's doppelganger disappeared, and his main body appeared in the palace. The Sea Warrior King looked at Zhao Fu, still a little angry. Zhao Fu smiled and said, my main body is here. What else do you want? Sea Marshal King did not speak. Zhao Fu stepped forward and comforted him. In the end, Zhao Fu returned to the inn. Hai Ji looked at Zhao Fu and said with a smile, husband, you settled it so quickly? Zhao Fu smiled and said, this matter is more troublesome than I thought. It took so much time, so how can it be fast? Hai Ji stepped forward and said, congratulations on becoming the strongest king in the land of sea demons, husband. Zhao Fu smiled and said, you're the princess. Hai Wei snorted softly. Zhao Fu also hugged Hai Wei and said with a smile, you too. Hai Lu stood on the side enviously. She also wanted to jump into Zhao Fu's arms, but her man was watching from the side. Her two daughters were also watching with envy. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I'll take you to the palace. Everyone smiled and nodded. In the palace hall, Sea Fish King looked at Zhao Fu and said, did you subdue the last Sea Marshal King? Why haven't I heard the news yet? Zhao Fu smiled and said, I'll announce it later. Sea Fish King nodded. Zhao Fu said, help me spread the news. In the future, the land of sea demons' 6 territories will merge into one. Call the others over, we'll all be family in the future. Sea Fish King smiled and nodded, I'll do it right away. This news spread and caused a huge sensation. Countless people were enthusiastically discussing, guessing who had the ability to unify the 6 territories. This was a good thing for everyone, they did not have to worry about territories fighting each other. Sea Fish King, Sea Water King, and Sea Marshal King remained unchanged. Hai Juanru and Hai Ling became the new kings, and Sea Stone King's territory was given to Hai Ji by Zhao Fu. The 6 kings had all become women. The hall was in chaos, and the women were all present. Zhao Fu smiled and said, you've all been collecting information about the water world in all directions. Have you found anything? Sea Water King blushed and said shyly, can you ask later? Zhao Fu smiled and said, all right. A day later, Zhao Fu sat on the throne and there were women lying around him with reddened faces, looking quite satisfied. Zhao Fu hugged the Sea Fish King and said, can you tell me now? Sea Water King said apologetically, I've already sent people to collect information, but I haven't found anything. I'm very sorry. Sea Fish King said, I haven't found anything either, there shouldn't be any here. Zhao Fu smiled and said, then I'll be leaving the land of sea demons and looking elsewhere. Sea Water King blushed and said, can you take me with you? Zhao Fu smiled and said, you're all here, I don't want to take anyone else with me. Hai Ji looked at Zhao Fu and asked softly, husband, you should be fine, right? Zhao Fu nodded. Hai Ji said, do you remember what you promised me? Jiao Fu smiled and said, of course I do. Tell me what you want, I'll leave after I'm done. Hai Ji smiled and said, I want you to help me stabilize a body of water near my hometown. Jiao Fu asked curiously, your hometown? Hai Ji smiled and explained, husband, didn't I tell you before that I have half of the sea demon's bloodline? My hometown is in the south of the sea demon region, and it's quite a distance from the land of sea demons. The land of sea demons occupied 1% of the sea demon region. Others who came to explore and obtain treasures went to the sea demon region, not to the land of sea demons. The land of sea demons was like a relay station that provided rest and supplies. Jiao Fu smiled and said, all right, we'll go back tomorrow. Sea Marshal King reminded, even though we don't invade the sea demon race, the sea demon race is very dangerous. Some are especially savage and eat people. Jiao Fu smiled and said, I know, don't worry. Hai Wei said reluctantly, come back as soon as you have time. I don't want to keep waiting for you. Jiao Fu smiled and nodded. Hai Lu looked at him and said softly, I want to be your woman. I hope you can give my husband some compensation. Is that okay? Jiao Fu chuckled and said, of course. Hai Lu smiled happily, she would not use the tracks in the future. Her two daughters had complicated expressions, on one hand, they wanted their father, and on the other hand, they wanted to be with Jiao Fu. The next day, Jiao Fu followed Hai Ji to her hometown. Heaven and earth changed, and countless people entered a different world. There were mythical creatures, inheritances of ancient countries, magical treasures, and gods. Jiao Fu obtained the inheritance of the Qin Empire and began to conquer the world with his sword. The new book Lord's Soldiers Conquering the World was signed. The second book, Lord's Massacre Conquering the World, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Book 1, Chapter 346, Sea Demon. The two of them unleashed their defensive barriers and avoided the water around them as they flew in a certain direction. Half a day later, Jiao Fu and Hai Li came to a reef mountain, and Jiao Fu asked, this is your homeland? Hai Li nodded and smiled as she said, come with me. Jiao Fu followed Hai Li towards the reef mountain. There were many caves on the reef mountain, and it seemed that there were people living in them. At that moment, a few creatures swam over. They had dark gray skin, and their hands and feet were like sharp claws. Their hair was lush black, and their eyes were also black. They all wore simple clothes that covered their bodies. The men were all very handsome, and the women were all very flirtatious. Hai Li spoke first, I'm Hai Lan's daughter. Hearing this, the sea devils looked at each other, and a man said, I heard that you left for many years, why did you come back now? Hai Li smiled as she said, I brought my husband back to take a look. The man said, all right. Go in and remember our sea devil rules. Hai Li nodded. The sea devils swam away, and Hai Li pulled Jiao Fu's hand as they continued to fly. On the way, many sea devils looked over curiously. A handsome-looking man saw Hai Li and said happily, Hai Li, you're back. Hai Li smiled as she said, big brother Hai Wei, long time no see. Hai Wei went up and smiled as he said, where have you been after leaving for so many years? We've all missed you. Hai Li replied, it's a long story, and I'll have to introduce you. This is my husband. Hearing this, Hai Wei looked at Jiao Fu with some hostility. Hai Li was the woman he had liked since he was young, but now she had become another man's woman. Jiao Fu ignored this person's hostility. Hai Li said, I'm busy, big brother Hai Wei. I'll talk to you another day. After saying this, Hai Li pulled Jiao Fu and continued to walk. They came to a large cave and flew in before coming to a door. Hai Li went up and pushed open the door. There was a large space inside, and there were a few rooms. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure and a seductive aura walked out and said coldly as she looked at Hai Li, you still know to come back. She was Hai Lan, Hai Li's mother. Hai Li said, Mother. I came back this time for something. After I'm done, I'll save you. If you don't want to see me, then I won't come back again. Hearing this, Hai Lan looked at Hai Li angrily. Jiao Fu stepped forward and said with a smile, Auntie Hai Li is a little immature. Please don't be angry. Hai Lan looked at Jiao Fu and asked, who are you? Ocean Lip said, he's my man. Hai Lan said unhappily, why don't you find a siren man? Your mother found another aquatic creature and fell for it once. Don't you remember? Hailey snorted, he's different from what you think. He's the young master of the Pure Water sect, and he's in control of the water world. In the future, he'll definitely become the supreme leader of the water clan. Hailon looked at Jiaofu in shock. Is what my daughter said true? Jiaofu smiled and nodded. Hailon smiled, then I won't oppose you two being together, but I hope you won't let my daughter down. No matter who you are, I'll make you pay the price. Jiaofu said with an affirmative smile, Auntie, don't worry. I'll be responsible for Hailey. Hailey walked into the room with Jiaofu in her hand. Jiaofu said with a smile, I feel like you and my mother have a lot of conflicts. Hailey nodded, my mother and I have had a bad relationship since we were young. She either locked me up at home or forced me to marry a siren man. Jiaofu said, I think she loves you very much. She's doing this for your own good. Hailey rolled her eyes at Jiaofu, I know. Jiaofu said with a smile, where's the chaotic water you mentioned? After I stabilize this water, I'll continue to look for the water world. Hailey hugged Jiaofu and said with a smile, it's already late. I'll take you there tomorrow. Jiaofu understood and nodded with a smile. Hailon had wanted to prepare some food, and she was very happy that Hailey had returned. She hoped that Hailey could stay by her side, and that Hailey had found a good man like Jiaofu. Suddenly, Hailon heard some noise and could not help but go over to take a look. She was somewhat surprised by Jiaofu's perfect face. Seeing her daughter so happy, Hailon blushed and went back to cook. A few hours later, Hailey lay on Jiaofu's body and said with a smile, Husband, go and look for my mother. I know you're interested in her. Jiaofu smiled and nodded. Seeing Jiaofu walk out, Hailon's face also became red. She had been listening outside for a few hours, and it was hard for her to bear. Jiaofu smiled and said, Auntie. Hailey wants to bring you in. Hailon rolled her eyes at Jiaofu, how can I do that? Jiaofu went up and hugged Hailon as he said, can I help you ease the tension? You don't want to continue like this with your daughter, right? Hearing this, Hailon thought about it and lightly nodded. Jiaofu smiled as he carried Hailon into the room. Hailey and Jiaofu continuously violated Hailon and smiled as they said, Mother, you've never experienced this feeling before, right? Hailon blushed as she said, you're better than your mother to find such a man. Hailey smiled as she said, I already said that not all men are like my father, there are bad men in the Sea Devil clan. Do you agree with me now? Hailon did not know how to reply, she could not change her long-held views. Hailey gestured to Jiaofu. Hailon quickly made a sound of disdain, but in the end, she could only agree with Hailey's view. Afterwards, Hailey looked at Jiaofu and said, Husband, did you give my mother the power of the water world in all directions? Jiaofu replied, Of course I did. Hailey smiled as she said, Mother, feel the power of the water world in your body, it will be of great help to you. Hailon sensed it and revealed a look of shock, the power exceeded her expectations. Hailey smiled as she said, Mother, I'll tell you something good, I've become the Sea Stone Region's king. Hailon asked in surprise, How did you become the Sea Stone Region's king? Hailey hugged Jiaofu and smiled as she said, My husband unified the Ocean Devil region and made me the king of the Sandstone territory. I want to take you back with me. Jiaofu smiled as he looked at Hailey. Hailon said, I don't want to go, I've always lived here and don't want to leave. Hailey said unhappily, What's so good about this place? Hailon said awkwardly, Then let me think about it. Hailey nodded. The next day, many people came to Hailey's family because Hailon had told everyone about Hailey becoming the Sea Stone region's king and about Jiaofu. This was like telling everyone that one's son or daughter had made a name for themselves, and telling everyone would give them face. Hearing this news, many people naturally came to curry favor with Hailey, which was why such a scene had occurred. Jiaofu and Hailey walked out, and everyone else smiled as they walked over, saying things like, Hailey, you're doing too well now. Hailey, I've never been wrong about you, you're the young sect master of the Clean Water sect, and I can tell that you're no ordinary person. Book 1, Chapter 347, Battle. Hearing these words, Jiaofu and Hailey could only reply with a few words before sending them off. Hailey smiled. Hailey said discontentedly, Mother. Why did you tell them all of this? Hai Lan smiled as she said, "It's not an important secret, and I didn't tell them what you didn't want me to tell them. Also, isn't it good for everyone to be happy?" Hai Li said, "Forget it, mother, I'm going to take husband to that chaotic region of water." Hai Lan said, "Why are you going there?" Hai Li said, "I want my husband to stabilize that region of water so that no one will have to worry about being sucked into it and losing their lives." Hai Lan nodded, "This is a great thing for our tribe." Hai Li said, "Then mother, we'll be going." Hai Lan said, Be careful." Hai Li brought Zhao Fu to a region of water in the north that was very close to the Reef Mountains and explained, "This region of water is very chaotic, and sometimes there are whirlpools that suck in some of our sea demons. Many of our sea demons have died here, and my good friend died here." Zhao Fu looked at her and understood why she had asked him to come here. He smiled as he said, "Retreat far away and leave everything to me." Hai Li smiled as she said, "Be careful, husband." Zhao Fu nodded and flew towards the region of water. Just as Zhao Fu entered the region of water, he was immediately stirred up by the seawater, and he immediately released the water world's power, causing the surrounding seawater to gradually stabilize. This was only the edge of the region of water, and Zhao Fu had to go deep into the core region to stabilize this region of water. He continued to swim towards the region of water. As Zhao Fu continued to advance, the seawater became more and more chaotic and continuously roiled as if it was being boiled. Zhao Fu's body gave off many rays of blue light, and only then did the surrounding seawater stabilize. Boom, a massive wave of water containing 10,000 kilograms of force slammed into Zhao Fu's body, sending Zhao Fu flying back, and a trace of blood leaked out of his mouth. Zhao Fu became serious. This region of water would not be so easy to deal with. Seeing that Zhao Fu was injured, Hai Li was a little worried. Zhao Fu released the omniscient water realm's power, forming a massive defensive barrier as he continued to fly towards the water region. Another torrent of water crashed towards Zhao Fu with astonishing force. Bang! The torrent of water slammed into the barrier, but the barrier gave off a wave of energy that blocked the torrent of water and prevented it from being sent flying. Zhao Fu continued to fly deeper. Massive streams of water continuously smashed against the defensive barrier with terrifying power, making it very difficult for Zhao Fu to advance. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as more than 10 streams of water smashed towards Zhao Fu with astonishing power, seeming as if they could collapse a mountain. Bang! This time, the strength of the water current broke through Zhao Fu's defensive barrier. Zhao Fu's body was also swept away by the water current, and his whole body was drenched. Zhao Fu felt quite annoyed and exploded out with even more omniscient water world's power, turning into a massive blue giant that gave off immense power and quickly flew towards the depths. Another torrent of water slammed over. Zhao Fu punched out, and the powerful force scattered the torrent of water as he continued to fly deeper. A few torrents of water smashed towards Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu continuously punched out. Powerful fist energies continuously blasted out, blasting apart the torrents of water with shocking sounds. Zhao Fu continued to fly towards the depths of the water region. At that moment, countless torrents of water wrapped towards Zhao Fu from all directions, wanting to tear Zhao Fu into countless pieces. The blue giant that Zhao Fu had condensed struggled with all its might and punched out in all directions. Massive power blasted out in all directions, causing the water in all directions to become even more chaotic. However, the torrents of water around Zhao Fu were also scattered. However, before Zhao Fu could feel happy, the countless torrents of water spun like large sabers and continuously slashed at the blue giant's body. The blue giant was destroyed by the countless water sabers, and the countless water sabers continued towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took out an omniscient water world and activated its power, and a waterless blue light blocked the countless water sabers. However, the water sabers did not dissipate and continued to spin and slash at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took out another omniscient water world and sent some power into it. The omniscient water world gave off powerful power, but it was still unable to dispel the countless water sabers. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and took out all of his omniscient water world. He pushed out with both hands, circulating all of his omniscient water world's power, and a massive wave of blue energy flooded out. The countless water sabers dissipated, and the surrounding water region became calm again. It had finally been dealt with, and Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. He continued to fly forwards and came to the center of the water region. Under Zhao Fu's control, the omniscient water world flew to various parts of Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu closed his eyes. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the many rays of blue light exploded out, making Zhao Fu look like a massive blue sun. Boundless blue light covered the heavens and earth, not just this region of water but also the reef mountains. Countless oceanic devil people came out and looked at the scene in shock. It was as if a massive blue sun had appeared in the distance. Everyone felt a massive pressure, and their bodies froze as if their blood had stopped flowing. Hai Lan stood at her doorstep and looked at this scene in delight. Under the illumination of such a huge blue light, the chaotic water flow gradually weakened and finally returned to a calm state. Zhao Fu retracted his power, and the massive blue sun disappeared. Looking at the surrounding water region and seeing that it was no longer chaotic, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and retracted the omniscient water world. Zhao Fu returned to Hai Li's side. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "It's been dealt with." Hai Li happily smiled as she said, "Thank you, husband." Zhao Fu lightly laughed. At that moment, a tall and slim woman with a cold aura walked over and looked at Zhao Fu as she asked, "Did that faction release such great power?" Zhao Fu nodded and asked Hai Li, "Who is she?" Hai Li had not come back for many years and did not recognize this woman, so she shook her head. The cold-looking woman said, "I'm called Hai Wu, the chief of this oceanic devil tribe." "Who are you?" Hai Li said, "I'm Hai Lan's daughter, and he's my husband. I brought him back to stabilize this region of water so that he won't be harmed by the water in the future." Hai Wu said, "Thank you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You're welcome." Hai Wu said, "Stabilizing this region of water is very beneficial to our tribe. Since you've come with me, our tribe will properly repay you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "There's no need, I still have things to do and will be leaving soon." Hai Li hugged Zhao Fu as she said with hope in her eyes, "Husband, don't be in such a hurry to leave. How about a few days?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. After returning to the Sea Devil tribe, everyone looked at Zhao Fu gratefully. After returning to the Sea Devil tribe, everyone looked at Zhao Fu gratefully. After all, that region of water had harmed them for too long and had not been resolved. Hai Wei stood in the distance, looking quite jealous. It could be said that he could not compare to Zhao Fu in any aspect. Hai Wu had people prepare a banquet so that the entire tribe could thank Zhao Fu while also celebrating that the region of water had returned to peace. At the banquet, Zhao Fu, Hai Wu, and Hai Li sat at the same table. Hai Lan sat next to Zhao Fu, and a beautiful woman with a mature figure sat on the other side of Zhao Fu. She seemed to be Hai Wei's mother and was good friends with Hai Lan. She was called Hai Shan. Hai Wu smiled as she said, "Let me toast you and thank you again for helping our tribe resolve this matter." Zhao Fu raised his cup of wine and smiled as he said, "You're welcome. Hai Li is my woman, and you're all my friends." Hai Wei smiled and nodded before drinking the wine in her cup. Zhao Fu also drank the wine in his cup. Hai Shan stretched out a hand towards Zhao Fu's thigh as she smiled and said, "You're the young sect master of the Clean Water sect at such a young age, and you've even unified that Sea Devil territory. How enviable." Hai Lan looked at her good sister's actions and her face became slightly red as she said, "Your son has done quite well in our tribe." Hai Shan looked at Zhao Fu and said, "That's only in our tribe. I hope that he can go out and see the world. Do you have any vacancies?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Yes." Hai Shan lightly laughed as she said, "Thank you then." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "It's fine." Hai Shan seductively looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I have something to do, so I'll be leaving." Zhao Fu waited for a while before leaving. After coming to a corner, Hai Shan leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and the two of them started to intensely do it. Seeing that Zhao Fu had not returned, Hai Lan said, "I'll be leaving for a bit." Following this, Hai Lan went to the corner and looked at the two of them doing it. Her face became red as she said, "You two should be more careful." Hai Shan smiled tenderly. "What does it matter? You can come along as well." Hai Lan blushed and said, "I'll pass." "You two hurry up, the others are waiting for you." Hai Lan smiled. "All right." Hai Lan returned to the table with a red face. The others felt that it was strange, but Hai Li understood and smiled as she said, "Mother, why didn't you stay there?" Hai Lan rolled her eyes at Hai Li, "Eat your food." A beautiful middle-aged woman with short hair and a fiery figure covered her body with seashells stood up. Her name was Yu, and she walked to a corner. Looking at the intense scene in front of her and Shan's lewd appearance, she smiled and said, "Can I join?" Xiaofu nodded. Yu chuckled and walked towards Xiaofu. The beautiful women vaguely guessed what was going on. They smiled and looked at each other before coming to the corner. The noise there gradually became louder, and the people at the banquet also heard it. Some of the Sea Devil men reacted, and some of the Sea Devil women's faces became red. Everyone looked at Wu, and hearing these noises, Wu said to Li, "You don't mind?" Li smiled and said, "I don't mind, my husband has many women. As long as he truly loves me, it's fine." Wu did not say anything. Li did not mind, and the other women were also willing. Xiaofu had shown them kindness, and their clan had a tradition of leaving behind experts' bloodlines. It was likely that they had found the wrong person. A tall woman covered in seaweed smiled and said, "Chief, I'm going as well. I like having a big fat boy." Wu nodded. The tall woman also walked to the corner. Hearing the noises from the corner become louder and louder, the banquet could not continue, and everyone could only leave. This made it more convenient for those who were too embarrassed to go to the corner, and some even had to hide from their husbands. The Sea Devil women were incredibly passionate, and the next day, no one came out from the corner, and more people went. The men all looked favorably upon their women. Some women disregarded the chief's objections and insisted on going to the corner, making the men feel quite angry at Xiaofu's actions. Even though Xiaofu had shown them kindness, he could not do this. In the end, this matter was brought to the chief. Wu felt quite helpless and was also quite shocked at Xiaofu's abilities. At first, she had thought that a few would be enough, and she had never thought that even this many would not be enough. When she came to the corner, Wu was quite shocked. There were all sorts of women lying around, and they all looked satisfied and happy. Xiaofu was still entangled with a few Sea Devil women and had not stopped. Wu walked past the women and came before Xiaofu as she said, "Are you still not satisfied with so many women? The others are already complaining." As Xiaofu ravaged a woman, he said, "Chief, you can't blame me, it's your Sea Devil women who are too passionate. Ask them if they want it or not." The women said, "Chief, we want to be with him, we really like such a perfect man. Please don't interfere, his bloodline is very powerful, and if we can give birth to women, it will be a good thing for our tribe." Wu sighed, "If you were all alone, that wouldn't be a problem, but some of you have husbands and some have children. Don't you care about them?" A beautiful woman said, "Now that I've had a taste of him, I won't like any other man. I want to divorce my man." Another woman said, "The two of them are like heaven and earth. For him to take a fancy to us is our honor, how can we have any objections?" The women all spoke. Wu felt a headache. Could it be that if this continued, the women of the tribe would all become Xiaofu's women? Wu said, "You have to stop, otherwise, we'll be finished in the afternoon." Xiaofu said, "All right. I still have things to do." The women hurriedly hugged Xiaofu and said, "Don't go, we still want to continue." Xiaofu bitterly smiled as he looked at Wu. One of the women suddenly pushed Wu away and smiled as she said, "Good man, let the chief bow to you as well." Xiaofu hugged Xiaofu, who had fallen into his embrace, and gave a slight smile. Wu's face became red. Seeing Wu moan in embarrassment, the women laughed as they said, "Chief, do you understand how we feel now?" Wu's face became red and she was speechless. On the third day, Li and Lan came here and looked at the densely packed women on the ground. These were the results of Xiaofu's battles. Li smiled as she said, "How does husband feel?" Xiaofu said in satisfaction, "I'm very happy." Li smiled as she said, "It's been a few days, let's go back." Xiaofu nodded. Shan said to Xiaofu, "Bring us along as well. We're all your women now, so you have to be responsible for us." Xiaofu smiled as he said, let's go back together." Wu's face became red as she said, "If you take away so many women, then we won't be weak anymore." Xiaofu smiled as he said, "Isn't it good for the men to form a tribe and the women to form another tribe?" Book 1, Chapter 349, Battle. Wu's expression was complicated. She began to think. Xian said, Chief, let's leave here and start over. We can rebuild a strong force. The land of sea devils is definitely better than here. Haiwu nodded, I won't stop you, and those men definitely won't support me. If I stay, I'll be overthrown by them. I can go with you to the land of sea devils, but if someone wants to follow us, we won't refuse. It doesn't have to be all women. The women all happily smiled and nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu walked out with the women. Countless men looked at Zhao Fu with resentment. Zhao Fu's status as a benefactor had suddenly turned into that of an enemy. Because of Zhao Fu's status, they did not dare to act against Zhao Fu. Haiwu said, we plan to move to the Sea Stone territory together. Do you want to come with us? There are more resources there and it will be more convenient. Haiwei said, if we don't go, do you think we'll bear this humiliation? Haishan said, son. I've discussed it with him. If you go, you'll be able to obtain a decent position. You should go. Haiwei angrily looked at his mother and said, I don't care. Haishan was quite angry, and looking at Haiwei, she understood that he could not accept this right away. She said, we'll go first. If you want to come, I'll wait for you. The women happily packed their things and left, while the men angrily watched on. Some even cursed, but they did not dare to do anything. After returning to the Sea Stone territory, the women looked at the tall and beautiful palace. It was hundreds of times better than the cave from before, and there were even people to serve them. This was something that they could not enjoy before, and the women happily stayed here. Zhao Fu hugged Haiji and smiled as he said, it's all over now. Haiji reluctantly looked at Zhao Fu, but she understood that Zhao Fu had to go. Haiwu said, where are you going? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, to find the water world in all directions. Haiwu asked in confusion, did you take the water world in all directions? How come I didn't hear about it? Hearing this, Zhao Fu's expression froze, and he hurriedly asked, what did you say? Haiwu looked at Zhao Fu strangely and asked, what's wrong? Zhao Fu said, are you saying that there is an 8-directional water world here? Sea Mist nodded. But very few people know about it. I've only heard about it from some old people. Zhao Fu really didn't expect that the land of the sea demons really had an 8-directional water world. He smiled in surprise and said, where is that 8-directional water world? Sea Mist said, you didn't get it? Zhao Fu nodded and said with a smile, I've been here for a long time, but I haven't gotten any news. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that it was here. I would have left this place to look for it elsewhere. Sea Mist said, I've only heard of it, I'm not sure where the 8-direction water world is. Zhao Fu asked, tell me your detailed information. Sea Mist nodded. Sea Mist said, I heard from the elders that our Siren tribe used to worship the water world of the 8 directions as a sacred object. However, I don't know what happened, but the water world of the 8 directions caused many deaths, so it was sealed up. Zhao Fu said, only the old people of the tribe know about this? Sea Mist nodded. Zhao Fu asked again, are there many sea demon tribes here? Sea Mist nodded and said, yes. Zhao Fu said, I want to find other sea demon tribes. Please take me there and I'll see if I can gather any information. Sea Mist said, sure. Sea Mist smiled and said, husband, I didn't make a mistake, right? Zhao Fu smiled and said, after we find the 8-direction water world, I'll thank you properly. Sea Mist happily nodded. Sea Mist brought Zhao Fu to a place and came to a reef mountain. There were many squid-like creatures continuously attacking this tribe's people. Sea Mist hurriedly said, hurry and help them, these things are very annoying. Hearing this, Zhao Fu waved his hand and swords appeared around Zhao Fu. Powerful energy flowed into them as the swords gave off a black light and a powerful sword intent spread out. Swish, 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 Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and vigorously pushed, causing the swords to give off black light as they quickly shot towards the squid-like creatures, piercing through their bodies and causing green blood to continuously spread out in the water. After killing these squid-like creatures, the flying swords continued to attack other squid-like creatures. A squid-like creature leapt at a woman and a sword pierced through its body from above. A squid-like creature sent a young man flying and a sword pierced through the side. A squid-like creature tried to run in fear but was also pierced by a sword. The sea demons looked over and felt quite grateful. Zhao Fu was not wearing his cloak, so many women looked at him with seductive gazes. A middle-aged man flew over to Zhao Fu and smiled as he said, "Thank you for your help, sir." "May I ask who sir is?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm the king of the Sea Demon region. I have something to ask you." Hearing Zhao Fu's reply, the middle-aged man looked quite surprised. "I'm the chief of this tribe, what do you want to ask?" Zhao Fu said, "I heard that the Sea Demon tribe once had an 8-direction water world, but it was sealed. Where is it now?" The middle-aged man's expression was serious as he asked, "Who did you hear this from?" Sea Mist said, "I told him." The middle-aged man said, "You might have heard wrong. Our tribe doesn't have this. How can a sea demon like you mingle with other races? Don't you remember the old rules?" Sea Mist was a bit dissatisfied. "Can't you have a better attitude? Those are ancient rules, how can you abide by them?" The middle-aged man coldly harumphed, "If you weren't a sea demon, I wouldn't even bother to tell you. This news is fake. If there's nothing else, please leave." Sea Mist said angrily, "We're leaving now." Sea Mist pulled on Zhao Fu's hand, "I'll take you to the other tribes to ask." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Along the way, Sea Mist was still a bit angry. "We clearly helped them, why is their attitude like this? If we had known, we wouldn't have helped them." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "At first, their attitude was quite good, but when we asked about the 8-direction water world, their attitude changed. They must know something. Are there rules about not divulging information about the 8-direction water world?" Sea Mist thought about it and nodded. "There are." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Wait here, or you can go back. I'll find a way to resolve this matter." Sea Mist said, "Then I'll go back. Promise me that you won't hurt the people of our Sea Demon tribe." Book 1, Chapter 350. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Modlaws 123. After returning to the reef forest, a beautiful woman looked at Zhao Fu and pulled Zhao Fu to a reef before tearing off the seaweed on her body and pouncing on him. Zhao Fu looked at the crazy woman and felt that this sea demon race woman was very passionate and convenient. She was covered in seaweed, shells, and clothes made of simple cloth that only covered the important parts. An hour later, Zhao Fu was ravaging the beautiful woman as he smiled and asked, "What's your name?" The beautiful woman's face was red as she replied, "I'm called Xianxia, the chief's wife." Zhao Fu lightly laughed in surprise as he said, "You're the chief's wife? Aren't you afraid of the chief finding out?" Xianxia said, "My husband is too stupid. He didn't think about your strength and still dared to offend you. I knew that you would come back, so I waited for you. I hope that you won't mind." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Sure, but I want to know if you have any information about the 8-direction water world. If you tell me, I'll let your tribe off. I wanted to kill your husband and force him to give me information." Xianxia said, "Let me tell you, if you want to obtain the 8-direction water world, you must first obtain 10 sea demon jades, they are what opens that place." Zhao Fu asked, "What does the sea demon jade look like?" Xianxia said, "Our tribe doesn't have it, and I don't know what it looks like. I don't know which tribes have it." Zhao Fu thought of something and suddenly took out a square piece of jade that was as big as 3 fingers. He asked, "Is this the sea demon jade?" Xianxia looked at the jade that Zhao Fu had taken out and carefully sensed it before saying, "This jade reacts to us sea demons, so it's the sea demon jade. Why do you have it?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I obtained it by accident." Zhao Fu had obtained this jade from killing the Sea Mountain King and opening a silver treasure chest, but he did not know what it was used for. Only now did he discover its use. Suddenly, Xiao's body trembled and fell to the ground. She smiled at Zhao Fu and said, "Can I be your woman?" Zhao Fu smiled. "You don't want to be the patriarch's wife anymore?" The sea loach shook its head and said, "I don't want to. I'm already obsessed with you, okay? As long as you promise, I'll do anything." Zhao Fu picked her up and said with a smile, "Silly. Aren't you one now?" The sea loach happily hugged Zhao Fu and said with a smile, "Yes, hubby." Zhao Fu said, "I'm going to collect sea demon jade." The sea loach smiled and said, "Husband, I'll help you call a few people over while gathering information. I think you haven't had enough." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. "My wife, you're the best." The sea loach sweetly smiled and put on the seaweed clothes before coming over with the 8 beautiful women. She looked at Zhao Fu and smiled in delight. A woman with short hair and exquisite features said in surprise, "So it's you. Thank you for your help, I'll repay you now." A voluptuous woman wearing seaweed clothes said apologetically, "You saved our tribe, so we should all thank you. I'm sorry that our chief treated you like that." An enchanting woman giggled and said, "The first time I saw you, I felt like I was infatuated with you. I thought that woman would be honored to become yours, I never thought that I would be so lucky." The sea loach said, "Everyone, don't waste time." The women coquettishly laughed and leapt at Zhao Fu. The scene became chaotic, but Zhao Fu did not forget what he wanted to do. He asked them if they knew about the sea demon Jade, but the beautiful women said that they could only tell him after the matter was over. As such, Zhao Fu could only continue to work hard. "The chief has given orders for everyone to patrol and see if there are any more squids," a captain said to the male sea demons. The patrolling male sea demons nodded. At that moment, a male sea demon suddenly said, "Captain, did you hear something?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Sure enough, they heard something and a man said, "The battle just ended, who would do such a thing here?" The captain said, "Let's go take a look and give them to the chief to deal with." Everyone nodded. They walked towards the reef. The scene made everyone feel quite shocked. The women were entangled with a man, and the chief's wife was among them. Zhao Fu turned to look at them and stretched out a hand, sending out a powerful wave of power to kill these guards. The sea loach hugged Zhao Fu and said, "Don't hurt them." At that moment, the guards hurriedly ran away. Zhao Fu said, "Hurry and pack up, there will be many people coming soon." The sea loach lightly laughed and said, "We don't mind, if they come, then so be it." The short-haired beautiful woman said, "That's right. Let's continue." Before Zhao Fu could refuse, he was pushed down by the beautiful women. Soon, the chief brought a large number of people over. Seeing how lewd his wife was on Zhao Fu, the chief angrily said, "Capture them all." The guards immediately gave off a powerful aura as they ferociously rushed towards Zhao Fu. Clang, 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 chains shot out from the void and shot towards the guards, easily binding them. The chief roared and rushed at Zhao Fu, stabbing out with his spear. A massive spear energy containing terrifying power stabbed towards Zhao Fu, shattering the chains and continuing towards Zhao Fu, wanting to kill Zhao Fu in a single strike. Zhao Fu looked over and saw an even greater power dissipate the spear energy and send the incoming tribal chief flying back, a trace of blood leaking out of his lips. The sea loach patted Zhao Fu and said unhappily, "Didn't I say not to harm them?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I understand." Many chains shot out around the chief, and the chief continuously attacked, breaking the chains. However, it was a pity that he was still bound by the chains. Even though the ocean race women did not mind, Zhao Fu still knocked out all of the men. The female guards felt quite nervous and looked at Zhao Fu expectantly. The sea loach said, "If you want to come, then come as well. As long as you're obedient, he won't harm you." Zhao Fu loosened the chains binding them, and finally, the female guards walked over. News spread and the people of the tribe hurried over. The men were bound by the chains and fell into the twilight enchantment, while the women joined in. On the third day, the tribe was split into two sides. One side was made up of men, while the other side was made up of women. The women's faces were rosy and had smiles on their faces, while the men were incredibly furious. The sea loach looked at the chief and said, "Our ocean race has its own rules. Anyone who likes them can be with them, and no one else can stop them." The chief said, "Yes. However, you're also my wife." The sea loach said, "Didn't you always talk about rules? Now, you have to follow them." The chief was still quite angry and could not accept the sea loach becoming Zhao Fu's woman. Thinking about how lewd the sea loach had been, the chief felt like exploding with rage. Book 1, Zhao Fu, Zhao Fu. The sea loach said, "We won't fight with you over the things here, we're going to the land of sea devils." The chief said coldly, "Are you all really going to leave with him?" The women nodded. The chief said angrily, "Then all of you scram, you'll regret this sooner or later." The sea loach laughed and said, "Let's go. Let's form a new tribe." The men could only watch this scene. Zhao Fu hugged the women and left, and after escorting them for a while, he said, "When you reach the land of sea devils, just say that you're my women and someone will take care of you." The sea loach said, we'll wait for you. Zhao Fu flew towards a place by himself because he had received news that a tribe had sea devil jade. He went to a small tribe of a few hundred people. Zhao Fu did not waste any time and released a powerful aura that covered the tribe, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. A 40-year-old woman who still looked quite attractive walked out with an unsightly expression, saying, "Sir, what is it?" Zhao Fu looked at this woman and said, "You're the chief?" The woman nodded. "I'm called Oyster." Zhao Fu said, "I heard that your tribe has sea devil jade, call it out now." Oyster quickly said, "Sir, I think you've misunderstood. How could a small tribe like ours have such a precious thing?" Zhao Fu looked at Oyster and said, "I heard that your tribe has one. I don't want to waste words, hurry up and hand it over." Oyster said nervously, "Sir, we really don't have it. If you don't believe me, you can search for it yourself." Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and flew in front of Oyster. He hugged Oyster, and Oyster did not dare to resist. He walked into the tribe and called out, "Everyone, come out." Hearing this, the merfolk came out in fear and did not dare to hide. With Zhao Fu's power, he could easily find them. Seeing the hundreds of sea devils come out, Zhao Fu waved his hand and a mass of power flowed out, knocking all of the men unconscious. Oyster said in panic, "Sir, what do you want?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I just knocked them out. I didn't hurt them." Hearing this, Haiying heaved a sigh of relief. But in the next second, she was pushed to the ground by Zhao Fu. The other women were also grabbed by a force, and the scene fell into chaos. Zhao Fu ravaged the Oyster and said, "Tell me where the sea demon jade is." "The sea fiend jade isn't here. I've already hidden it somewhere else. I'll take you there later." Zhao Fu revealed a satisfied smile. Half a day later, the women were not as nervous and scared as before. They were lying happily beside Zhao Fu, while their man and child were lying unconscious on the other side. Because Oyster had obtained Zhao Fu's power, she seemed to become younger by a few years. She lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and smiled as she asked, "How should I address you?" Zhao Fu smiled. "How do you want to address me?" Oyster laughed and said, "Husband. What do you plan to do with us in the future?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "All of you will go to the land of the sea fiends, but only you can go. None of you men or children can go." A woman with a slender figure and a pure face asked, "Why?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Because you're all my women. I don't want you to have anything to do with any other men." Oyster laughed and said, "You're so domineering." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "All right, take me to find that sea fiend jade." Oyster smiled and nodded. Following this, Oyster brought Zhao Fu to a valley and placed her palm on a rock, causing a large cave to appear on the rock. The two of them walked into the cave, and there was a square piece of jade on a stone platform. Oyster went up and removed all of the restrictions and picked up the sea fiend jade before returning to Zhao Fu and handing it to Zhao Fu with an ashen expression. Zhao Fu smiled in satisfaction as he received it. Oyster said, "Husband. The sea fiend jade is very important to our clan. What do you want it for?" Zhao Fu said, "To find the water world in all directions." Oyster said in surprise, "Our sea fiends have the water world in all directions?" Zhao Fu briefly explained what had happened. Oyster happily hugged Zhao Fu and said, "Husband, you're too amazing. I feel like I'm not good enough for you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Don't mind that. Do you know where the sea fiend jade is?" Oyster shook her head and said, "I don't know. Also, husband, where did you find out that I have the sea fiend jade? I don't remember leaking any information. Did something go wrong?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I heard it from the previous clan leader. It has nothing to do with you, so I don't know much about it. I just came when I knew you had it." Oyster nodded and said. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Let's go back together. I also want to gather some information and see where the sea fiend jade is." Oyster softly nodded. After returning to the sea fiend's territory, Haiji looked at the many sea fiend women that Zhao Fu had brought back and lightly laughed. "Husband, are you going to split our clan into 2 clans?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You sea fiend women are too passionate and unrestrained. Moreover, your figures and appearances are all very good, so I can't control myself." Haiji hugged Zhao Fu's waist and looked at Zhao Fu as she said, "It doesn't matter how many women you want, but you have to love me with all your heart. Xiaofu smiled and nodded. Haiji lightly smiled and said, I'll help you gather information about the sea fiend jade. Go to my mother's place, she always wants to know when you'll come back. Xiaofu said, thank you for your hard work. Xiaofu came to the room and saw Hai Lan standing in the courtyard reading a book. Xiaofu went forward and picked her up. Hai Lan blushed and said, Husband, when did you come back? Xiaofu smiled and said, I just came back. I heard that Haiji said that you missed me, so I came to see you. Hai Lan shyly said, 2 hours later, Xiaofu came out of Hai Lan's room and returned to the palace. He looked at Haiji and asked, how did it go? Did you gather any information? Haiji said, I did, but it's been a long time, so I can't be sure if it's true or not. Xiaofu smiled and said, I know. Haiji said, the first information is that the sea fiend jade ceremony will be held in a body of water. There are many monsters there and it will be very dangerous. Xiaofu nodded and said, I'll go take a look at that place first. Half a day later, Xiaofu came back with the third sea fiend jade. Xiaofu had never thought that he would be attacked by a massive crab. The crab was like a small mountain and had all sorts of colors. It was also extremely poisonous. Xiaofu had spent some time to kill it, and his luck had been off the charts. He had found the sea devil jade within the crab's body, which was why Xiaofu had returned so quickly. Seeing that Xiaofu had returned after such a long time, Hailey was quite surprised. The water region was quite big, and it would be incredibly difficult to find a small sea devil jade. Xiaofu told her what happened, and Hailey couldn't help but feel that Xiaofu was lucky this time. Xiaofu then asked about the second piece of information. Book 1, Chapter 352. The second piece of news was that the sea demon jade was in the hands of a monster that lived in the sea. Xiaofu quickly arrived and saw a huge silt monster that seemed to have devoured a lot of things. Its body revealed reefs, corals, wood, and some bones. When Xiaofu appeared in front of it, the silt monster opened its huge mouth and pounced at Xiaofu. It seemed to be able to swallow a small mountain, which was quite scary. Facing this attack, Xiaofu stood his ground and allowed the sludge monster to devour his body. After Xiaofu was swallowed, he immediately felt the silt monster constantly squeezing, wanting to crush Xiaofu into meat paste. Xiaofu took out an 8-direction water world. Boom, a loud explosion sounded out as a terrifying power erupted from the 8-direction water world. The silt monster's body shot out countless rays of blue light before it exploded, causing countless silt to scatter everywhere. Xiaofu began to search through the silt. He felt that it was quite dirty and smelly, but after searching carefully, he found nothing. This news was fake. After returning to the land of sea demons, Sea Lips looked at Xiaofu's expression and asked, Is there nothing? Xiaofu nodded. Sea Lips said, Then I'll continue to help you collect information. Xiaofu said, I'll also go to the other tribes to search. It'll be much faster this way. Half a day later, Xiaofu came to a sea demon tribe. The tribe leader was a thin young man called Seagull. Seagull looked at Xiaofu and said, Are you the person who unified the land of sea demons? Xiaofu smiled and said, You know me? Seagull said, I've heard of you. Xiaofu smiled and said, I don't want to talk nonsense. Do you have sea demon jade here? If you know where it is, I'll give you a generous reward. Seagull looked at Xiaofu and said, We don't have the 8-direction water world here. Xiaofu smiled and said, I'll have to ask him myself to know. The sea gloom said coldly, Don't go overboard. This is the territory of us sea demons. Don't think that it's your sea demon land. Even if it's the sea demon land, it's just a place that we sea demons gave to you. Hearing this, Xiaofu lightly laughed and grabbed out with his hand. A formless energy pulled Hyphen in front of him and said, So what if I go overboard? The other guards hurriedly rushed towards Xiaofu, but because the skeleton was in Xiaofu's hands, they did not dare to make a move. The skeleton struggled, Let me go. Xiaofu smiled and said, You only have this much power, yet you were so arrogant just now. Aren't you courting death? The skeleton glared at Xiaofu and threatened, My sister is the woman of the sea demon king, if you dare to touch me, my sister will definitely make you die miserably. Xiaofu smiled and said, Really? Do you think I'm scared? The skeleton sneered and said, The sea demon king is an almighty existence. You are just an emptiness realm expert, and you are not scared? Others can kill you easily, so you better apologize to me now. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, do you think that an almighty existence can make me scared? The skeleton mocked, you only have the face to talk like this in front of me, but when you see an almighty existence, you will be like a frightened mouse that scampers away. Zhao Fu did not want to talk to the skeleton, so he poured a powerful force into the skeleton and took control of the skeleton's body, saying, does your tribe have the sea demon jade? The sea gloom said, no, but I heard that the sea demon king has one. Zhao Fu revealed a satisfied smile. The many guards looked at the dumbfounded skeleton and said angrily, what did you do to our chief? Zhao Fu smiled and did not speak. Many iron chains shot out from the void, binding all the guards in the surroundings. When they arrived at the tribe, the many sea demons looked at Zhao Fu nervously and fearfully. Madame Ling Yan, who was carrying a child, said, we have already told you the news. What else do you want? Zhao Fu smiled and said, you did not tell me of your own accord. I told you because I controlled you. As the price, all the women have to stay, and the other men can get lost. When the men heard this, they quickly fled the place. A man angrily rushed towards Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu casually waved his hand and chopped off the man's head, causing blood to spurt out. This scared the people who wanted to resist, but they did not have the courage. The many men left, but the many women of the tribe stayed, looking at Zhao Fu with fear and nervousness. Zhao Fu smiled and went forward to stop Madame Ling Yan. Madame Ling Yan did not struggle and said coldly, don't hurt the child. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The tribe became a paradise, and one could see Zhao Fu doing it with the sea demons everywhere. The sea demons' initial fear soon turned into joy and enjoyment, and Madame Ling Yan completely fell, allowing Zhao Fu to ravage her. A few hours later, Zhao Fu left in satisfaction and prepared to head to the Sea Demon King's location. Every place in the tribe was filled with sea demon women. This was the result of Zhao Fu's actions. Only after a while did they gather together. Madame Ling Yan said, let's pack our things and go. Everyone looked at the guards, who were still standing there like blocks of wood, and nodded. Zhao Fu wanted them to go to the sea demon land, and if they did not go, he would kill all the men. Now that everyone had not recovered, they could only listen to Zhao Fu's orders. After the women left, the guards and sea demons recovered and looked furious. They had seen how Zhao Fu had violated their women, mothers, and daughters. With their strength, they could not do anything about it. By now, Zhao Fu had arrived at the Sea Demon King's territory, which surprised Zhao Fu. This territory was smaller than he had expected, and it was just a small city built with many reefs. However, to be able to build a small city here, one definitely had the strength to do so. Zhao Fu first snuck into the city and went to the city hall. Seeing a mature and imposing woman, he frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. She was most likely Hai Dove's big sister. Zhao Fu walked in and smiled as he asked, what are you thinking about? The mature woman was indeed Hai Dove's big sister, and her name was Hai Duo. Hai Duo looked at Zhao Fu and said, how did you come in? And who are you? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, your little brother offended me and is now in my hands. He said that he has a big sister like you, so I came to take a look. Hai Duo's expression fell as she asked, what did you do to my little brother? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, he's fine now, but you have to listen to my orders. Hai Duo looked at Zhao Fu and asked, what do you want to do? Zhao Fu said, I want you to help me get the sea demon jade. Hai Duo said, I can give it to you, but how can you prove that you're telling the truth? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, wait, I'll immediately capture your little brother. Hai Duo hurriedly said, wait, as long as you help me do something, I can give you the sea demon jade. Zhao Fu asked, what is it? Hai Duo said coldly, I want you to help me kill someone. Book 1, Chapter 353, Battle. Zhao Fu asked, who? Hai Duo said, this city's general, Hai Tsong. Zhao Fu nodded and said, I promise you, but the sea devil jade is with the sea demon king, are you sure you can easily obtain it? Hai Duo said, the sea devil jade is with me right now. Zhao Fu said, really? Hai Duo nodded. Zhao Fu asked in confusion, since you're the sea demon king's woman, why can't you kill this general? Hai Duo sighed, the sea demon king only favored me once, and then gave me this small city. That sea demon king hasn't appeared for a long time, and that general has always wanted to replace me. Now, I'm about to lose control of this city. Zhao Fu lightly laughed. This was different from what he had expected. Hai Duo's words were somewhat exaggerated. Hai Duo coldly looked at Zhao Fu and said, "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Fu looked at Hai Duo and pushed her down. What surprised Zhao Fu was that Hai Duo did not struggle and instead said calmly, "Hurry up and help me kill that general after you're done. This will be your reward." Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Hai Duo quickly became lewd. With the sea devil bloodline, there would most likely not be any pure women. Hai Duo had never thought that Zhao Fu would make her like this. 2 hours later, Zhao Fu looked at Hai Duo lying on the bed and smiled as she disappeared from the room. Zhao Fu went to another room and saw a ferocious-looking man hugging two flirtatious women as they sat at a table. The man was this city's general, Hai Tsong, and the two women were a pair of sisters, Hai Tsong's women. Hai Tsong smiled as he said, "When the time comes, we can act. I've wanted the position of city lord for a long time." The woman sitting next to him, Hai Tao, said, "Husband, I'm somewhat worried about that sea demon king." Haley, who was sitting on the other side, nodded. "If that sea demon king returns, the consequences will be dire." Hai Tsong said with a smile, "You don't have to worry. That sea demon king is just toying with her. Now that he has disappeared for so many years, he will surely be fine. Also, the last time the city encountered such a great danger, the sea demon king did not appear. It was all up to me." Hailey smiled and said, "Yes, the people are supporting you now." Hai Tao giggled and said, "Husband, let us congratulate you in advance." Hai Tsong laughed heartily. "I'm very happy today. I'm going to properly pamper you two sisters. Hurry up and help me give birth to a baby." The two girls nodded shyly. Puff, Hai Tsong's head was suddenly chopped off, and fresh blood spurted out from his neck. The two women were so shocked that their expressions turned sluggish, and they could not react at all. Only when the headless corpse fell did the two women react. They screamed and fell to the ground in fright. Before the two of them could react, a man picked them up and threw them onto the bed. 2 hours later, the two women collapsed onto the bed, and Zhao Fu immediately got up and left. Now that the mission was complete, he could ask Hai Duo for the sea demon jade. The two women lay on the bed and looked at Hai Tsong's corpse, and tears flowed out of their eyes. Zhao Fu returned to Hai Duo's room and found that she was still on the bed. He smiled and said, "Were you waiting for me?" Hai Duo nodded. Zhao Fu said, "I'll help you kill him, give me the item." Hai Duo smiled as she said, "Wait." News of Hai Tsong's death spread, and Hai Duo gave a trace of a satisfied smile. She took out a square-shaped piece of jade and handed it to Zhao Fu. "This is the sea demon jade that you wanted." Zhao Fu smiled as he received it. This was the fourth piece of sea demon jade. However, what happened next was completely unexpected. Many soldiers furiously surrounded the city hall and shouted for the city lord to come out. Hai Duo walked out with a cold expression and looked at the soldiers in front of her. She furiously said, "I'm the city lord of this city, you dare to treat me like this?" A strong-looking man furiously called out, "Is Big Brother Hai Tsong's death related to you?" Hai Duo coldly said, "What does her death have to do with me?" The strong-looking man called out, "It's definitely related to you. I want you to die with Big Brother Hai Tsong." The soldiers also yelled, "Kill her! Kill her! Kill her!" The commoners who had gathered also furiously called out, "She doesn't deserve to be the city lord, it's definitely her or General Hai Tsong. Kill everyone and choose a new city lord. The person I worship the most is General Hai Tsong. You're too despicable, you lowly woman." "I'm so sad, General Hai Tsong saved our entire city, good people don't get what they deserve." "You lowly woman, why did you kill General Hai Tsong? You're too evil, I thought that you two would get along, but I misjudged you. Go and die." Hai Duo's expression was quite unsightly. She had thought that everything would be fine after killing Hai Tsong. However, the soldiers and commoners all yelled, "I didn't kill him, I've been in the city hall this entire time. Also, do you think that I have the ability to kill him? Don't be misled by anyone." The strong-looking man loudly called out, "You've always been on guard against Big Brother Hai Tsong and wanted to kill him. Don't think that we don't know that you're the culprit and that you hired someone to kill Big Brother Haitsong. The person behind the scenes was naturally the strong-looking man. Now that Haitsong was dead, his chance had come. He also wanted to become the city lord, and regardless of whether Hai Duo was innocent or not, he would definitely kill her. The others also furiously called out, "Don't try to deny it, only you have ill intentions towards General Haitsong, everyone else admires and likes him." Hai Duo looked at everyone's expressions and understood that it was useless no matter what she said. Moreover, she had indeed asked Zhao Fu to kill Haitsong, and she felt quite bitter. It was possible that she would be killed by her own people here today. At that moment, Zhao Fu smiled and walked out. Hai Duo looked at Zhao Fu and hugged Zhao Fu as if he was her last hope. "Take me away from here, I'll be your woman in the future." Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "You're such a failure as the city lord." Hai Duo nodded and said sadly, "I don't want to be the city lord anymore." The strong-looking man called out, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu laughed as he called out, "Aren't you looking for the person who killed Haitsong?" "I am." The strong-looking man called out, "Everyone, look, the city lord told this person to kill Big Brother Haitsong. What do you think we should do?" "Kill them," everyone yelled. The strong-looking man gave a trace of a smile as he called out, "All right." Everyone attacked together and killed them to take revenge for Big Brother Haitsong. Countless people gave off ferocious auras as they charged at Zhao Fu. Hai Duo hugged Zhao Fu and said in fear, "Let's hurry and leave." Zhao Fu turned to look at her and smiled as he said, "Why should we leave? Since these people dared to rebel, let's kill them all." Hai Duo looked at Zhao Fu in shock, and her heart rate sped up. In that moment, she had been conquered by this domineering aura. Book 1, 354. Zhao Fu looked at the incoming soldiers and ferociously pressed his hand against the ground, causing a massive wave of darkness energy to flow out. The darkness energy turned into soldiers wearing armor and holding weapons, giving off a black aura, and they rushed towards the Sea Devil soldiers. The two sides intensely fought. A Sea Devil soldier gave off a shocking aura as he rushed forwards with a spear, but a darkness soldier's spear pierced through his body. Blood flew everywhere as the Sea Devil soldier fell to the ground, dead. A darkness soldier vigorously jumped up and slashed down with his large saber, killing the Sea Devil soldier in one strike. A Sea Devil soldier felt quite angry and vigorously slashed out with his sword, sending out a sword light that split the darkness soldier in half. The darkness soldier turned into traces of black aura and dissipated, and a darkness soldier's spear pierced through the Sea Devil soldier's throat. A darkness soldier knocked away a Sea Devil soldier's weapon with his sword and then slammed into the Sea Devil soldier, sending that Sea Devil soldier flying. That darkness soldier then rushed towards another Sea Devil soldier. The Sea Devil soldiers were continuously killed, and the ground was littered with Sea Devil soldiers. Blood spurted everywhere, and pitiful cries continuously sounded out. Zhao Fu pressed a hand against the ground, and a massive amount of black aura continuously formed darkness soldiers that continuously rushed at the Sea Devil soldiers. Seeing this, the muscular man understood that he could not continue like this. He held a large sword and leapt into the air, passing over the Sea Devil soldiers. He raised his large sword and sent all of his power into it as he ferociously slashed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the muscular man and gave a trace of a condescending smile. The large amount of black aura in the surroundings instantly condensed into spears that pierced through the muscular man's chest, killing him on the spot. The darkness soldiers continuously rushed towards the Sea Devil soldiers. The Sea Devil soldiers were dying in large numbers, and they could only retreat. The residents were also scared into running away. An elderly man fell to the ground, and before he could stand up, a darkness soldier stabbed a spear through his body. A young man was unable to escape, and he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, but the darkness soldier slashed off his head. A decent-looking woman was picked up by a darkness soldier, and she cried and struggled, but she was unable to do anything. Whether it was the soldiers or residents, they no longer had that domineering and arrogant aura from before, and it was replaced with terror. The soldiers and commoners fled in all directions, but the dark race soldiers didn't let them go and continued to hunt down the commoners. Hai Duo could not help but ask, "Is it not enough to kill so many people?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "What's the use of keeping these people alive? It's better to kill them." Hai Duo said, "Then why did you leave the women behind?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "They still have some value, so we have to keep them." Hai Duo sighed. What do you think I should do in the future? Zhao Fu said, follow me to the sea demon land. What's so good about this place? Hai Duo nodded. That's fine. There's nothing here that I'll be reluctant to part with anyway. I might as well leave. Ah, screams could be heard in the city as the sirens were killed by the Dark Army. Some of the sirens hiding in their rooms were also killed, while the women were dragged out. In the end, the city was littered with corpses and blood. The scene was like hell. Zhao Fu came to the center of the city and saw that thousands of women had been captured. Some were crying, some were hiding in the crowd, some looked at Zhao Fu hatefully, and some were worried and terrified. Looking at these women, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. The siren women's figures were not too bad, and they were all fiery and alluring. They also had decent looks. Zhao Fu called out, if you want to live, submit to me. A beautiful woman with a graceful figure said hatefully, you've killed so many of our loved ones, yet you want us to submit to you? Stop dreaming. If you have the ability, kill us all. Even if we become ghosts, we won't let you off. Zhao Fu looked at her and pulled her out of the crowd. He tore off the shells on her body and did it with her in front of everyone. The woman resisted intensely, but in just a short while, she sank into oblivion and let out shameful moans. Soon, the woman collapsed to the ground and gradually returned to normal. Thinking about how lowly she had been and how many of her loved ones had died, tears flowed out of her eyes. The women all looked at Zhao Fu with various expressions. Zhao Fu said, it was you who wanted to die, can you blame me? Weren't you the ones who wanted to kill me first? Not killing you is already the greatest gift I can give you. Do you still have any objections? The women all looked at each other, and a short-haired woman walked out and said, me. Zhao Fu then grabbed her and tore off the plants on her body, doing it with her in front of everyone. In the end, the woman collapsed to the side and gasped for breath. A sweet-looking woman nervously asked, if I submit to you, you really won't kill me? Zhao Fu nodded, not only will I not kill you, but I can also give you a good place and treat you well. Hearing this, the sweet-looking woman nodded, I'm willing to submit to you. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the other women also expressed their willingness to submit. Of course, there were still some who were unwilling, so Zhao Fu did not say anything and directly tamed them. When Hai Duo arrived, looking at the chaotic and passionate scene, she could not help but sigh. She did not know if following Zhao Fu was a blessing or a curse, or did Zhao Fu just treat her as one of his many playthings. A few days later, Zhao Fu looked at Hai Duo in his arms and said, I'm going to continue collecting sea demon jades. Hai Duo looked at the densely packed women lying around and asked, what about them? What should I do with them? Zhao Fu smiled and said, take them to the sea demon land. Hai Duo nodded. The short-haired woman was called Hai Yi. She lightly harumphed, you're scum. What Zhao Fu had done was indeed very beastly. He had killed all of their families and taken them by force. It was just that they had gone too far first, otherwise, Zhao Fu would not have killed their loved ones. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I still have things to do, so I won't argue with you. Zhao Fu got up, put on his clothes, and left. The women recovered some of their strength and also got up to put on their clothes. Hai Duo said, come with me to the sea demon land later. Also, don't try to resist, you all have his power within your bodies. I don't want to explain anything else to you. Hearing this, the women sensed that there was indeed a power within their bodies. Some of the women who had wanted to run after seeing Zhao Fu could only give up on this thought. Hai Yi looked at Hai Duo and said, don't think that we'll listen to your orders just because you have her backing you. This is all because of you. Hai Duo looked at Hai Yi and did not want to pay any attention to her. Book 1, Chapter 355 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 Zhao Fu searched for the fifth sea demonic jade and arrived at a reef. He saw a stone house ahead and flew over. A skinny old man walked out of the house. He watched as Zhao Fu flew over and asked, what's the matter? Zhao Fu smiled and said, I want the sea demonic jade in your hands. The old man said, leave. I will not give you the sea demonic jade. Zhao Fu said, you can name a price or make any request. Although you are at the peak of the emptiness realm, you are still no match for me. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Fu as he said, is that so? Zhao Fu smiled and said, if you don't believe me, you can try. The old man immediately attacked. He struck a palm with a majestic force towards Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu did not dodge and let the palm strike his body. Zhao Fu used a force to protect his body and deflected the force of the palm strike to the ground. The ground cracked, but Zhao Fu was not injured at all. The old man's expression turned serious. Although he did not use his full power, it was not something an ordinary emptiness realm expert could block. This person's strength was extremely terrifying and was indeed much higher than the old man's. In any case, the old man could not do what Zhao Fu did. Zhao Fu took out a few more treasures and said, you have seen my sincerity. I plan to exchange these treasures with you. The sea demonic jade is useless in your hands. The old man thought for a while and nodded, okay, but you have to tell me what your purpose is. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I have already collected 4 and plan to open the place of the sea demonic tribe. The old man looked at Zhao Fu in surprise and said, can't you tell me when you open that place? Zhao Fu smiled and said, no problem. The old man took out a sea demonic jade and gave it to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu also gave a few treasures to the old man and said with a smile, thank you. The old man didn't say anything and looked at the treasures in his hands. He really liked these treasures. Following this, Zhao Fu flew away and continued to search for the sea demon jade. Zhao Fu heard that the 6th sea devil jade was in a historical remnant, and Zhao Fu quickly arrived at the historical remnant. This historical remnant was most likely a god palace, but it was in ruins, and there were some aquatic plants growing everywhere. Zhao Fu looked around and didn't see a single living creature. It was strange. Was the sea demon jade here? Zhao Fu began to search the ruins. Half an hour later, Zhao Fu saw a clever boy hiding in a cave. He smiled and went over to pull him out. The little boy didn't struggle. He smiled and said, Sir, what business do you have with me? Zhao Fu smiled and asked, where are the others? The little boy did not understand. What other people? Zhao Fu smiled and said, don't lie. I'm here for the sea demon jade. If you don't listen, I can only kill you. The little boy thought for a moment, all right. I'll beat you up. Zhao Fu let go of the little boy. The little boy led Zhao Fu to the side, looking quite obedient. However, in the next second, he used some unknown method and disappeared. Zhao Fu wasn't in a hurry because he had left a mark on the little boy's body. Following this mark, Zhao Fu came to a hidden stone door. Boom, a massive sound rang out as Zhao Fu's fist slammed against the stone door. The massive power shattered the stone door, causing countless fragments to fly out. The people behind the stone door were given a big fright and looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked inside. It was a large hall, and there were some stone buildings. There weren't many people, only a few hundred. Seeing Zhao Fu appear, the little boy's face became pale and he said to the muscular man beside him, Dad, this person caught me. I didn't expect him to find me here. I'm sorry, I made a mistake again. The muscular man comforted the little boy and rubbed his head before walking over to Zhao Fu with a serious expression. He asked, Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Zhao Fu smiled and said, hand over the sea demon jade and I'll leave immediately. The muscular man said, we don't have the sea demon jade. Zhao Fu looked at the muscular man, and a formless energy sent the muscular man flying. He crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, the others also looked afraid. Zhao Fu once again said, hand over the sea demon jade. The muscular man said, we really don't have the sea demon jade here, you've come to the wrong place. Bang, Zhao Fu didn't say anything, and the muscular man was once again sent flying, breaking a few of his ribs. The muscular man was heavily injured, and his aura became weak. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and a formless energy grabbed the muscular man and said, I'll ask you one last time, are you going to hand over the sea demon jade or not? The muscular man looked at Zhao Fu and didn't reply. Just as Zhao Fu was about to forcibly control the muscular man, the little boy ran out and shouted, don't hurt my dad, I'll give it to you. Zhao Fu looked at the little boy and took out a stone treasure chest. He gave a trace of a smile and used a wave of energy to take the treasure chest before letting go of the muscular man. The muscular man fell to the ground, and the little boy quickly ran over. Zhao Fu opened the stone treasure chest and found that there was indeed a sea demon jade inside. He gave a satisfied smile and turned to leave this place. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The little boy cried and said, "Dad, I'm sorry, please hit me." The muscular man sighed and said, "Forget it, with our strength, we won't be able to keep that sea demon jade. Keeping it in our hands is a disaster, but it's good that it's been taken away, there's no need to worry about anything happening." Zhao Fu once again returned to the sea demon land. Hailey looked at Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, "How many have you collected, husband?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I've collected 6, I'm only 4 away from opening that place. Help me collect more information." Hailey smiled and nodded. Hai Duo brought the women here and felt quite surprised because Zhao Fu hadn't told her his identity. Only now did she know that Zhao Fu was the Sea Demon Land's king. Staying here was indeed better than staying in that small city. Zhao Fu came to them. Hai Duo gave a trace of a smile and said, "Why didn't you tell me your identity earlier? I was worried about what to do in the future." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I've got a surprise for you." Hai Duo came up and hugged Zhao Fu's arm as she smiled and said, "This surprise is quite big, I'm very satisfied." Zhao Fu looked at the other women. Hai Yi lightly harumphed and said, "We want to go back once." Zhao Fu asked curiously, "Why do you want to go back?" Hai Yi glared at Zhao Fu and said, "You killed so many people, those are the corpses of our loved ones. We haven't dealt with them yet, so we want to bury them properly." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Sure. But shouldn't you say something?" Hai Yi said, "We agree to become your women, alright?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Book 1, Chapter 356. The next day, Zhao Fu did not expect that a group of people would come to him. The leader was a short-haired woman who gave off a wild aura. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "What is it?" The short-haired woman said, "I'm the chief of the Sea Devil tribe, Haiku. I heard that you're looking for the Sea Devil Jade, right?" Zhao Fu nodded. Haika said, "I have a Sea Devil Jade. If you can help me with something, I'll give it to you." Zhao Fu smiled in surprise as he asked, "What is it?" Haika said, "My village's people have been infected by the plague, and I can't do anything about it. I heard that you're quite powerful, so I came to find you." Zhao Fu nodded and smiled as he said, "Sure, but I want all of your women to become my women." Haika said, "I heard that you already have countless Sea Devil women, do you still think that's not enough?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Yes." Haika looked at Zhao Fu and said, "You can't refuse?" Zhao Fu nodded. Haika said, "Alright, I agree." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Take me to your tribe now." Haika brought Zhao Fu to a reef area, and there were Sea Devil people lying around in pain. There were around a few thousand of them, and only a small portion of them were fine. The situation was quite serious. Zhao Fu walked over and saw that their bodies had turned black and that something similar to the reef had grown on their bodies. He could not help but ask, "What kind of plague is this?" Haika said, "It's called the reef disease, and it can be contracted through physical contact. After being infected, one's body will turn black and turn into a reef before dying in pain. This plague often occurs in our tribe, and I didn't manage it well this time, which resulted in such a big consequence." Zhao Fu pressed his hand against the person's chest, and a powerful bloodline power entered his body. That person's body continuously gave off a black aura, and his body gradually returned to normal, and he no longer felt as much pain as before. With the power of Zhao Fu's bloodline, it could expel some toxins and diseases. It could be said to be a holy medicine. Seeing that Zhao Fu had easily healed that person, Haika gave a trace of a smile as she said, "Looks like I wasn't wrong about you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Gather all the patients together. I'll treat them together." Haika smiled and nodded. Many patients were carried out and placed around Zhao Fu. Gradually, Zhao Fu was surrounded by thousands of patients. Zhao Fu pressed a hand against the ground, and a powerful bloodline's power continuously surged out like ocean waves. Under such a powerful bloodline power, many of the patients were emitting black gas, but they did not feel as much pain as before. Their bodies were visibly returning to normal. Suddenly, the black gas that floated out did not disperse. Instead, it condensed into a huge tadpole that looked very ugly. The tadpole looked at Zhao Fu furiously. It opened its mouth and pounced at Zhao Fu, wanting to swallow Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not fear it. He stretched out a hand and a powerful wave of energy flowed out, forming a massive defensive barrier. The tadpole slammed against the defensive barrier, resulting in a massive sound. Waves of black aura continuously spread out, forming wild gales that blew out in all directions. The people in the surroundings felt as if they had been struck by rocks and could not help but retreat. The tadpole seemed to have gone berserk and continuously smashed against the defensive barrier. Zhao Fu clenched his fists. Boom! Zhao Fu punched out and a massive wave of energy instantly inundated the tadpole. In that moment, the tadpole cried out in pain and turned into countless traces of black gas that dissipated. The people in the surroundings all returned to normal, but they were still unconscious. Zhao Fu looked at Haiku and smiled as he said, "I've resolved this matter." Haiku said gratefully, "Thank you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Do you still remember our agreement?" Haiku's face became slightly red as she said, "I'll take care of things here first. Later, I'll bring the tribe's women to your place." Zhao Fu nodded in satisfaction. Half a day later, Haiku brought the many siren women to Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu started to enjoy them. One day later, Haiku lay in Zhao Fu's arms and handed a sea demon jade to Zhao Fu with a rosy face. "I forgot to give you this." Zhao Fu put away the sea demon jade. This was the 7th sea demon jade. Haiku looked at Zhao Fu and gave a slight smile. Zhao Fu asked, "What is it?" Haiku shook her head. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Do you know where the sea demon jade is?" Haiku shook her head and said, "I don't, but this sea demon jade was passed down by our powerful ancestor." Zhao Fu nodded. Haiku said, "What about us women? What do we do?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Of course we'll stay here. Do you want to go there?" Haiku said, "The tribe was where I was born, and I feel a bit reluctant to leave. But now that the men have formed a new tribe, it's not convenient for me to go back." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Just treat this place as your home. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving." Haiku nodded. After Zhao Fu left, he continued to search for the sea demon jade. Now that there were only 3 pieces left, it was difficult to obtain any information. A few days later, Zhao Fu arrived above another tribe. When the many sirens saw Zhao Fu, they became vigilant. These days, Zhao Fu had gone to different tribes to search for sea demon jade. However, whether or not there was any, Zhao Fu would take away all the siren women. This made the siren men extremely angry, but facing Zhao Fu's great power, they could only sullenly submit. Their women, mothers, and daughters were also easily tamed by him. News spread quite quickly, which was why the tribespeople were like this. A well-built young man looked at Zhao Fu and said, "We don't have any sea demon jade here, and we definitely won't hand over our women." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and a powerful darkness power flowed out, covering the entire tribe. Under this darkness power, everyone felt as if they had fallen into darkness. A fear from the depths of their souls flowed out, and their bodies continuously trembled. Some people even knelt on the ground. Arg! The well-built man furiously roared as he blocked the powerful aura and ferociously rushed towards Zhao Fu, punching towards Zhao Fu's face. Zhao Fu disdainfully stretched out a finger and lightly tapped it. Bang! The well-built young man was sent flying back and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and did not even have the strength to stand up. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions became quite unsightly. A dignified woman walked out and said with a cold expression, "Enough, we're willing to let you go." The well-built young man angrily said, "No, mother, I won't let you go with him. He's a scum." Zhao Fu looked at that person and raised his hand. The dignified woman hurriedly blocked in front of Zhao Fu and said, "Didn't you say it before? As long as we become your women, we won't harm anyone in the tribe." Zhao Fu helplessly nodded and said, "Hurry up, I still have to go to other tribes." Book 1, Chapter 357, Battle. The dignified, beautiful woman called out, "Everyone, come out for the sake of the tribe." Hearing this, the women all walked out. A long-faced man pulled on a delicate and pretty woman and said reluctantly, "Wife, I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to protect you." The delicate and pretty woman cried as she said, "Husband, I understand you." A little boy hugged a beautiful woman and cried as he said, "Mom, don't go, okay?" The beautiful woman cried as she said, "Mom has to go, or else both you and Dad will be in danger." You have to grow up and see mom again in the future. The little boy nodded. A mature woman looked at the handsome middle-aged man next to her and lightly sighed as she said, "Husband, we'll meet again if fate allows it." The handsome man said, I'll definitely cultivate seriously in the future. Wait for me." The mature woman smiled and nodded. The women gathered together, and there were more than 1,000 of them. Zhao Fu brought them close and had them. Looking at the ruddy-faced women leaning against him, Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You can go to the Sea Devil's land by yourselves. I'm going to continue searching for Sea Devil Jade." The mature woman rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "I heard that you were quite responsible, but I didn't expect you to be like this." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "What do you want me to do?" The mature woman said, "At least talk about how to treat us in the future. How can you just leave after getting what you want?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I've said it many times, if you become my women, I definitely won't mistreat you. The power I left in your bodies will protect you, so you won't be in danger." The mature woman nodded as she said, "If I have any objections, can I tell you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Of course you can." The mature woman smiled as she said, "You can go now." Zhao Fu left and came above a village. When the Sea Devils saw Zhao Fu, they all panicked, and Zhao Fu directly said, "Do you have Sea Devil Jade and hand over all of your women?" An elderly man walked out fearfully and said, "I have news about Sea Devil Jade." Zhao Fu looked at the elderly man in surprise and said, "What news?" The old man said, "I'll tell you, then you have to let us go. We're not weak, and don't touch our tribe's people in the future." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Okay, I agree. I know that a piece of sea demon jade was forged into a spear. That spear is very famous. It's called the Sea King's Spear, and it appeared in your sea demon land." Hearing this, Zhao Fu was flabbergasted. If it wasn't for this information, who would know about the Sea Fiend Jade being forged into weapons? Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'll go back immediately. I hope you're not lying to me, otherwise, I'll make you regret it." The old man said, "Don't worry, I won't joke around with our tribe." Zhao Fu returned to the ocean and issued an order to search for the Sea King's trident. Half a day later, a tall man holding a great spear hurriedly ran to the side. This great spear was a treasure that he had obtained with great difficulty. He didn't think that it would be stolen by Zhao Fu. He definitely didn't want to hand it over. A person, like a phantom, silently appeared in front of the tall man. The tall man's expression turned ugly as he stopped. He didn't think that Zhao Fu would find him so quickly. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the spear. I'll exchange it for something else." The tall man said coldly, "I won't hand it over. I'll use it to kill you for everyone, you perverted thief." Zhao Fu stood in place and looked at the man. He revealed a smile that said he overestimated himself. Boom, the tall man suddenly stabbed out with his spear, and the power turned into a massive sea snake that wrapped around Zhao Fu's body. The tall man leaped into the air and raised his spear, striking down at Zhao Fu with terrifying force. It seemed as if it could shatter a mountain. Boom, a muffled sound rang out as Zhao Fu raised his hand and grabbed the spear, and a wave of force spread out. The tall man looked dumbfounded. Zhao Fu grabbed the spear and swung it, sending the tall man flying. He then threw the spear into the sky and hit it with his palm. The powerful force shattered the spear into pieces, and a square-shaped jade that gave off a faint blue light fell down. Zhao Fu smiled as he caught the sea demon jade and put it away before looking at the tall man. The tall man was afraid and felt that Zhao Fu was about to kill him. Just as he was about to turn and run, Zhao Fu flew away first. The tall man let out a sigh of relief. He had obtained the 8th sea demon jade, and he only needed 2 more to open that place. Back at the palace, Hailey smiled as she said, "Husband, what you've done recently has angered many sea demon tribes, and they banded together to kill you." Zhao Fu said with a smile. "Is that so?" Hailey smiled as she said, "But they're just some small tribes, so don't worry about them. I'm worried that some powerful tribes might act against you. They can pose a threat to you, but they're just worried about your identity as the young sect master of the Clean Water sect." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I got it. I was just about to go and find them. I was just about to go find them and see if the rest of the sea demon jade is in their hands." Hailey said, "Husband, be careful." Zhao Fu nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu came to a massive sea demon city. There were at least hundreds of thousands of sea demons living here, which was a massive number for ordinary sea demon tribes. At the city gate, a few soldiers stopped Zhao Fu and asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm the king of Sea Demon Land, and I want to see your city lord." The soldiers' expressions changed and they looked at Zhao Fu angrily as they asked, "Are you the person who bullied us sea demons?" Zhao Fu looked at the soldiers and said, "If that's the case, then I'm the one." One of the soldiers could not help but want to attack Zhao Fu, but another soldier stopped him and said, "You're not a match for this perverted thief, don't cause trouble. Immediately go and tell the city lord that this person has come here." The soldier coldly harumphed and turned to run into the city. After hearing that Zhao Fu had come, the sea demons started to panic. Some people hurriedly hid their wives and daughters, but some women curiously gathered around to look at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu obediently waited at the city gate and did not do anything. A while later, a cold-looking man walked out with a trace of disgust in his eyes as he said, "Why have you come to our city?" This man was called Hai Kong, and his cultivation was at the spirit realm, which was why he had the confidence to speak to Zhao Fu like this. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I want to know if you have any sea demon jades. I can exchange them for things, or even information." Hai Kong coldly said, "No, and you'd better behave yourself. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're the clean water Xianxia sect master. This is our territory." Seeing his attitude, Zhao Fu turned and left. Book 1, Chapter 358, Sea Demon. Zhao Fu went to find the enemy faction of this city. It was a very big city, and after coming to their city gate, many guards stopped Zhao Fu. After finding out that Zhao Fu was the owner of the land of the sea demons, they did not seem to welcome him. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I have something to discuss with your city lord, please inform him. This matter is very beneficial to you." Hearing this, the guards went to report. An elderly man with messy hair wearing a long robe came out and said in disgust, "What is it? Hurry up and say it." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Right here?" The elderly man said, "Right here. If there's nothing else, please leave." Zhao Fu said helplessly, "I can help you take down Hai Kang's city, are you willing to cooperate with me?" The elderly man was now interested, and his attitude towards Zhao Fu improved as he asked, "What method do you have?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "If I speak here, what if the secret is leaked?" The elderly man smiled as he said, "All right, I'll let you in. I hope you can give me a satisfactory method, or else I'll make you pay a price." Zhao Fu felt quite angry, but he suppressed it. He followed the elderly man into the city. Everyone on the streets knew that Zhao Fu had come, and some people were angry and disliked Zhao Fu. Some people even cursed at Zhao Fu and discussed curiously. They came to the main hall. The elderly man told everyone to leave and sat at the top as he spoke. "Speak." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I have a way to heavily injure Hai Kong, but I'm not completely confident in killing him. I want to ask you to help me kill him." The elderly man frowned and said unhappily, "That's all?" Zhao Fu said, "You can wait by the side and attack after I heavily injure him. If I don't heavily injure him, you don't have to attack at all. This is very beneficial to you." The elderly man thought that this was not disadvantageous to him at all, so he nodded and said, "I can agree." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'll be going now, wait for my news." The old man nodded. As Zhao Fu turned to leave the city lord's mansion, a beautiful woman with fiery red lips and a mature figure pulled Zhao Fu to the side. The beautiful woman flirtatiously smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu and said, "You're that person?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. "Who are you?" The beautiful woman smiled as she said, "My name is Hai Kongji, city lord's madam. I want to see if you really left like the rumors say." Zhao Fu took off his cloak, revealing his perfect face. The beautiful woman said happily, "It's fine if you can't do it now. You're so good looking, I like you so much." Following that, loud noises could be heard from the alleyway. At this time, the old man also quietly ordered the people in the city to be on guard against Zhao Fu and not let him harm the people in the city. Now that Zhao Fu had some value, he had some misgivings. Right now, he did not know that his wife was being ravaged by Zhao Fu in the alleyway. After everything was over, Hai Kongji happily hugged Zhao Fu and said in satisfaction, "The rumors were indeed true. Can I go to the Sea Demon Land to find you in the future? Zhao Fu nodded. Hai Kanji happily smiled as she said, that's great. Zhao Fu said, I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. Hai Kanji asked, what did you come to find my man for? Zhao Fu gave a simple explanation, and Hai Kanji smiled as she said, then I'll have to thank you properly. After this is done, I'll call my sisters over. Zhao Fu gave a profound smile as he said, sure. After leaving the city, Hai Kong was successfully lured out by Zhao Fu. After coming to a certain place, a magic formation was activated, and countless traces of black aura rushed towards Hai Kong like long worms. Hai Kong continuously slashed out with his spear, sending out sword lights that cut apart the worms. Countless traces of black aura suddenly wrapped around Hai Kang's hands, and a wave of poison started to corrode Hai Kang's body from his feet, causing Hai Kong to hurriedly struggle. Roar! A massive worm suddenly shot out and bit Hai Kang's body, sending Hai Kong flying back, and blood flowed out of his body. Hai Kong had just stood up when he was sent flying by another worm, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Countless traces of poisonous aura flooded over, and Hai Kong desperately resisted as he cried out in pain. Seeing this, the hidden elder knew that this was the best opportunity to kill Hai Kong. He appeared behind Hai Kong in a flash and gripped his saber with both hands as he slashed at Hai Kang's head with great power, wanting to kill him in one strike. However, at that moment, Hai Kong suddenly turned and slashed at the elder's chest, sending him flying back and causing a large amount of blood to fly out. The elder fell to the ground and looked at Hai Kong in confusion. Hai Kong coldly laughed as he said, Old ghost, do you think that I don't know about your plan? I'll beat you at your own game, this time, you're dead for sure. It turned out that Hai Kang's spies in the city had long since told Hai Kong about this. As such, Hai Kong had come prepared, and he had taken the initiative to enter the trap. In order to achieve his goal, he had even taken the initiative to be injured. Now that Hai Kong had achieved his goal, he wanted to heavily injure the elder in one strike. The elder's face was pale as he got up from the ground and turned to run. Hai Kong immediately chased after him and slashed out a large amount of sword light towards the elder. The elder hurriedly dodged while using his saber to block. Hai Kong caught up and stabbed towards the elder, and the elder had no choice but to stop fighting. He slashed out with his saber, deflecting the incoming sword light. Hai Kong spun around and sent out a circular sword light, forcing the elder back. The elder raised his saber and vigorously slashed out, causing a massive saber light to slash towards Hai Kong. Hai Kong dodged and quickly rushed towards the elder. Hai Kong came before the elder and slashed out. The elder blocked with his saber, and Hai Kong kicked out at the elder's chest, sending him flying. The elder heavily crashed to the ground. Hai Kong once again slashed towards the elder, sending out an arc-shaped sword light. The elder hurriedly rolled and avoided this strike before getting up and running. He knew that he was not a match for Hai Kong, and if he stayed, there would only be one outcome. Hai Kong coldly laughed and raised his sword, sending a massive wave of power into it. The sword gave off a black light that formed a massive whale and gave off a terrifying sword aura, causing people to feel an immense might. Shing, Hai Kong slashed out with his sword, and the massive black whale gave off immense power as it quickly rushed towards the elder. Sensing this power, the elder immediately stopped and used all of his strength to defend. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the elder was sent flying and crashed to the ground. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his face became pale. His body was once again heavily injured. Hai Kong walked over to the elder and smiled as he said, I told you that you'd die today. The elder could not help but beg, spare me this once and I'll give you the city. I'll immediately leave this place and give up everything. Book 1, Chapter 359, Death. Hai Kong laughed as he said, do you think I'll agree? The elder did not want to die and wanted to stand up and run, but he immediately fell to the ground and was unable to run. Looking at the elder's pitiful state, Hai Kong felt quite pleased and raised his sword, preparing to kill the elder. Chi, a sound sounded out as Hai Kang's chest was suddenly pierced, causing blood to spurt out. Hai Kong looked quite confused as he looked at the person behind him. It was Zhao Fu. This was because it was Zhao Fu who had leaked the information to Hai Kong. Hai Kong had thought that everything was under his control and wanted to kill the elder, but in the end, he had fallen into Zhao Fu's hands. Zhao Fu's goal was not just to kill Hai Kong but also the elder. Hai Kong looked furious as he turned and slashed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he pulled out his sword and retreated, dodging this attack. The elder looked at Zhao Fu and said happily, "It's great that you've come. As long as you kill him, that city will be yours." Hai Kong said coldly, "Idiot, you still don't know that he wants to kill both of us." The elder's expression was quite unsightly, and he still did not want to believe it. After all, he did not want to die. Zhao Fu rushed at Hai Kong. Now that Hai Kong was heavily injured, Zhao Fu did not have to fear him, and Hai Kong gathered his power and attacked Zhao Fu. Hai Kong stabbed his sword towards Zhao Fu's throat. Zhao Fu dodged to the side, and Hai Kong once again slashed out with his sword. Zhao Fu used his sword to block Hai Kang's sword before slamming his palm towards Hai Kang's chest. Hai Kong also wanted to dodge to the side. However, Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, hitting Hai Kang's body. Hai Kong endured the pain and raised his sword as he slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, sending out a sharp sword light towards Hai Kang's head. Hai Lan's neck spurted out a large amount of blood and his body fell to the ground. Seeing that Hai Kong had been killed, the elderly man looked terrified as he said, "Please don't kill me, I can do anything." "Don't you like women? I can give you all my women." Zhao Fu smiled and did not say anything. He pierced the old man's heart with his sword. If his attitude had been better before, Zhao Fu might have let him go. However, with his attitude towards Zhao Fu would definitely not be lenient. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, Zhao Fu gave a pleased smile. The two cities most likely did not know about this, so Zhao Fu decided to go to the elder city and take control of it. While Hai Zhou was fiddling with her jewelry in her room, a man quietly came in from the outside. Hai Kongji looked at Zhao Fu and said happily, "Why are you here?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I missed you, so I came." Hai Kongji said worriedly, "This is the city lord's residence, and my husband does not like you. Aren't you worried about being discovered by him?" Zhao Fu lightly smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about this, I've already killed him." Hai Kongji's expression changed, "Really?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Is there a need for me to lie to you?" Hai Kongji said angrily, "Why did you kill my husband?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You know that he did not like me, and I did not want to kill him, but I had no choice." Hai Kongji looked at Zhao Fu and said, "What are you doing here?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm here to take control of this city. If you want to be the city lord, I'll make you the new city lord. If you don't want to, I'll choose someone else." Hai Kongji hurriedly said, "I want to." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "All right, tell me some information about this city so that I can quickly take control of it." Hai Kongji hurriedly nodded. Zhao Fu was very fast. He snuck into the homes of the important generals and either killed them or took control of them. The commoners did not know what had happened, and there was no verdict. After returning to Hai Kongji's room, Hai Kongji said in surprise, "It's done so quickly?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Hai Kongji smiled and said, "So I'm the city lord now?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "But you can announce it later. I still have to go to another city." Hai Kongji asked curiously, "Why are you going to another city?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Because I also killed the city lord of that city." Hai Kongji said in surprise, "You mean Hai Kong?" Zhao Fu nodded. Hai Kongji asked curiously, "How did you do it?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'll tell you later." After sneaking into Hai Kang's city, Zhao Fu quickly found Hai Kang's wife. She was a woman with an enchanting figure and a cold expression, and she was called Hai Yi. Seeing Zhao Fu sneak into her room, Hai Yi immediately slapped at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu easily grabbed Hai Yi's hand. Hai Yi tried to pull her hand back and said coldly, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm the owner of the land of sea demons." Hai Yi said coldly, "So it's you, you perverted thief. Don't even think about getting me." Hai Yi slapped out again with great force towards Zhao Fu's face, bringing with it a gust of wind. However, her hand was still easily grabbed by Zhao Fu. Hai Yi's hands could not break free. She immediately wanted to shout for people to come, but Zhao Fu covered her mouth and pushed her to the ground. Feeling that she was being bullied, Hai Yi desperately resisted and even wanted to use her life to preserve her chastity. However, in the end, she still fell and became very lewd. This was completely different from before, and Hai Kong had never seen this before. 2 hours later, Zhao Fu hugged Hai Yi and said, "I want you to be the city lord." Hai Yi looked at Zhao Fu and said, "What do you mean?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I killed Hai Kong and the other city lord. That city is under my control, and I'll take control of this city." Hai Yi angrily pinched Zhao Fu and turned her head with a cold expression, not wanting to see Zhao Fu again. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would kill all of her men. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at her and said, "If you continue like this, I'll kill all of the men in the city." Hai Yi turned to look at Zhao Fu and said coldly, "What do you want?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I need to know some information. Also, if you obediently become the city lord, I won't harm anyone." Hai Yi nodded. After Zhao Fu obtained some information, he immediately took control of the generals and easily obtained this city. Now that the two cities were under his control, Zhao Fu did not have to hold back and publicly announce the deaths of the two city lords. He also made Hai Kongji and Hai Yi the new city lords. They were the wives of the city lords, and the commoners did not object. The two cities also ordered that they would no longer be enemies, and their relationship became friendly. This was quite strange, and it felt as if two enemies had suddenly become friends. Zhao Fu felt quite uncomfortable. However, even if they could not get used to it, they had no choice but to obey. Now that the two sides had become friendly, it was actually beneficial to them. They did not have to fight anymore and cause casualties on both sides. Book 1, Chapter 360. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Modlals 123. Zhao Fu started to enjoy the fruits of his victory. Apart from the two city lords' wives, there were also some top-notch beauties. Because there were too many people, Zhao Fu could not have them all, mainly because it was a waste of time. Otherwise, Zhao Fu could have done it. After the feast, Zhao Fu held Hai Yi with one hand and Hai Kongji with the other as he asked, "Do you know that we still need information about Sea Demon Jade?" Hai Yi said, "I have." Zhao Fu asked in surprise, "Where?" Hai Yi said, "I don't remember." This made Zhao Fu speechless. He looked at Hai Kongji and asked, "Do you know?" Hai Kongji smiled and said, "I don't know." Zhao Fu frowned. Could it be that he had worked hard for nothing again? A sweet-looking woman smiled and said, "I know there's Sea Demon Jade there." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Where?" The sweet-looking woman said, "Another city lord has a piece of Sea Demon Jade." Zhao Fu hurriedly asked, "Where?" The sweet-looking woman said, "That city is called Haifeng City, and it is filled with male sea demons. Moreover, they only like men and don't like female sea demons. They even ask women not to come within 100 kilometers of Haifeng City." Zhao Fu nodded, "I'll go now." The sweet-looking woman lightly snorted, "Sir, I told you some important information. Aren't you going to give me a reward?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "What do you want?" The sweet-looking woman smiled and said, "I also want to get a position in the city." Zhao Fu nodded, "Sure, let Hai Yi arrange it. If there's anything, you can come to the Sea Demon territory to find me." "I won't come here." Hai Kongji and the other women nodded. Zhao Fu spent half a day before finding Haifeng City. This was a small city with a population of only 100,000 or so, but they were all men. At the city gate, Zhao Fu was once again stopped by the guards. "Who are you? Also, take off your cloaks," a soldier yelled. Hearing this, Zhao Fu took off his cloak and revealed his perfect face, causing all the guards to stare at him with their mouths agape and their hearts to race. Zhao Fu said, "I have something to discuss with your city lord." The guard said happily, "Good, good, good. I'll go and report immediately." When the others saw Zhao Fu's appearance, they could not help but gather, and soon, the city gates were filled with men. He looked a little excited. Zhao Fu frowned. He felt disgusted by the gazes of so many men. After a while, a very fat, fair-skinned, and good-natured young man walked out. He looked at Zhao Fu with excitement and said happily, "What's the matter?" Zhao Fu asked, "I heard that you have the Sea Demon Jade?" The young man's name was Hai Zhu, and he smiled as he said, "I do have a Sea Demon Jade." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I want to exchange it with you." Hai Zhu looked greedily at Zhao Fu and smiled as he said, "As long as you become mine, I'll give you anything you want." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "I know what you like, but you found the wrong person." Also, I'm the Clear Water Sect's young sect master. Hearing this, Haiju smiled as he said, so you're the Clear Water Sect's young sect master, no wonder you have such shocking looks. However, I'll still say the same thing, as long as you become mine, I'll give you the Sea Demon Jade. Zhaofu said somewhat angrily, even though you're at the spirit realm, don't think that you can do whatever you want. If I want to, I can immediately gather an army and destroy your city. Haiju smiled as he said, I know you're powerful, but my attitude is still the same. Who told you to be so alluring? Zhaofu's gaze became cold as he raised his palm and slammed it towards Haiju's chest. Haiju's gaze was filled with disdain as he casually slammed out. Bang, the two palms collided and a shockwave spread out. Haiju was forced back a step and looked at Zhaofu in shock. He, a spirit realm cultivator, had been forced back by a void realm cultivator. Zhaofu did not continue and turned to fly away. Just then, Haiju had been careless, and with Zhaofu's current strength, he did not have much of an advantage over Haiju. Zhaofu did not bother wasting time with him, and he planned to go back and lead the soldiers of the two cities to destroy them. Seeing that Zhaofu wanted to run, Haiju's expression became serious as he grabbed out with his hand. A wave of power flowed out and turned into a few tentacles that shot towards Zhaofu. Zhaofu took out a sword and vigorously swung it, and a black sword light cut off the tentacles. However, Haiju blocked in front of Zhaofu and coldly laughed as he said, Do you think I'll let you go? Zhaofu calmly smiled as he said, You're too weak to catch me. Haiju laughed as he said, Let's see what skills you have then. Zhaofu's body gave off a black aura and he immediately turned into a massive black dragon. He gave off a powerful aura as he rushed towards Haiju. Haiju took out a scimitar and rushed at the black dragon. The black dragon rushed in front of Haiju and opened its mouth as it bit towards Haiju. Haiju slashed out a massive blue saber light, which slashed against the black dragon's mouth. The black dragon roared in pain and swiped at Haiju with its claws, which contained immense power. Haiju agilely dodged and avoided the black dragon's claw. He raised his saber and vigorously slashed against the black dragon's body. The black dragon's body flung out, and its tail whipped towards Haiju. Haiju blocked with one hand and gave off a blue light that formed a semicircular barrier, blocking the black dragon's attack. The black dragon twisted its body and spat out a massive black beam of light towards Haiju, who quickly used his saber to block. The black beam of light devoured Haiju's body and disappeared. Haiju was not injured, but he looked quite wretched. Haiju said angrily, It's best if you submit now, or else I'll have to use my full strength. The black dragon ignored him and slammed its claw towards Haiju with great power. Boom! Haiju vigorously slashed out with his scimitar, sending out an enormous blue crescent that sent the black dragon flying. The black dragon immediately opened its mouth and spat out another black beam of light, which gave off an even more terrifying power as it shot towards Haiju. It seemed as if it could pierce through a large mountain. Haiju gave off a powerful aura and raised his scimitar and vigorously slashed out. A straight saber light slashed forwards with unstoppable momentum, as if nothing could stop it. The black beam of light was slashed apart by the saber and continued towards the black dragon. After being hit by the saber, the black dragon's body turned into countless traces of black aura and dissipated. However, there were no traces of Zhaofu, as this was only a clone he had left behind. His main body had already escaped. Seeing this, Haiju's expression became serious. Zhaofu once again returned to the city. Haiju asked curiously, What's wrong? Didn't you say that you wouldn't come? Zhaofu felt quite displeased as he said, That Haiju took a fancy to me and wanted to keep me here. Now, I want him to pay the price. Haiju smiled as he said, Husband, your looks are perfect. You have such a perfect face that both men and women will like you. Book 1, Chapter 361. Zhaofu felt quite helpless. This was the disadvantage of being too good-looking. Hai Kanji smiled and said, What do you plan to do now? Zhaofu said, His city only has 100,000 or so people, so you. Two cities have to work together to deal with him. Although that Haiju is spirit grade, I only need a few helpers to deal with him. Hai Kanji smiled and said, I'll immediately pass down the order. Zhaofu nodded. The soldiers of the two cities gathered together and gave off a massive aura. Under Zhaofu's lead, they attacked Haifeng City. One day later, Zhaofu led the army to the gates of Haifeng City. Zhao Fu looked at Hai Zhu on the city wall and coldly laughed. I've already given you a chance, but you asked for it. Hai Zhu coldly said, don't think that you can obtain the sea demon jade just like this. Zhao Fu coldly laughed, after I defeat you, I have 100 ways to make you hand over the sea demon jade. Attack, Zhao Fu gave the order, and the sea demon soldiers rushed towards Haifeng City like a tide. Haifeng City immediately activated its defenses, and many rays of blue light gathered, forming blue shields. Swish, swish, swish. Following this, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as arrows drew arcs in the air and shot towards the sea demon soldiers. The sea devil soldier gave off 2 auras. One of them continuously condensed into a massive whale, while the other continuously condensed into a sea snake. The 2 massive creatures collided, sending the arrows flying with a powerful gust of wind. The 2 giant beasts continued to charge forward, crashing into the shields one after another, producing loud noises. Soon, the 2 giant beasts shattered the shields. Haifeng City's soldiers on the city wall also gathered their power, forming 2 spears that pierced through the 2 giant beasts' bodies, turning into countless traces of aura and dissipating. By now, the sea demon soldiers had already rushed to the city wall and started to attack. Arrows, sword lights, saber lights, and spear shadows continuously blasted towards the city wall. Many attacks also continuously descended, and people on both sides were dying. Zhao Fu suddenly appeared on the city wall and slashed towards Hai Zhu. Hai Zhu immediately used his saber to block. However, a man appeared beside him and punched him in the head. It was a punch that could shatter iron and stone. The sea pillar erupted with power, sending Zhao Fu and the man flying. In the next second, a person appeared behind Hai Zhu. The spear in his hand shone with a cold light as he quickly stabbed towards Hai Zhu's back. Hai Zhu waved the blade in his hand and sent that person flying. At that moment, a person appeared beside Hai Zhu. He slashed out with his sword, leaving a deep wound on Hai Zhu's body. Blood flowed out continuously. The other people in Haifeng City were also held up and could not come to help. Hai Zhu was infuriated. He slashed out with his saber with all his might, and a saber light turned into a surging wave that spread out. The sound was extremely terrifying, and it shattered everything around it. The swordsman quickly retreated and dodged the terrifying attack. Right now, these people were all Zhao Fu's puppets. Their cultivations were all at the emptiness realm. Zhao Fu was controlling them to fight. That was why they worked so well together. Clang, after Hai Zhu performed that move, Zhao Fu poured a powerful sword power into the sword in his hand. It emitted an intense black light and slashed towards Hai Zhu. Hai Zhu also slashed out with his saber. The saber and the sword clashed together, creating many sparks. The ground could not withstand the impact and cracked. Hai Zhu's power could easily block Zhao Fu's attack. However, Zhao Fu was not alone. Soon, 2 people appeared behind Hai Zhu and attacked Hai Zhu together. Hai Zhu could only dodge in panic, not letting Zhao Fu and the others besiege him. At this moment, some of the sea demon soldiers had already attacked the city walls and started fighting with the soldiers of Haifeng City. The battle was intense, and blood splattered everywhere. Haifeng City was clearly at a disadvantage. Both the number of soldiers and the strength of the soldiers were inferior to the sea demon soldiers. Bang, a muffled sound rang out, and Hai Zhu's body was sent flying. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu sneered and said, "Do you still have the guts to speak now?" Hai Zhu's expression turned ugly. He did not expect that an emptiness realm expert like Zhao Fu would be so powerful. Even with the help of a few emptiness realm experts, he was still unable to resist. Zhao Fu continued dashing towards Hai Zhu. Hai Zhu hastily said, "Wait, I can give you the sea demon jade. Please retreat now." Zhao Fu humped coldly and continued dashing towards Hai Zhu. He had already come this far, how could he stop? Seeing that Zhao Fu did not stop, Hai Zhu understood Zhao Fu's intention. He immediately emitted an even more powerful aura and attacked Zhao Fu with all his might. Hai Zhu continuously swung his saber, creating rays of saber light as he slashed forward, forcing Zhao Fu to continuously defend and retreat. A man appeared at the side. He squatted down and kicked Hai Zhu's legs, causing Hai Zhu to lose his balance. At this moment, Hai Zhu twisted his body and regained his balance. He then slashed the man with his saber and sent him flying. Another man appeared behind Hai Zhu and kicked the back of the sea demon, sending him flying. Zhao Fu smiled and charged towards Hai Zhu with his sword in hand. The soldiers of Haifeng City could not resist at all. They disregarded their orders and ran away in fear. The soldiers of the sea demon army gradually gained control of the city walls. Pooh! Zhao Fu slashed horizontally and hit Hai Zhu's recovery. Hai Zhu screamed in pain and slashed the scimitar in his hand at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu immediately blocked with his sword, but his body was forced back a step. Two men appeared behind Hai Zhu and attacked his back, causing 2 more wounds. Hai Zhu turned around and wanted to attack the 2 men respectfully. Zhao Fu seized this opportunity and thrust his sword into Hai Zhu's body at lightning speed. Hai Zhu hurriedly dodged and looked at the people furiously. Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "Hurry up and take out the sea demon Jade, I'll let you die a bit faster." Hai Zhu said furiously, "Stop dreaming, I hate myself for not capturing you yesterday. Otherwise, I would have killed you and brought the entire city with me." Bang! Just as Hai Zhu spoke, his fat body was sent flying by a wave of energy. He crashed to the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu pressed a hand against the ground, causing countless pale roots to grow out and stretch towards Hai Zhu. They quickly wrapped around Hai Zhu's body, and Hai Zhu swung his saber and cut them off. However, the roots quickly grew and wrapped around Hai Zhu, and countless traces of black light started to corrode Hai Zhu. Hai Zhu looked at Zhao Fu hatefully, causing Zhao Fu to feel a trace of danger and immediately retreat. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as Hai Zhu self-destructed. A terrifying energy spread out, blasting a massive crater in the ground. Zhao Fu and a few others were caught up in the shockwaves and suffered some light injuries. Zhao Fu's expression became grim. Now that Hai Zhu was dead, where could he go to find the sea demon Jade? Zhao Fu had wanted to use the roots to control Hai Zhu, but Hai Zhu's power was greater than Zhao Fu's, and Zhao Fu was unable to control it, causing Hai Zhu to self-destruct. Book 1, Chapter 362. Suddenly, Zhao Fu found something on the flesh and blood scattered on the ground. He picked it up and saw that it was a piece of sea demon jade. Hai Zhu had actually put the sea demon jade into his body. However, Zhao Fu still obtained it in the end. Zhao Fu smiled as he put away the sea demon jade. This Haifeng city had been conquered, and most of the sea demons had been killed while a small portion had escaped. Hai Zhu came to Zhao Fu's side and smiled as he said, "What do you plan to do with this Haifeng city?" Zhao Fu was not interested and smiled as he said, "I'll leave it to you. Also, you have to reward the soldiers who conquered Haifeng city. I'm only missing the last piece of sea demon jade, I want to find it as soon as possible." Hai Zhu smiled and said, "Got it. Come back when you have time." Zhao Fu nodded and turned into a ray of light and disappeared. After returning to the sea demon's land, Zhao Fu continued to have people gather information. Now that there was only one piece left, Zhao Fu could not wait any longer. In the end, there was no information, so Zhao Fu could only go to some large factions like before. Today, Zhao Fu came to a massive stone building. It looked like a palace and had some carvings on it, making it look exquisite and grand. This place was called Ocean Night Palace, and it was most likely to have sea demon jade. This was because they were very well informed and powerful. The palace lord was already at the peak of the Dao realm, and if he became a higher being, he could be called the Sea Demon King. A few sexy female guards stopped Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took off his cloak and smiled as he said, "I'm the owner of the Sea Demon's land, I want to see your palace lord." The guards looked at Zhao Fu with interest and smiled as they said, "You're that person? I heard you're very good at this. Is that true?" Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "Of course it's true. Do you want to try?" The female guard smiled and said, "We'll go find you later. Come with us, our palace lord knows you're coming and told us." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. He followed the guard into a large hall. There were 3 coral chairs on each side, and there were 3 women sitting on them. The one in the middle was cold-looking and had a graceful figure, and she was the head palace lord, Hai Chan, who was at the peak of the Dao realm. The one beside her had a fiery figure and gave off a barbaric aura, and she was the second palace lord, Hai Yi, who was at the Dao realm. The last one looked like an angel but had a devilish figure. She was slightly taller than the other 2, and she was the third palace lord, Hai Yun. She was also in the Dao realm. Haichan looked at Zhao Fu and said, "You're here." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Palace Lord knows that I'm coming?" Haichan chuckled. "Of course I do. Your matter has already spread far and wide." Zhao Fu looked at Haichan and smiled as he said, "Then you should know why I'm here. Where's the last piece of sea demon jade?" The sea cicada smiled and said, "We do know." Hearing this, Zhao Fu was elated and relaxed. "Where? Can you tell me?" Haichan nodded and said, "Of course I can tell you, but what price will you pay for this information?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "What do you want?" Haichan smiled and said, "You're the clear water sect's young sect master, so I want to hear what you can give me." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I can give you a chance to become higher beings." Haichan looked at Zhao Fu in surprise, "What chance?" Water worlds floated out of Zhao Fu's body, giving off a faint blue light, and a wave of pure source water spread out. The three women looked quite shocked. Zhao Fu looked at the three women and smiled confidently as he said, "Now do you believe that I can give you a chance?" Haichan came back to her senses and smiled as she said, "We underestimated you. How did you obtain so many water worlds? If this news spreads, the entire water domain will be shaken." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "It's a long story, I'll tell you when I have time in the future." Haichan said, "How do you plan to help us?" No one could refuse the chance to become a higher being. After all, this was the goal they had always pursued. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "It's actually very simple, you just have to dual cultivate with me." Haiyan looked at Zhao Fu and said shyly, "Must we do that?" "There's no other way." Of course, he could use other methods, but Zhao Fu definitely would not say them. He smiled as he said, "Only this method can give you the purest source energy. With this massive water world's power, I'm sure you'll all be able to break through to the higher being realm soon." Hai smiled and said, "All right, I'll give it a try now." After saying that, Hai walked down and came in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and hugged her. Haichan and Haiyun looked at Haiya's ecstatic expression and their faces blushed slightly. However, they also discovered that as Zhao Fu continuously poured the water world's power into Haiyun's body was going through a transformation. Hai fell to the ground, and Haichan also walked over. Seeing the two palace lords entangled with Zhao Fu, Haiyun also walked over shyly and joined the battle. After some time, Zhao Fu looked at the three palace lords in his arms and smiled as he said, "I've already given you the reward, where's the news about the sea demon jade?" Haichan rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Hai smiled and said, "The rumors seem to be true. After tasting it, I feel like I've fallen for you. You really are the nemesis of us sirens." Haiyun shyly nodded in agreement. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'll spend more time with you in the future, but I want to find the last piece of sea demon jade as soon as possible and open that place to obtain the 12th water world." Haichan said, "Even if we tell you, you might not be able to obtain it." Zhao Fu asked, "Where is it?" Haitsong said, "The last piece of sea demon jade is on a fish. This fish doesn't stay in one place and instead swims everywhere. We don't know where it is right now, but we're sure that it's in the sea demon waters and won't leave." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Okay, I got it." Haichan smiled and said, "Just stay here, we're quite well informed. If we know where it is, we'll tell you immediately." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded. Haichan smiled as she hugged Zhao Fu and said, "Are you the heaven-awakened child?" Zhao Fu looked quite surprised and wondered why Haichan was suddenly asking this. Haiyan said in surprise, "He's the heaven-awakened child? Big sis, how do you know?" Haichan smiled and said, "Who else in this world do you think has the ability to collect so many water worlds? I heard that the heaven-awakened child has come to the water world and is preparing to awaken the last emperor star." Hai looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Are you really?" Zhao Fu lightly smiled and nodded. Haiyan happily smiled and said, "So you're the heaven-awakened child. I used to wonder what kind of person you were and wanted to marry someone like you." Book 1, Chapter 363, Love. Zhao Fu chuckled as he said, "You're mine now." Haiyan nodded with a red face. Haichan smiled as she said, "All right, let's all get up and give the order to gather information. We must find that fish as soon as possible." The two women smiled and nodded. Seeing the three women leave, Zhao Fu started to walk around the palace. A few female guards happily found Zhao Fu and said, "Sir, we're here to find you." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he said, "Come here." By the time Hai Yun came to find Zhao Fu, there were already many female guards lying around. Zhao Fu looked at Hai Yun and smiled as he asked, "Any news?" Hai Yun blushed as she shook her head and said, "We've already given the order, so I thought you went there. I didn't think that you'd be here harming others." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Do you want to come with me?" Hai Yun shyly glared at Zhao Fu as she said, "No way. You can come to my place after you're done." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. 2 days passed, and there was still no news of that fish. Zhao Fu sighed. Hai Chan sat in Zhao Fu's embrace and smiled as she said, "Don't worry, it should be very soon. Aren't you happy that you have us 3 sisters with you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'm only missing the Kraken Jade. But I'm feeling quite anxious." Hai Yi smiled as she said, "We'll help you relax a bit." At that moment, a female guard came in. Seeing this scene, she smiled as she said, "There's news of a fish." Zhao Fu stopped and said in surprise, "Where?" The female guard said, "It's in a body of water in the west, someone saw it." Zhao Fu said, "All right, I'll go right away." Hai Yi said with some dissatisfaction, "Can't you wait a bit? I'm having a good time." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'll make it up to you when I get back. Right now, we need to catch that fish as quickly as possible, or else it might run away again." Hai Chan smiled and said, "Let's take you there." The group soon arrived at the body of water. The sea cicada said, "Let's open up our search. That way, we'll have a higher chance of finding it." Everyone nodded and flew off in different directions. Zhao Fu also flew off in a different direction. An hour later, Zhao Fu did not find anything. As he continued to search, he heard Hai Yun's voice, saying that she had found the fish in the direction she was looking for. Zhao Fu hurriedly rushed in that direction. When he arrived at that place, he found that Hai Yun was using many aquatic plants to tie up a fish. The fish was half a meter long and looked like a conger eel. It was grayish-black in color and looked very ferocious. With a twist of its body, the conger eel broke away from the water plants and quickly swam to the side. Zhao Fu hurriedly made a move. The golden pupil in his left eye spun rapidly and countless chains shot out from the void, shooting towards the conger eel. Many chains wrapped around the conger eel's body. However, the conger eel struggled with all its might and a strong force broke all the chains. This conger eel's strength was at least at Dao realm. After the conger eel broke the chains, it continued to run to the side and was about to disappear. Hai Chan rushed over and blocked in front of the conger eel. She looked at the conger eel and said, "We just want the sea demon jade on you. We won't hurt you." The conger eel turned its head and swam to the other side. Hai Chan reached out and grabbed. Large amounts of seawater surged towards the conger eel, turning into a giant water net that pounced towards the conger eel. The conger eel was really fast, but the water net was really big. In the end, the conger eel was still caught by the water net. It continued to struggle with all its might, trying to break free from the water net. Under the constant attacks, the water net was about to collapse. Hai Chan flew to the conger eel's side and took out a silk scarf. The silk scarf kept growing and wrapped around the giant conger eel. The conger eel kept struggling in the silk scarf, but it was unable to break free. Hai Chan hit the conger eel's head with its palm, and the massive force caused the conger eel to calm down. Hai Chan looked at the conger eel and Hai Chan and said, "Hand over the sea demon jade on you and I'll let you go immediately." The conger eel hesitated for a moment, and a blue light shone from its head as a square-shaped jade floated out. Hai Chan smiled and reached out to grab the sea demon jade. Following this, Hai Chan let go of the silk scarf and released the fish as promised. Zhao Fu walked over and said with a smile, "Thank you for this time." Hai Chan handed the sea demon jade to Zhao Fu and said with a smile, "You're welcome. Just repay us in the future." Zhao Fu nodded and took the last piece of sea demon jade. Now that all of the sea demon jades had been gathered, Zhao Fu took them out. The sea demon jades gave off a faint light and floated in the air as if they were responding to something. Hai Yun and Hai Yi flew over and looked at this scene curiously. The 10 sea demon jades slowly gathered together and gave off many rays of light. A square-shaped jade that was 30 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide appeared, and there was a circular pattern on it that looked like a map. Zhao Fu took the jade and handed it to Hai Chan, who did not understand it, and asked, "Do you know where this place is?" Hai Chan frowned and could not tell what this place was. Hai Yin said, "Let's go back and look up some information. I think there should be records of this place." Everyone returned to the palace. The three women took out a large pile of information, and Zhao Fu started to look through them. In the end, Hai Yi found a book and smiled as she said, "I know where this place is." Zhao Fu said happily, "What is this place?" Hai Yi smiled as she said, "According to this book, this place is in the middle of the water domain. However, it has undergone geological changes and looks different from before, so we don't know where this place is." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Let's hurry and go." Hai Yi smiled and nodded, and they went to the water domain. In front of them was a flat piece of reef land, and there were many aquatic plants growing around it. It looked quite ordinary, and if one used their power to sense it, they would not be able to sense anything. Hai Chan turned to look at Zhao Fu and said, "Take the jade and go have a look." Zhao Fu nodded and took the jade to the reef land. The jade immediately gave off many rays of light, and it was able to sense a certain place. Following this feeling, Zhao Fu kept walking. In the end, they came to a place, and the jade automatically left Zhao Fu's hand and landed on the reef land, fusing into it. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the ground to shake and the water to become chaotic. The ground continuously caved in, and in the end, a large hole that was 300 meters long and 300 meters wide appeared. It was completely dark inside, and it was impossible to see what was inside. However, it gave off a dangerous and terrifying feeling. Hai Chan and the other two women landed beside Zhao Fu and looked at the large hole seriously. Book 1, Chapter 364, Battle Formation. Zhao Fu said, "Let's go in." Hai Chan nodded. Everyone flew into the big hole and came to a very large space. The ground in this space was flat, and in the middle, there was a small reef that was more than 20 meters tall. There were many siren statues carved on it. Some were hunting, some were playing, and some were running. There were all kinds of them. At the top of the small mountain floated an octagonal crystal that gave off a faint blue light. This was the 8-direction water world that Zhao Fu had been searching for. Zhao Fu took a step forwards, and many runes appeared on the ground. The ground started to tremble, and a massive aura spread out. The ground in front of them moved, and 6 square-shaped holes appeared. Following this, the ground rose up, and 6 people appeared in front of them. There were 6 women with voluptuous figures and cold faces. They had long hair and wore wire scarves and held pitchforks. The auras they gave off were quite powerful, and the 6 of them were most likely in charge of guarding this place. Hai Chan and the others became wary and serious. One of the women looked at Zhao Fu and the others and called out, "Who are you and why have you come here?" Just as Hai Chan was about to speak, Zhao Fu said, "I'm here to collect sea devil jades and take the 8-direction water world." The woman called out, "The 8-direction water world is my clan's holy item, how can I let you take it away?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "The 8-direction water world should belong to me, with your clan's power, you can't control it." The woman said angrily, "This is a holy item that my clan obtained, how can it belong to you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I can prove it." The woman said, "Then prove it to me." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he walked forwards and pressed a hand against the ground. A massive wave of power flowed in, and a blue wave of light quickly spread out. Boom, the 8-direction water world above the small mountain exploded out with power and gave off many rays of blue light. The women looked at this scene in shock, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to do this. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Now that I've proven it, can I take away the 8-directional water world?" The woman in the lead shouted, "That won't do. The holy relic has been with our oceanic demon tribe for many years. Also, you never told us who you are and why you have such abilities." Zhao Fu smiled, "I've already said that I'm the true master of the water world of the 8 directions. Also, there's no point in keeping the water world of the 8 directions. Why don't you give it to me? In the future, when I become the ruler of the water clan, I won't mistreat your clan." The female leader said, "Sovereign of the water clan?" Zhao Fu nodded. "Do you believe me?" The woman in the lead said, "I think you must have something extraordinary about you to be able to activate the 8-directional water world. I believe you have some possibility, but you can't make us hand over the 8-directional water world just like that. Zhao Fu said helplessly, it wasn't easy for me to collect the siren jade to open this place. I can't go back now. The woman in the lead said, this is our Oceanic Demon Tribe's forbidden area. What are you, an outsider, doing here? Zhao Fu said, why did you seal the 8-directional water world here? Now that your Oceanic Demon Tribe has split up into different tribes, it seems to be related to the 8-directional water world, right? The woman in the lead said, we're here for the Oceanic Demon Tribe's legacy. The patriarch instructed us thousands of years ago. Zhao Fu understood and said, you mean to choose a successor and then inherit the 8-directional water world? The woman in the lead said, that's right. It's a pity that you're not from the Oceanic Demon Tribe. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I'm not from the Oceanic Demon Tribe, but I can give it a try. Who knows, I might succeed. The woman in the lead said, that's impossible. You're not from the Oceanic Demon Tribe. It's absolutely impossible. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, I'll just give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll leave. You won't suffer any losses. I'll also give the Siren Jade to other Oceanic Demon Tribes and let the Oceanic Demon Tribe's geniuses come and try. I think you've been here for countless years, don't you want to leave? Hearing this, the women were somewhat tempted. Another woman said to the woman in the lead, let him try, it won't affect us at all. A woman did not want to stay here any longer and said, this is also for the Oceanic Demon Tribe's legacy. It's beneficial to us. The woman in the lead thought for a moment and said, all right, we can let you try. However, you have to keep your promise. If you fail, leave immediately and give the Siren Jade to the Oceanic Demon Tribe's geniuses. If you go back on your word, we won't be polite. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Zhao Fu walked forward. Hai Yun could not help but say, is it possible that he's not from the Oceanic Demon Tribe? Hai Chan smiled and said, with his abilities, it's impossible to think normally. I believe he can do it. Hai Yun nodded. Zhao Fu walked in front of the women and asked, what kind of test? The woman in the lead said, just stand in front of the small mountain and you'll know. Hearing this, Zhao Fu walked in front of the small mountain. The small mountain gave off an incredibly massive aura, and the image of a massive reef mountain appeared in front of him. The Oceanic Demon statues on it seemed to come to life. A woman said with a confused look, he's not from the Oceanic Demon Tribe, how could the legacy be opened for him? The woman next to her felt quite confused as well, logically, there shouldn't be any mistakes, so why is it like this? Another woman said, could it be that he has the Oceanic Demon bloodline, which is why he can open the legacy trial? Seeing this scene, the woman in the lead changed her attitude and said, I think that's the case, or else he wouldn't be able to open the legacy trial. The chief said before that only the fated person can open this place, I think he's that fated person. They did not know that Zhao Fu's evil celestial bloodline could fuse with the blood of countless races. Now that the evil celestial bloodline had reached perfection, Zhao Fu could make his bloodline even purer than the Oceanic Demon race's bloodline. Zhao Fu walked towards the massive mountain and walked into the image of the massive mountain. Immediately, a wave of Oceanic Demon power rushed down from the mountain like seawater. Facing this power, Zhao Fu understood that he had to use the Oceanic Demon race's power to defend. He opened his mouth and gave off an ear-piercing cry, and the sound waves stabbed out like sharp swords, cutting the seawater in half. The women next to him looked quite shocked, how can he know the Oceanic Demon voice? That's a talent that only those with extremely pure bloodlines can have. Zhao Fu continued forwards. The Oceanic Demon power condensed into seawater, and it gave off an even more shocking power as it rushed upwards. Arg! Zhao Fu opened his mouth and gave an even sharper cry, and a sound wave quickly spread out, easily dispersing the incoming wave of seawater. After dealing with this power, Zhao Fu continued forwards. Book 1, 365. At that moment, the statues leapt at Zhao Fu. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu exploded out with immense power. That power turned into sea devils that gave off ferocious auras as they fought against the sea devil statues. A siren's sharp claw pierced through a siren statue's body, causing the siren statue to shatter into countless pieces. A siren statue swung its arm and sent another siren flying, causing that siren to also dissipate. A sea devil leapt onto a sea devil statue and ferociously bit it, while another sea devil used its body to send a few more sea devil statues flying. A sea devil statue's claw pierced through a sea devil statue's head, and that sea devil also dissipated. The battle was incredibly intense, and Zhao Fu stood where he was without moving. The sea devil statues continuously rushed towards Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu released even more power to block them. In the end, Zhao Fu used his sea devil power to create sea devils that suppressed the sea devil statues and won. Book reading benefits: number every day, he would receive cash or coins. Zhao Fu continued onwards. A sea devil child appeared in front of Zhao Fu and opened its mouth and gave a massive scream. A massive sound wave spread out, causing Zhao Fu to take a step back and feel a stabbing pain in his ears. Arg! The sea devil child gave another scream, causing Zhao Fu to feel quite annoyed. He also gave another scream, and the two sound waves collided, resulting in an explosion. The sea devil child ferociously looked at Zhao Fu and continued to give a sharp scream. The sound waves continuously spread out, and Zhao Fu also continued to give a sharp scream. Bang, 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 the two sound waves kept clashing against each other, resulting in a series of explosions. Wave after wave of explosive power spread out, blasting out craters in various places. Zhao Fu looked at the sea devil child and continuously screamed as he walked towards it. Seeing that Zhao Fu was walking towards it, the sea devil child screamed even louder, causing even more terrifying sound waves to spread out. However, Zhao Fu continuously sent out sound waves and blocked the sea devil child's sound waves. In the end, Zhao Fu walked in front of the sea devil child, and the sea devil child looked at Zhao Fu before falling asleep and disappearing. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and continued onwards. Suddenly, countless images appeared in the surroundings. Some were familiar to Zhao Fu, such as Bai Qi, Li Si, Wu Qingyang, Nu Lu, Hai Li, Hai Wei, and even some of Zhao Fu's enemies. Some of the illusory images happily leapt over and some hatefully cursed at Zhao Fu. However, they were unable to affect Zhao Fu because Zhao Fu's mental energy had reached a terrifying level. Zhao Fu continued onwards. The images surrounded Zhao Fu like a vortex, wanting to stop Zhao Fu from advancing. Zhao Fu felt as if he was at the center of the vortex. That hand stretched out and those sounds were incredibly terrifying. It was easy to make people go insane. Zhao Fu stretched out his hands and stabbed them into the vortex, easily splitting it apart. Everything around him disappeared, and Zhao Fu appeared at the top of a small mountain. In front of him was the 8-direction water world that Zhao Fu had been searching for a long time. The woman in the lead said in confusion, "I never thought that he would pass the legacy examination." Hai Yin said happily, "He passed the examination." Hai Yi smiled as she said, "He's much more powerful than we thought." Just as Zhao Fu was about to take the 8-direction water world, a massive image of a sea devil appeared and flew towards Zhao Fu and fused into Zhao Fu's body. A massive wave of sea devil power flowed out of Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu obtained the legacy, causing a sea devil mark to appear on his chest. Zhao Fu did not care too much about the sea devil legacy, as he had obtained too many legacies. He stretched out his hand and took down the 8-direction water world. Zhao Fu returned to the ground. Zhao Fu looked at the woman in the lead and smiled as he said, "I obtained the sea devil legacy." The woman in the lead nodded, "We underestimated you." Zhao Fu looked at the women and said, "Now that I've become the sea devil race's legatee, shouldn't you all listen to my orders?" The woman said, You think you're our master." Zhao Fu went up and hugged the woman in his arms, "I'm going to do what masters do. You don't have any objections, right?" The woman's face became slightly red and she did not say anything. Hai Chan looked at Zhao Fu being intimate with the women and could not help but laugh, "This fellow." Hai Yi smiled as she said, "It's really that woman. She won't even let go of us, she's not even satisfied with us." Hai Yi smiled as she said, "It's really that woman. She won't even let go of us, she's not even satisfied with us." Hai Yi smiled as she said, "I'm going over, do you all want me?" Hai Chan said, "After they're done, they should be satisfied." Indeed, after such a long time, the women had become abnormally crazy. A day later, Zhao Fu hugged the women and gave a satisfied smile. Zhao Fu now knew the women's names. The one in the lead was called Hai Dai, and she lay on Zhao Fu's body as she looked at Zhao Fu and said, "In the future, our Sea Devil race will be relying on you. I hope that you can reunite our Sea Devil race. Hearing this, Zhao Fu said, I might leave this place soon. Hai Dai looked at Zhao Fu and said, where are you going? As our Sea Devil race's legatee, shouldn't you stay in the Sea Devil land? You're our Sea Devil race's future hope. Zhao Fu explained, I still need to find the other water worlds. As for reuniting them, I'll leave it to you. Hai Dai said angrily, no, you want to leave after obtaining our holy item, legacy, and body? Hai Chan said, don't make things difficult for him, he's now the heaven-awakened son and has collected the water worlds to become the sovereign of the water race and awaken the final emperor star. Hearing this, Hai Dai and the other women looked quite confused. After Hai Chan gave a simple explanation, the women realized how prestigious Zhao Fu's identity was. In comparison, their Sea Devil race was not much at all. Hai Chan smiled as she said, we can help reunite them in his name. Also, if he really comes, he might keep all the women for himself and chase all the men out. Hai Dai said in surprise, really? Hai Chan smiled as she said, he's already done this and caused resentment in the Sea Devil land. If it wasn't for his identity, he would have been hunted down by countless people. Hai Dai said helplessly, all right then. Zhao Fu looked at Hai Chan and said, thank you. Hai Chan smiled as she said, I didn't help you for nothing. Have you already obtained 11 water worlds? Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Hai Chan said, if you refine the water world you just obtained, you'll be able to obtain 12 water worlds and obtain the 12 direction watermark. I want this watermark. Zhao Fu laughed, can't you let me rest a bit longer? Hai Chan smiled as she said, all right, I'll let you rest for a bit. However, you need to hurry, I feel that with this power, I'll be able to quickly break through to become a Sea Devil king and unify the Sea Devil race will be quite easy. Zhao Fu could tell that Hai Chan was ambitious and said, you want to become the king of the entire Sea Devil race, right? Book 1, Zhao Fu was stunned. Hai Chan nodded and admitted, that's right, I want to be the king of the Ocean Devil race. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I support you. Hai Chan looked at Zhao Fu and said, I also need your support. Alright, don't waste time and quickly refine that 8 directions water world. Zhao Fu breathed out and said, got it. Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the 8 directions water world from before. He sent a wave of power into it, causing it to give off light and an illusory world of water appeared. The women in the surroundings retreated to the side, looking quite shocked at this scene. The illusory figures continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu's body gave off an intense blue light as a powerful wave of origin water power spread out. Following this, the power and light from Zhao Fu's body disappeared, but the 8 directions water world floated out of Zhao Fu's body and formed a circle, and the two sides reached a stable equilibrium. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion rang out as a massive blue energy surged out like waves. Even though the women were quite powerful, they were still pushed back by this wave of power, and their expressions became serious. Within this wave of power, they felt like they were small boats in the ocean. Zhao Fu's body gave off intense light, which became more and more dazzling. Boom, an even louder rumble rang out and instantly resounded in all directions, causing the seawater to tremble and ripples to appear on it. A massive blue beam of light shot upwards, shooting out of the water and into the sky, forming a massive blue pillar of light. The sky was dyed blue, and an indescribable wave of water power covered the world. At this moment, the people from the other regions looked in this direction in shock. What's going on? Why is there such a large ripple in the water? This power is incredibly pure and is most likely the origin water power of the water world. Only the 8 directions water world can produce such pure water power. The water world of the 8 directions isn't looking for lost parties. I haven't heard any news about it for a long time. Is this really related to the water world of the 8 directions? This matter is indeed related to the water world of the 8 directions. However, one water world of the 8 directions can't cause such a big disturbance. At least 10 water worlds of the 8 directions are involved. 8 water worlds? Really? That's the most precious treasure of the water race. It's lucky enough to get one, but I've never heard of anyone who has 10. Who can have so many water worlds from all directions? There's one person who might be able to do it, and that's the heaven-awakened sun. I'm guessing that the heaven-awakened sun wants to use the 8 water worlds to awaken the final Emperor star. Only someone like him with great fate would be able to collect so many water worlds. I think so too. Looks like we'll have to make a trip to the omniscient water world. I want to go as well. I want to personally see the scene of the 8 races Emperor stars descending together. That scene will definitely be unprecedented. Even I'm tempted by what you say. I feel that something big will definitely happen when all the Emperor stars descend. Perhaps it will completely change the situation in the heaven-awakened world. I'm sure the people from the card world and alchemy world will sense such a big disturbance, and I feel that they'll do something. The people from the card world and the alchemy world felt this powerful force, and their expressions became very grave. This was especially so for the alchemy world, which had experienced a few mutations caused by the heaven-awakened children, so they paid special attention to the heaven-awakened children. Within the card world, I never thought that the heaven-awakened sun would have been in the water world for so long. If it wasn't for this disturbance, we wouldn't have known. That boy loves to hide too much. We've been looking for him for so long, but we can't find him. We definitely can't let him off this time. That's right. I feel that he's too great of a threat, and he's the hope of the heaven-awakened world. If we can kill him, it'll be a destructive blow to the heaven-awakened world. I think so too. We must kill him at all costs. If he dies, it'll be easier for us to conquer the heaven-awakened world. We don't know what's going on yet, and we don't have many people in the water world. Are you sure it was caused by the heaven-awakened sun? I'm sure it's him. Apart from him, there's no one else who could cause such a thing. No matter what the reason is, we should go and take a look. The various factions' experts will also gather in the water world, and the situation will be quite dangerous. Everyone should be careful. Within the alchemy world, what do we do now? Should we go to the water world? I don't know why, but I feel quite uneasy. I feel the same way. Every time that heaven-awakened sun causes an abnormality, it's not a good thing for us. I can still remember the last time. I think we should slow down our battle against the heaven-awakened world to avoid any accidents. I agree. This is no longer our alchemy world but the heaven-awakened world. If something unexpected happens, we won't even be able to escape. Let's go to the water world. If we can, we must kill that heaven-awakened sun. He's too big of a threat, and just thinking about it makes me feel uneasy. We must kill him, only then can we be at ease attacking the heaven-awakened world. The various factions' experts flooded towards the water world, bringing with them immense power that caused the heavens and earth to dim, making people feel terror. Countless residents were discussing this matter, and it could be said that Zhao Fu had caused a massive commotion. The various factions in the water world all looked quite serious. They heard that countless experts were gathering, and this would cause the calm water world to go into chaos. They would be at the center of this chaos, and their situation would be quite dangerous. The heaven-awakened sun's final emperor star had awakened in the water world, and the water race felt quite complicated. They did not know whether to feel happy or sad. No one knew what would happen when the final emperor star awakened, and they all felt quite worried. Adding on the fact that there were so many experts coming, many factions decided to keep a low profile, and some factions even chose to close their doors. Back at the Sea Devil region, countless rays of blue light shined down on the Sea Devil region, causing the water to turn blue and give off blue light, creating a beautiful scene. Countless people within the water world felt as if their bodies were covered by a gentle water power, and their bodies felt comfortable and relaxed. Their hearts felt quite peaceful, and unknowingly, their bodies went through some changes, which were beneficial to them. Their bloodlines and constitutions would become stronger, and their power would become purer. This was an opportunity for them. Book 1, Chapter 367, Great Qin Hai Chan was near Zhao Fu and looked quite delighted because she could feel a massive wave of water continuously flowing into their bodies, causing their power and constitution to rapidly increase. Within the pillar of light, Zhao Fu once again turned into nothingness, and countless motes of blue light condensed back into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's body was first a blue body of light before slowly becoming corporeal, and the massive pillar of light gradually disappeared. Another mark appeared on Zhao Fu's forehead. This was a mark formed from 12 dots, and the aura it gave off was as gentle and pure as water. At that moment, Zhao Fu looked up at the sky and saw a massive blue star in the boundless void, giving off a trace of an emperor star's might. Zhao Fu could now sense the emperor star, and it was only a matter of time before he awakened. The abnormal signs around him disappeared and everything returned to normal, and Zhao Fu returned to normal. Zhao Fu looked at the women and found that they were cultivating with their eyes closed, most likely refining the powerful water that they had obtained. Zhao Fu did not want to disturb them and was about to leave. Hai Chan opened her eyes and said, "You want to leave without even giving me your mark?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Come on, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, but I can only give it to one person per day." Hai Yin said, "Then I'll give it to Big Sister." Hai Chan smiled and walked over. Seeing the two of them start to flirt again, everyone's faces became red, and they also joined in. A day later, everyone returned to the palace and found out what had happened. Hai Chan said seriously, "Experts from all over will soon gather here. I never thought that it would cause such a big commotion. You must quickly leave this place." Zhao Fu nodded, feeling a headache coming on. "I'll have to be more careful in the future and won't be like before. I'll be leaving now. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the land of the sea demons. I won't be going back, so tell them to fill in the blanks." Hai Chan nodded, "Be careful." Zhao Fu smiled and said, I understand." Then, Zhao Fu left the land of the sea demons directly. He did not dare to stay any longer and flew in a random direction. Not too long after, Zhao Fu encountered a higher being who quickly flew over. Zhao Fu immediately used the evil immortal's power to turn himself into nothingness and fuse with the world. That almighty being was a man in a green robe. He stopped there and looked around in confusion. After discovering nothing, he flew away. Zhao Fu reformed his body and heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the evil celestial bloodline had already been perfected, and he could hide from higher beings' detection. If it was before, he would have been caught and interrogated by higher beings, and he might have even been in danger. It continued to fly to the side. However, soon, Zhao Fu found another higher being flying over. Zhao Fu once again hid himself, and it was an elderly woman. She looked around in confusion before leaving. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at the surroundings. Zhao Fu reappeared and felt that he had underestimated the danger this time. He had encountered two higher beings so quickly, and they were most likely heading to the sea demon's water domain. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu felt quite worried about the women and hoped that they would be fine. A few days later, Zhao Fu came to a new water domain called the Dark Water Domain. There was very little light here, and only darkness creatures lived here. Zhao Fu had come here mainly to lie low. With the current situation, it would not be good for him to continue searching the water world in all directions. Swish, a pitchfork suddenly shot towards Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu tried to dodge to the side. He looked ahead and saw two creatures with the upper bodies of humans and the lower bodies of fish. They were not mermaids, their skin was pale, and their ears were like fish fins. They were most likely merfolk. One was a mature woman with a steady aura, and she was called Yu Yu. The other was a young man in his teens, and he was called Yu Fu. Yu Yu went up and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. My little brother and I were fighting and almost hurt you." Yu Fu said, "Big sis, why are you apologizing? We did not attack him, and even if we did, it would not matter." Zhao Fu slightly frowned. Yu Yu said, "My little brother is immature, please don't take it to heart." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, I'll give you face and not take it to heart." Yu Fu felt quite displeased and wanted to say something, but Yu Yu glared at him and said, "Don't you remember the chief's words? This is a special situation, so we need to be well behaved and not cause trouble." Yu Fu mumbled, "I got it." Just as Yu Yu was about to leave with her little brother, Zhao Fu followed behind them. Yu Yu asked curiously, "Do you need something?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Can I go to your place?" Right now, Zhao Fu wanted to lie low. He was bored and had nowhere to go, so he planned to go to the merfolk race to have some fun. Yu Yu said, "That won't do. Our race does not welcome outsiders, and our chief gave the order that we cannot have too much contact with outsiders or bring outsiders into the tribe." Zhao Fu smiled and went forward, "After I become your man, I should not be an outsider anymore, right?" Yu Yu's face turned cold as she sensed danger. She blocked Yu Fu behind her and warned, "This is our merfolk's place. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Of course I know that." Yu Yu said, "I will not casually accept anyone as my man." Zhao Fu nodded. Yu Yu said coldly, "Then please leave and stop following us." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "What if I say no?" Yu Yu said angrily, "Don't blame me." After saying this, she said to Yu Fu, "Little brother, hurry up and leave." Yu Fu said angrily, "Big sister, I'm not leaving. I'm going to teach him a lesson for you." Yu Fu directly charged over and punched towards Zhao Fu's face. Zhao Fu waved his hand disdainfully and a massive force sent Yu Fu flying back. Yu Yu angrily clawed at Zhao Fu's throat with a cold light. Zhao Fu tilted his head and dodged the attack. Yu Yu still wanted to attack, but Zhao Fu pulled her into his embrace, causing Yu Yu to immediately struggle. Yu Fu furiously charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive wave of power turned into a massive hand that grabbed Yu Fu, causing Yu Fu to look incredibly pained. Yu Yu hurriedly begged, "Don't hurt my little brother." Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at Yu Yu in his embrace and said, "It's fine if you don't hurt him, but you know what you have to do, right?" Yu Yu furiously glared at Zhao Fu. The massive hand that grabbed Yu Fu exerted even more force as if it was going to crush Yu Fu, causing him to howl in pain. Yu Yu felt quite startled and hurriedly said, "I promise you." Zhao Fu was quite satisfied as he knocked Yu Fu unconscious and brought Yu Yu to a patch of water and grass. Facing all of this, Yu Yu could only comply for her little brother. However, she had never thought that she would be so happy and lose herself in it. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so perfect, making her feel incredibly moved. She felt that it would be great if he was not so bad. Book 1, Chapter 368, Battle Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Zhao Fu looked at Yu Yu and said, "Now that I'm not an outsider, can I go back with you?" Yu Yu rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "If my parents find out, they will definitely kill you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "How could they? Your parents can't even wait to welcome me." Yu Yu said, "You didn't do anything to my little brother, right?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I didn't, I just knocked him unconscious." Yu Yu let out a sigh of relief and looked at Zhao Fu as she said, "Do you really want to go to our clan?" Zhao Fu nodded and said, "I have nowhere to go right now." Yu Yu said, "All right. I can bring you back, but you have to be well behaved and don't go around causing trouble." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Sure." Following this, Yu Fu woke up and looked at his big sister and Zhao Fu together, and he looked quite angry. Yu Yu said, "Little brother. Don't be like before." Yu Fu looked at Yu Yu and said, "Big sister, did something happen between you two?" Yu Yu's face became slightly red and did not know how to explain. Zhao Fu hugged Yu Yu and said, "Your big sister is my woman now." Yu Fu looked at Zhao Fu furiously. Zhao Fu frowned and said unhappily, "You still have objections? Do you believe that I won't cut off your head? If it wasn't for your big sister pleading for you, I would have long since killed you." Hearing this, Yu Fu felt quite afraid, only now did he realize how terrifying Zhao Fu's power was. Yu Yu glared at Zhao Fu and said, "Don't do this to my little brother." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The three of them flew in a direction and came to the tribe. There were mermaids with the upper bodies of humans and the lower bodies of fishes. When Zhao Fu came with Yu Yu, everyone looked over. Because Zhao Fu did not have his cloak, the men felt quite jealous when they saw Zhao Fu's face, and the women's hearts could not help but speed up and their faces became red. A stern and graceful mermaid in her 30s swam over and said, "Mermaid Yu, why did you bring an outsider back?" Ji Yu blushed. "He's my man, not an outsider." That merman named Xian had an expression of shock. "Why haven't I heard you mention this before? Do your parents know?" Ji Yu said, "This matter is a little complicated. I will inform my parents now." Zhao Fu sized up shark salt, causing shark salt to frown. He felt that Zhao Fu looked good, but he wasn't a good person. Yu Yu brought Zhao Fu to the front of the house. Yu Yu said nervously, "Wait outside. I want to see my parents' attitude." Zhao Fu nodded with a smile. Yu Yu and Yu Fu walked into the house. At this moment, Yu Fu was no longer afraid and his body relaxed. Zhao Fu stood beside the building. Many people swam over and looked at Zhao Fu, discussing. "Who is this person? He's so good looking. This is the first time I've seen such a perfect man. This person is slightly good looking, but what's so good about being a human?" Us mermaid men are the best. I like people like him. He gives off a noble aura and is not like you vulgar and rash people. It would be even better if I could marry him. Don't think too much. He seems to be Yu's man. Also, I don't feel that apart from being good-looking, what use is he? Is he as strong as us? Or is he better at fishing than us? Alright, stop arguing. He can hear you guys if you speak so loudly. So what if he hears? We don't welcome outsiders, and the chief even gave the order. Yu has broken the rules. At that moment, a little girl with 2 ponytails swam over and looked at Zhao Fu curiously. Zhao Fu felt that her eyes were quite strange. Her eye sockets seemed to have hardened and her eyeballs had turned white. When she moved, her movements were quite slow. Come here, Zhao Fu said as he smiled. The little girl was quite nervous but still came over to Zhao Fu's side. Someone reminded him, this is our chief's daughter, so be careful and don't make him angry. Zhao Fu squatted down and smiled as he said, don't be afraid. Let me look at your eyes. The little girl smiled and nodded as she said, Big brother, you're so good looking. It would be great if I could be like you in the future. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, you'll also grow up to be a great beauty in the future. The little girl suddenly said sadly, but my eyes will soon go blind. Zhao Fu stroked the little girl's eye sockets and asked, is that the reason? The little girl nodded. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, Big brother can treat it for you. The little girl said happily, really? My mom said that it's very hard to treat. Zhao Fu said, Big brother won't lie to you. Hearing this, everyone looked shocked because the little girl's illness was called pearl disease. The merfolk had an innate skill where their tears would turn into pearls, and some people's eyes would turn into pearls, causing their eyes to gradually go blind and making it even more painful for them to cry. A merfolk said, this illness is unique to us merfolk and is very hard to treat. Don't boast if you don't understand it. Another merfolk said, I haven't heard of many people who can treat this illness, but I hope that you have the ability. This is a good thing for us merfolk. Another merfolk said, if you don't have the ability, then don't continue. If our chief's daughter is harmed, you're dead. Zhao Fu ignored everyone and looked at the little girl as he asked softly, are you willing to believe in Big Brother? The little girl nodded in confidence. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, raise your head and open your eyes. The little girl raised her head, and Zhao Fu used his fingernail to cut open his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood onto the little girl's eyes. The little girl closed her eyes and a black aura continuously flowed out from her eyes. Someone said worriedly, will something happen? Just as that person spoke, Zhao Fu's white eyes quickly disappeared. The little girl once again opened her eyes, and her eyes returned to normal. In fact, they were even brighter and clearer than before, and there was a spirituality to them. Seeing this everyone could not help but exclaim. So beautiful. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the little girl and said, now that your illness has been cured, you won't have to worry about losing your eyes in the future. The little girl happily jumped up and said, thank you, Big Brother. I'm going to go back and tell my mother. Seeing that Zhao Fu had really been cured, everyone's attitude towards Zhao Fu immediately changed. Some people did not reject him like before, some people felt a trace of respect towards Zhao Fu, and some people liked Zhao Fu even more. A man asked, how did you cure our merfolk's illness so easily? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, actually, I'm a doctor, Zhao Fu said casually. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in surprise and became more polite to Zhao Fu. In the future, they might need Zhao Fu when they were sick or injured. Moreover, with how amazing Zhao Fu was, he was definitely a genius doctor. Book 1, Chapter 369. He looked into the room and saw a woman with an alluring figure and a short man. They were Yu's parents. They were called Mermaid Clothes and Mermaid Village respectively. After knowing about this, she was also very angry. Which parent would accept such a person? Yui said angrily, since that fellow dared to treat you like this, I will settle the score with him right now. Yu said, Mother. I feel that he's not bad, and I've already accepted him. That's why I brought him back to show you. Yui glared at Yu angrily. How could you be so foolish to accept another man so easily? No, I must seek justice for my daughter. The Merfolk village said, forget it. My daughter likes him, and I don't think he's easy to deal with. She snorted coldly, this is the territory of the merfolk. I don't believe that he can do anything. After saying that, Jiaoyi led her men out. Everyone was gathered around Zhao Fu with smiles on their faces. Some people were even trying to curry favor with Zhao Fu. Seeing this scene, Yu Yi's expression was very strange. What was going on? The neighbor next to Yu Yu's house was a beautiful woman called Yu Hu, and she said in admiration, Yu Yi, you have a good son-in-law. She asked curiously, what's wrong with him? The shark fox smiled and said, he's a miracle doctor. He just cured the pearl eyes of our chief's daughter. Yu Yi said in surprise, is that true? The mermaid fox smiled and said, so many of us saw it with our own eyes. I reckon the clan leader will be here soon. Yu Yi looked at Zhao Fu, she had not expected Zhao Fu to be so powerful, and she wanted to say something. At this moment, a little girl came over with a short-haired beauty. This little girl was the little girl from before, and the short-haired beauty was Chief Yu Min. The little girl said happily, Mother, don't you think this big brother is very good-looking? He cured my eyes. When I grow up, I want to marry him. Yu Min looked at Zhao Fu and felt quite surprised at Zhao Fu's appearance. She smiled and said gratefully, thank you for healing my daughter's illness, may I ask who you are? Zhao Fu said with a harmless smile, I'm just saying that if this place. I'm here to learn more about you merfolk. Yu Min smiled and said, you're our guest, so I'll get people to prepare food and wine to welcome you. I also want to thank you for treating my daughter. Zhao Fu smiled and said, there's no need for that. I prefer quiet and elegant things. After saying that, Zhao Fu looked at Jiayi. He understood that she was Yu Yu's mother. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Yu Yi blushed for some reason. Yu Min said, all right then, I will arrange a place for you to stay. Yu Yu could not help but say, clan head, he is my man. He can stay at my house. Yu Min looked at Zhao Fu in surprise. She smiled and said, that's good too. You can stay in our clan first. I'll come visit you later. Zhao Fu nodded with a smile. Someone couldn't help but ask, godly doctor, can we come to you for treatment in the future? Zhao Fu nodded. I will do my best to help everyone. Hearing this, everyone relaxed and smiled. Zhao Fu did not know how to treat illnesses, but his power was omnipotent and could solve all problems. After everyone left, Zhao Fu followed Yu Yu to her house. Yu Min smiled and said, welcome to my house. Zhao Fu smiled and said, Uncle, you're too courteous. Yu Min said, I've heard about your matter. As long as my daughter doesn't have any objections, I won't have any objections to supporting you. Zhao Fu said, thank you, father-in-law. Yu Min said happily, I'm very satisfied with having a godly doctor like you as my son-in-law. I feel that I'm in the limelight now. Yui pulled Yu Min and asked him to be more reserved. Yu Fu felt quite complicated. Because of Zhao Fu, his family was now valued. He was originally quite happy, but he was still quite afraid of Zhao Fu. Yu Yu stood by the side happily. Zhao Fu thought of something and took out some treasures. These are some gifts for all of you. Yu Fu said in shock, you're giving us such proper treasures? Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Yu Fu could not help but pick up a treasure and say happily, thank you, brother-in-law. Faced with massive benefits, Yu Fu quickly acknowledged Zhao Fu. Yu Fu said somewhat embarrassedly, aren't these treasures too expensive? Zhao Fu said, they're just some small gifts. You're still my subordinates. Yu Yu also smiled and said, Father, don't stand on ceremony. Just accept them, they shouldn't be expensive to him. Only then did Yu Fu accept the gifts. Yui did not have any objections and smiled, I'll go and cook. Yu Yu said, Mother will help you. After eating, it was night time. Zhao Fu and Yu Yu stayed in the same room. Zhao Fu hugged Yu Yu, causing her face to turn red. She closed her eyes and allowed Zhao Fu to enjoy her. Late at night, Yui woke up from her dream and her face turned red. She dreamed that she had done that with Zhao Fu. Yui looked at the man who was sleeping soundly by the side and could not help but go outside. At that moment, Yui heard the sounds coming from her daughter's room and her body softened. After a while, Zhao Fu opened the door and walked out. Seeing Yui comforting herself, he walked over. Yui's face was red as she said, What are you doing? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, You should know. As he spoke, Zhao Fu went up and hugged Yui. Yui struggled and said softly, "We can't do this." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Is that so?" Zhao Fu did not care about what Yui was saying and started to enjoy her. Yui only struggled for a moment before sinking into him. 2 hours later, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and lifted Yui's chin as he teased, "Can you still do it?" Thinking about how crazy she had been, Yui shyly turned her face away. She had never thought that she would lose control like this. A while later, Yui looked at Zhao Fu and said, "How long are you going to stay here?" Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "I'm not sure for now, but don't worry, I'll be responsible for you and your daughter." Yui said with a red face, "That's not what I meant, I was just asking." Zhao Fu smiled and said, I understand. However, that's also my promise to you." Yui said, "I don't want others to know about our relationship, or else I won't be able to face others." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Alright, I understand." Looking at Zhao Fu's perfect face, Yui also smiled and leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace. She now understood how her daughter felt. The next day, when Zhao Fu woke up, many people came to Zhao Fu to seek treatment. However, they all had minor illnesses, and Zhao Fu waved his hand and a black light covered everyone, instantly healing them. This shocked countless people and made them feel even more respectful towards Zhao Fu. All sorts of gifts were sent to Yu's family, and the Merfolk village's family was quite happy. Not only did they receive many gifts, but everyone also became more courteous and respectful towards them. Book 1, Chapter 370. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Modlaws 123. The Shark Fox had wanted to come and build a good relationship with G. Now that the Shark Dress family had prospered, they would need their help in the future. However, when the Shark Fox came close, she heard a voice and her face became slightly red as she thought to herself, "I really can't tell that this Shark Dress is so flirtatious." However, the Shark Fox's expression became quite strange as she found that the man was not Shark Dress Man and that his voice was quite special. Shark Dress curiously came to the door and looked through the crack in the door. She was not surprised. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Come in." Shark Dress hugged Zhao Fu and asked curiously, "What did you say?" At that moment, the door was pushed open and the Shark Fox smiled as she appeared. Shark Dress looked quite shy as she said, "When did you come?" The Shark Fox said, "I was discovered as soon as I arrived." Shark Dress said, "Don't tell anyone about this." The Shark Fox nodded and said, "No problem, but shouldn't good sisters share it?" Shark Dress looked at Zhao Fu and said, "As long as he doesn't mind, you can do whatever you want." The Shark Fox smiled as she came before Zhao Fu and snuggled against Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu did not hold back. A few hours later, the Shark Fox lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and asked, "I heard that you're not staying here?" Zhao Fu nodded, "I'm only staying here for a while." The Shark Fox said, "Why?" Zhao Fu explained, "It's because I have things to do." The Shark Fox said, "What is it?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "You wouldn't know even if I told you." The Shark Fox lightly harumphed, "How would I know if you don't tell me?" Zhao Fu said helplessly, "I still have to find the omniscient water world." The Shark Fox thought about it and said, "Omniscient water world? I heard the chief say that there's one there, but it was a long time ago and I don't remember." Zhao Fu asked in surprise, "Really?" Zhao Fu had just said it casually and had never thought that there would be news of the omniscient water world. The Fox Mermaid nodded. "You'll have to ask the clan leader about the specifics. She should know." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "All right, I'll go now." The Fox Shark said unhappily, "Why are you in such a hurry? Stay with us a little longer." Zhao Fu said, "I'll accompany you in the future. This matter is very important to me, so I have to solve it quickly." The Fox Mermaid did not say anything. Yui smiled and said, "You probably don't know where the chief is. Let us bring you along." Zhao Fu nodded. When the little girl who was playing in the yard saw Zhao Fu, she immediately ran over to Zhao Fu and called out, "Big brother." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. "Is your mother here?" The little girl said happily, "Yes, I'll take you there." The little girl brought Zhao Fu into the room. Yu Min sat at the table and watched as Zhao Fu came in. She smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" Zhao Fu said, I heard that you know about the omniscient water world. Is that true?" Yu Min nodded. "It's true. You want to find the omniscient water world?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. If you're willing to tell me about the omniscient water world, I'll give you a generous reward. Yu Min looked at Zhao Fu. Judging from your tone, you must have an extraordinary background. Zhao Fu said, you're right. Yu Min smiled and said, I can tell you, but there's no need for the reward. Consider it the reward for saving my daughter. Zhao Fu nodded. Yu Min continued to say, our merfolk clan obtained the omniscient water world before and wanted to use its power to strengthen our clan. However, we failed and even created a merfolk specter. Now, the omniscient water world might be on a merfolk specter. Zhao Fu asked, what is a merfolk specter? Yu Min explained, the merfolk specters were formed after that failure. It's like us merfolk turning into specters. They look like us merfolk, but they're like specters. If we don't provoke them, they won't harm us. Zhao Fu asked, then how can we find that merfolk? Yu Min said, I don't know about that. Zhao Fu started to think. Where have you seen merfolk specters? Yu Min said, we've seen them everywhere. Sometimes in the tribe, sometimes outside, and sometimes at home. Zhao Fu continued to ask, when was the last time a merfolk specter appeared? Yu Min thought about it and replied, half a month ago. Actually, we didn't see them often. Sometimes, we wouldn't see them for 1 or 2 months. Zhao Fu said, I understand. Yu Min looked at Zhao Fu. Why are you looking for the omniscient water world? I heard that the heaven-awakened sun is also looking for the omniscient water world. Zhao Fu smiled and said, you know about this too? Yu Min lightly laughed and said, how could I not know about such big news? Who are you? Zhao Fu looked at Yu Min and said, you don't think that I'm a heaven-awakened sun, right? Yu Min said, a terrifying major figure like the heaven-awakened sun most likely won't come here, right? The merfolk fox coquettishly laughed and said, I want you to be a heaven-awakened sun. Yu Min said, I feel that from your aura and appearance, you're quite similar to the heaven-awakened sun of the legends. However, it's quite unlikely for the heaven-awakened sun to appear here. Zhao Fu suddenly laughed, why not? Hearing this, the 3 women suddenly became serious and looked at Zhao Fu. Yu Min pulled on Zhao Fu's clothes and said, hurry up and tell us. Stop teasing us. Zhao Fu smiled and said, didn't you already tell us? The merfolk fox said in shock, no way, right? You're really that world-shaking heaven-awakened sun? Zhao Fu nodded, that's why I care so much about the water world in all directions. Yu Min smiled and said, I knew it. Also, why did you come to a small place like ours? Zhao Fu explained, recently, many people have been looking for me, so I found a secluded place to hide. I never thought that I would find information about the water world in all directions. Yu Min said, so it's like that, we'll do our best to help you find it. Zhao Fu said, thank you. Also, try not to reveal my identity, or else it will be very troublesome. Yu Min said, I naturally know that. If news spread, countless experts would gather here, and any one of them would be able to destroy a village. It would be incredibly dangerous, so Yu Min definitely would not reveal it. Zhao Fu said, I want to set up a sensory barrier here. If the spirit merfolk appear nearby, I'll be able to detect them immediately. Yu Min said, sure. Following this, Zhao Fu came to the center of the tribe and his body gave off powerful ripples of light that spread out. Sensing these ripples, everyone looked quite shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such great power, and they became even more respectful towards Zhao Fu. Volume 1, Chapter 371. That night, Zhao Fu hugged Jiyu and suddenly sensed something. He opened his eyes and gave a trace of a smile. He had just set up a barrier in the afternoon and had never thought that a merfolk specter would appear at night. He immediately left the room and flew in that direction. When they arrived at that place, they saw a mermaid that continuously gave off a grayish-white aura. She had a graceful figure and a sweet face. Her eyes were hollow, and her body was stiff as she swam around. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. An invisible force surged towards the merfolk specter. The merman turned his head to look at Zhao Fu, and 2 beams of white light shot towards Zhao Fu. It actually pierced through Zhao Fu's power and continued towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu used his defensive barrier, and when the 2 white lights hit the barrier, it actually started to turn into pearls. Zhao Fu waved his hand and shattered the pearl barrier. He looked at the merfolk specter, and the merfolk spectre immediately turned and swam to the side. Zhao Fu immediately chased after him. However, the mermaid spectre suddenly disappeared. Zhao Fu frowned, and a wave of sensing power quickly spread out. However, he could not sense anything, so Zhao Fu immediately used the octagonal water world's power. An octagonal energy barrier spread out, and this time, Zhao Fu sensed something and quickly flew towards a valley. When he arrived at the valley, Zhao Fu looked at a spot in the void. With a wave of his sword finger, a sword light slashed there. A howl sounded out as the merfolk spectre that had just disappeared reappeared and viciously looked at Zhao Fu, its eyes giving off two rays of light. It shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu wanted to dodge to the side, dodge the attack, and charge towards the merfolk spectre. The merfolk spectre opened its mouth and let out an ear-piercing shriek. More than 10 merfolk spectres appeared in the surroundings. There were men and women, old and young, and their eyes all shot out white light towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had no choice but to activate his defensive barrier again. Swish, 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 rays of light landed on Zhao Fu's defensive barrier, and intense light shot out. Zhao Fu's defensive barrier became a massive pearl, trapping Zhao Fu within. The 10 or so merfolk spectres swam to the side and tried to run. Zhao Fu exploded out with a powerful power and shattered the pearl around him. Looking at the escaping merfolk spectre, 10 or so chains quickly flew over. The merfolk spectres did not dodge, and the 10 or so chains passed through them but were not able to bind them. The merfolk spectres did not dodge, and the chains passed through them but did not bind them. Zhao Fu stood there and an 8 directions water world appeared. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and pushed out, causing the 8 directions water world to give off a powerful power that turned into 10 or so tentacles that shot towards the merfolk spirits. At that moment, the 10 or so merfolk spectres sensed danger and wanted to run, but it was too late. The 10 or so blue tentacles easily grabbed them, and the merfolk spectres started to struggle but to no avail. Zhao Fu smiled and came in front of the merfolk spectres. Looking at the merfolk spectres, Zhao Fu did not know what they were, but their eyes could shoot out such light and their bodies could become illusory. Looking at the sweet-looking merfolk spectre, Zhao Fu went up and hugged her, and he started to enjoy himself. No, he wanted to see what they were. The merfolk spectre was quite cooperative and did not look as savage as before. Soon, the merfolk spectre fell into Zhao Fu's embrace, and her eyes became more and more spirited. She looked at Zhao Fu in front of her, looking quite confused, like a little child. Zhao Fu asked, "Do you know who you are?" The merfolk spectre shook her head. Zhao Fu asked, "Then do you know where you come from?" The merfolk spectre nodded and pointed at the merfolk tribe. Zhao Fu took out the 8 directions water world and asked, "Have you seen this thing before?" The merfolk spectre shook her head. Zhao Fu looked quite surprised. Didn't the 8 directions water world belong to the merfolk spectres? Why had the merfolk spectre not seen it before? What was going on? Zhao Fu asked with certainty. You really don't know? The merfolk spectre nodded. Zhao Fu had no choice but to look at a young merfolk spectre girl and grabbed her, starting to do it with her. The young merfolk spectre was quite shy, and in the end, she powerlessly fell onto Zhao Fu's body and regained her intelligence. The young merfolk spectre girl hugged Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took out the 8 directions water world and asked, "Have you seen this thing before?" The young merfolk spectre girl looked at the 8 directions water world and shook her head. Zhao Fu's heart sank. If one merfolk spectre had not seen the 8 directions water world, it would be understandable. Now that 2 merfolk spectres had not seen it before, Zhao Fu started to wonder if the 8 directions water world was in the hands of the merfolk spectres. Zhao Fu looked at the last merfolk spectre and helped them regain their intelligence. Of course, he did not use the same method as before. Looking at the merfolk spectres, Zhao Fu took out the 8 directions water world and asked, "Have you seen this thing before?" The merfolk spectres all shook their heads. Zhao Fu's heart fell to the bottom and he felt hopeless. He sighed. He had thought that the 8 directions water world would be so easy to obtain. Zhao Fu brought the merfolk spectres back to the tribe. After everyone heard about this, they all came out and looked curiously at the merfolk spectres that Zhao Fu had brought back. They did not give off any terrifying auras, and their expressions were much more normal, so they were not afraid anymore. Yumin said in surprise, "These are the merfolk spectres? You captured them all so quickly?" Jiaofu nodded. They have already regained their intelligence and will no longer harm the tribe. Yumin smiled and said, "Thank you." Jiaofu said, "You're welcome, but none of them have seen the 8 Directions Water World before. Are you sure that the 8 Directions Water World is with them?" Yumin looked quite confused. They haven't seen it before? But according to the information that was passed down, it is indeed with the merfolk specters. Jiaofu said, "After so much time has passed, perhaps things have changed." Yumin asked, "What are you going to do next?" Jiaofu said, "I will carefully search around the tribe and ask around to see if there is any relevant information. If there isn't, I can only leave and search elsewhere." Yumin said, "I'll help you." Jiaofu nodded. Yumin walked over and asked, "What is it?" Jiaofu gave a simple explanation of what had just happened. Yumin looked quite confused. Those merfolk specters really don't know? Where is the 8 Directions Water World? Jiaofu said, "We can only search slowly." Yumin said, "If you need help, just tell me and I'll help you." Jiaofu smiled and said, It's very late now. Let's go back." Hearing this, Yumin's face became slightly red and she nodded. Yumin could tell that there was something between the two of them and did not say anything. Instead, she asked, "What should we do with these merfolk specters?" Jiaofu said, "Divide a region for them. Right now, their intelligence is only that of a few years old. If they interact more with people, they should quickly return to normal." Yumin nodded. The new book has 200,000 words. The second book, Lord Conquers the World, is related to the plot. Lord's army conquers the world. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Lord's Army Conquers the World. Lord's Army Conquers the World is available for subscription. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. End of chapter 34:16. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.